Chapter 726. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Qinshin smiled and said, Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is still impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Yuhuan mantra, with the help of the Yuhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is also possible for him to reach the peak of the Yuhuan mantra within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Qinshin. Qinshin said coldly, Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue after the decree is passed on. Yang Ruping's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that Wen Wenhai was about to stand up, the masked Qinshin immediately said, Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important. After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Qinshin. Qinshin quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart, he was just a cripple. What ethereal divine art, what Yuhuan mantra, they had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus, he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Qinshin smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Qinshin. She turned around and sat back in her seat. Then, he looked at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions, you can ask them now. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Su Huan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past. This. Yang Ruping and Wen Wenhai were both shocked. However, Qinshin waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort. Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, This might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day, Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. How could the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time, he heard the masked Qinshin say, in addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he gave extra grace and agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can also cultivate the Misty Divine Art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan Heart technique. Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan Heart technique before he can cultivate the Misty Divine Art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Ruping and Wen Wenhai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, Thank you Sir Religion Master for your grace. Good, good, good. The masked Qinshin clapped his hands and said, Since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily. Then, He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the end of the table, and said to Yang Ruping, Master Yang, Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill-Expanding Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zai of the Misty Hall to set her bones and heal her wounds. Now he is a disciple on duty in the Pill-Expanding Hall of the Misty Hall. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for the sake of the monk. This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Ruping. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She nodded naturally and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward to greet Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin again and thanked Qin Qin. At this time, the masked Qin Qin said to Qin Qin, Qin Qin, come here. Qin Qin was puzzled. She looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Qin Qin. The masked Qin Qin carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, what a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian. After that, she took out a jade pendant and threw it to Qin Qin. Qin Qin took it and heard the masked Qin Qin say with a smile, well, I know you now. Qin Qin, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you. Qin Qin was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, she said softly, I just don't know. Sister's name is, this sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Qin Qin seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember. Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help curling her lips secretly and still sneered. Qin Qin said softly, then. Sister, please tell me. Qin Qin. The masked Qin Qin said. Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me. Qin Qin. The masked Qin Qin still said. Qin Qin was a little embarrassed and said, yes, Qin Qin is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me. The masked Qin Qin suppressed the smile in her heart and said, Qin Qin. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, Junior Sister Qin, the messenger of the fragrance peak is also called Qin Qin. Ah. Qin Qin exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth in her mouth. The masked Qin Qin smiled and took her hand, saying, Qin Qin, in the future, you will be protected by Qin Qin in the fragrance cult. Qin Qin was also happy and bowed, thank you, Sister Qin Qin. Ha ha ha. The masked Qin Qin turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang. Yang Ruping pretended that she couldn't persuade Qin Qin to stay, so she led the disciples to send Qin Qin to the fragrance peak. As the representative of the Pill-Expanding Hall, Zhang Xiaohua was also lucky to be there. When they were about to leave, Qin Qin called Zhang Xiaohua to her and asked in a low voice, Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, I don't think so. What's wrong? Qin Qin smiled mysteriously and said, you have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any other thoughts, you'd better check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, you'd better get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door. You'd be at a complete loss. Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Qin Qin laughed and went down Shixin Peak. When Qin Qin and his group were halfway down, a figure appeared between the rocks not far away. It was Zhang Xiaohua who had found an excuse to follow them down. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dispirited Zhong Pei who was riding a horse with his head drooped. In the Misty Hall, when Zhang Xiaohua saw her second brother being tortured to extort a confession, she wanted to kill him. Only Qin Qin of the Fragrant Peak acted swiftly and decisively. He even alienated the disciples of the Misty Hall and made it watertight. There was no chance for him to vent his anger on Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved by Zhao Jian's death, Lingxiang Peak prioritized the inner disciples and did not directly pursue Zhong Pei. This made Zhang Xiaohua very unhappy, so she found an excuse to go down the mountain to find trouble with Zhong Pei. Unfortunately, Zhong Pei was among the inner disciples and was not far behind Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was more than 10 feet and the flying sword could not reach him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and directly went to the feet of the inner disciples. She took out her small sword and was ready to kill. At this time, she heard Chen Chen call out, "Zhong Pei, come over here." "Envoy Chen, what's the matter?" Zhong Pei naturally urged his horse forward. "Envoy Chen." These words immediately awakened Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Chen was now the envoy of Lingxiang Peak. She had rashly killed Zhong Pei at Shixin Peak. Although it was true that she wanted to vent her anger, but this time, she had implicated the entire Misty Hall. Even Chen Chen, the inner disciple's envoy, might be implicated. Moreover, he might be able to hide his face, but his figure could be clearly seen in broad daylight. No matter how incompetent Chen Chen of Lingering Fragrance Peak was, it was impossible for him not to discover that the person who had ambushed him was him. In this way, he was likely to be investigated. Needless to say, the matter of Deputy Hall Master Su would also be exposed. Following that, Yang Yao and Rejuvenation Valley would most likely be in a bad situation. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and secretly gritted her teeth. She returned to the mountain rocks and looked at the group of inner disciples who were gradually disappearing. She fiercely said, "Old dog Zhong, you have escaped today. But don't worry, I, Xiaoxia, will definitely take revenge. Hee, isn't it just Lingxiang Peak? After I have cured my second brother's injury, I will definitely go and find you." With that, she punched the huge crouching ox rock beside her. With a loud explosion, it was smashed into pieces. In the distance, the inner disciples seemed to have heard the sound and vaguely looked over. That Zhang Xiaohua had already escaped. Where was her human form? It was already late at night. In a lonely small courtyard near the cliff of Shixin Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. She stood with her hands behind her back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was Zhang Xiaohua, the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall. After she failed to kill Zhong Pei, she returned to the Misty Hall. Aunt Qin had already arranged for the disciple in charge to wait beside her and make a good place for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Chen Chen's instructions to Yang Ruping and the familiarity between Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Chen, the disciple of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect her. However, the residence of the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the residence of the pill-expanding hall to the left of the Misty Hall just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, looking at the apologetic expression of the disciple of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciple of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua brought her big black horse and David's deer in. After a few days of getting along, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. Occasionally, she could get close to them. At this time, she was led by Zhang Xiaohua and did not feel panic. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits, and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. She should have checked the situation around the small courtyard at this time. However, it was late at night and it was difficult to see clearly. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua was seriously injured. Although Zhang Xiaohua had checked with her divine sense in the Misty Hall, she did not have a real diagnosis after all, so she was not at ease. Moreover, Chen Chen said that there was no internal force in his meridians, which made Zhang Xiaohua even more depressed. When they parted a few days ago, he just had more than 20 years' worth of internal force. How could there be no internal force in such a short time? Others might not know, but Zhang Xiaohua was very clear about it. He immediately felt that there was something fishy going on, but whether it was Zhong Pei or Zhao Jian, he was not sure. He could only find out if he went to Zhang Xiaohu and asked him personally. However, Zhang Xiaohu had just been released from the dungeon and was seriously injured. There should be many disciples around and she did not know if it would be inconvenient to visit him now. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the courtyard and thought about whether she should visit second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua finally made up her mind. She cast a spell and went underground, heading straight to the Misty Hall in the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the side of the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Rupiying and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the Misty Hall and revealed herself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, the candles in the Misty Hall were flickering. There were no Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Chen Chen, but only Yang Rupiying and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but she heard Yang Rupiying say, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little abnormal." I think, when he said this, he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, "Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say, please say it." Vice Hall Master Qin, don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't decline at all and directly accepted the Su Huanheart Sutra? Is it because he wants to accept Sir Hierarch's goodwill and let the Misty School? Chapter 727. Hearing Yang Rupiying and Aunt Qin talking about her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stop. Aunt Qin said apologetically, "Hall Master, I'm not too familiar with Zhang Xiaohu. You also know that he joined the Misty Heights before the Misty School was destroyed. It was Master O's sister who recommended him. His background should be clean, otherwise, Wenhai wouldn't have taught him wholeheartedly." It's just that. She wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Rupiying also smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that Deputy Hall Master Qin has the same concerns as me. Zhang Xiaohu doesn't have the ethereal divine art now. If he practices it again, it will be the cultivation method of the incense cult. Hall Master Qin doesn't know about the Suhuan mantra, but I know it very well. It's also a famous mantra of the incense cult. It's a big deal for sect leader to win over Zhang Xiaohu. He may not. Alas, it's more than may not, it's almost certain. Sect leader has decreed that Zhang Xiaohu must practice it. Since he has practiced the Suhuan mantra, he can't practice the ethereal divine art anymore. This Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School, but his internal strength is the mantra of the incense cult. It's a great irony." Aunt Qin's brows also furrowed as she said, "That's right. It wasn't easy to send Zhong Pei away. Not only is there a new Vice Hall Master coming in, I don't know what his character is like." This direct disciple who was originally quite pleasing to the eye was instantly roped in. However, sect leader is too blatant. Although Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple, but his martial arts can't catch up with Chang'e. Even Chen Chen is a little inferior. The 4 carriages of licorice roots, saving the disciples of the Tuodan Hall, and Xia Zai should be credited to Chang'e. But why did sect leader only reward Zhang Xiaohu, while Chang'e and Chen Chen didn't get anything? Yang Rupiying giggled and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin, you also know to cry out for your disciple? Unfortunately, women are born to favor outsiders. Didn't you hear Chang'e and Chen Chen say at the same time that it was Zhang Xiaohu's credit that they didn't contribute at all?" Alas. Hearing this, Aunt Qin sighed even more. That's right. It's normal for Chang'e to say this. Chen Chen actually said the same thing. Is it because she grew up with Chang'e? However, looking at Lingering Fragrance piqued Chen Chen's attitude toward Chen Chen today, it's not without reason. Maybe it's the arrangement of Sir Sect Master. Aunt Qin asked curiously, if that's the case, only Chang'e didn't get the reward. Then, why? Lord Hierarch's wisdom is as vast as the sea, how can we know? If we don't reward him, what can we as his disciples say? Aunt Qin probed again, Hall Master, could it be Could it be that Zhang Xiaohu can only practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method and can't practice the ethereal divine skill? If he can practice both, then our Misty School can be considered to have some relationship with him. Yang Ruping shook her head silently and said, "This Suhuan mental cultivation method is very wonderful. The disciples who practice it all have deep internal strength and it lasts for a long time. No matter what kind of martial arts they use it to perform, they get twice the result with half the effort. Even the ethereal divine skill can't compare to it. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohu doesn't practice the ethereal divine skill, he can still use the Suhuan mental cultivation method to perform the martial arts of the Misty School. The Suhuan mental cultivation method is extremely soft and can't be mixed with the ethereal divine skill at all. Not to mention the genius of Jianghu, even the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak can't do it." Back then, Lingering Fragrance Peak also had an inner disciple with outstanding talent who wanted to walk the path of yin and yang dual cultivation. Unfortunately, it went smoothly at first, but when it reached the middle stage, there was no progress no matter what. After a few years, he suffered from Qigong deviation and died. From then on, no disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak took this path. However, Yang Ruping frowned and said with a smile, "There is a legend in Lingering Fragrance Peak that there is an immortal pill that can harmonize yin and yang, allowing the Suhuan mental cultivation method to be practiced together with other martial arts. The name of this immortal pill hasn't been passed down, so us inner disciples don't know about it. How can you believe the things in legends?" Aunt Qin said with a smile, "However, there are many legends in your Lingering Fragrance Peak. We've been at Shixin Peak for many years and have heard many of these magical stories." Yang Ruping hesitated for a moment. Actually, they might not all be fake. Aunt Qin didn't think so and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then we have to be prepared for Zhang Xiaohu's betrayal. He changed his path halfway and his aptitude seems to be good. However, he also missed the best opportunity to practice internal strength. I reckon that the ethereal divine skill will also be abandoned by him." That's right. There's no need to talk about this. Moreover, he's using the Suhuan mental cultivation method to help him practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method. Although he can quickly get started, his foundation isn't solid enough. It's impossible for his mental cultivation method to reach perfection and he can't practice other martial arts. Then, the two stopped talking about Zhang Xiaohu and talked about the matters in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua saw that there was nothing he was interested in and was about to leave when he heard Aunt Qin talking to Yang Ruping. "That's right, that Ren Xiaoyao from the Pill Expansion Hall today." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, "Hee, it's really worth it to come here. Let's see if Aunt Qin has discovered anything." He had a good impression of Aunt Qin. After all, she had helped him in Huanxi Mountain Manor. Alas, the people from the Pill Expansion Hall came. Shuyu Hall and Qinkuan Hall will probably send people here soon. Why can't our Misty Hall's disciples be fine? Yang Ruping didn't seem to understand the meaning of Aunt Qin's words and complained, "As a hall master, I'm also annoyed. It's just that, there's no one in the Misty Hall who can replace me. I can't just watch my husband's old subordinates be broken up by Sir Hierarch. That's why I'm holding on." Aunt Qin heard and sighed, "Hall master, you've worked hard." Then, she didn't mention Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the dark and thought while rubbing his chin, "I guess Aunt Qin wants to tell Hall master about me. She might already be suspicious. After all, my appearance hasn't changed much." But in the end, she didn't say anything. "I guess there's still some estrangement between us. Aunt Qin seems to be partial to the Misty School. That's not bad." Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience to listen to the two discussing the affairs of the hall. She cast a spell and escaped. Then, she searched several places in the dark but didn't find any trace of Zhang Xiaohu. Even when she eavesdropped on some disciples, they only talked about the heartless man during the day. They didn't mention Zhang Xiaohu, let alone his residence. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to search anymore and was about to return to her residence. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something and slapped her forehead. Oh, it seems that I've been so used to being a thief that I forgot that Zhang Xiaohu is Ren Xiaoyao's savior. I should just go and thank him openly. Why do I have to be so sneaky? Shaking her head with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her residence. After a quiet night, when she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did she find that the Fist of the North Star had advanced to the second level. There were a total of 12 flows to temper the bones of the whole body. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. It seemed that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao was really useful. Even the bone tempering could improve. Seeing that the sky was bright, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of her residence and carefully observed the surrounding environment. The small courtyard of the Pill Expanding Hall was extremely remote. There were no residences of the Misty Hall around it, only a medicinal field. It must have been set up by the Misty Hall to isolate the disciples on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall. In her mind, Zhang Xiaohua found that the qi of heaven and earth in the Shixin Peak was indeed somewhat different from that of the Tianmu Peak. No wonder the Shixin Peak was the richest peak in the Pill Expanding Hall. The Shixin Peak was extremely high. Zhang Xiaohua visually estimated the peak and felt that it was much higher than the Tianmu Peak. Most of the houses of the Misty Hall were also on the mountainside. However, there were not many flat places on the mountainside. Most of the time, the mountain rocks also blocked many courtyards. While she was looking, she saw a young disciple coming from afar. It was the disciple Du Feng who had sent Zhang Xiaohua here yesterday. Thinking that he was quite enthusiastic yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua went forward to greet him and cupped her hands, saying, "Senior Du woke up very early." Du Feng returned the greeting and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's nothing. We martial artists are most particular about gathering qi. The rising sun is also a great opportunity to temper the internal qi. How can we miss it? Junior brother Ren, why did you also wake up so early?" In the past, the disciples on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall would only wake up late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I've also learned a little bit of martial arts. Master also told me to practice more." Du Feng was stunned and then understood. He said with a smile, "I was wondering why the Pill Expanding Hall sent junior brother Ren here. So that's why." Zhang Xiaohua saw that Du Feng was so straightforward and unconsciously had a good impression of him. She said, "Senior brother Du, do you also want to test my martial arts?" Du Feng heard her words and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Yesterday, Master Yang had told me not to embarrass you. If I fight with you, won't I be looking for trouble? Well, senior brother has become a brother. I don't know if it's really straightforward or for the sake of Qin Shen of the Lingxiang Peak." The purpose of Du Feng's visit was to tell Zhang Xiaohua about the environment and let her know something. They chatted for a while and then talked about the Pill Expanding Hall. Yang Yao had told them about these things on the way to the Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohua just learned about it from Du Feng and it didn't take long for them to finish. Therefore, Du Feng smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is indeed smart. You understood what I said. You disciples on duty don't have anything to do. We don't have a good relationship with the previous disciples, so there's no need to mention it. If you are willing, you can look for me if you have any problems." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior brother Du, I'll definitely come to you for help." Then she asked about Du Feng's residence. Then she said with a smile, "By the way, senior brother Du, where does Zhang Xiaohu live? This little brother is indebted to him for saving my life. Seeing that he was seriously injured yesterday, this little brother still wants to take a look." Chapter 728. Zhang Xiaohu. Du Feng nodded. "He is a direct disciple of our Misty School and doesn't live with us." "I can tell you where he lives, but," Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "is it inconvenient for me to visit him?" Du Feng smiled bitterly, "I'm afraid so." He then explained, "In the past, the disciples on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall lived around here and in the herb field at Shixin Peak. We rarely visit our residence. I invited you because junior brother Ren and I are on good terms. Moreover, we are both disciples of the fragrant religion and there is no harm in chatting with him. However, senior brother Ren is a direct disciple of the Misty School. I don't know if it is convenient for us to meet. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I wonder if senior brother Du can meet with Hall Master Yang and tell him about this little brother's thoughts. I think it's not a big deal to take a look at our benefactor. Moreover, this little brother came from the Pill Expansion Hall and knows a little about Qi Huang. Helping Zhang Xiaohu take a look can be considered a bargain. Du Feng nodded slightly, that is good. Our Misty Hall is good at everything but we don't have anyone who knows about Qi Huang. We usually treat our own injuries. However, senior brother Zhang's injuries are a little serious. The hall was worried about him yesterday. He then pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and said, let's go. Junior brother Ren, follow me. I will report to the hall master and see what she decides. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He followed Du Feng to the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't go in, but waited outside. Du Feng came out not long after he went in. He smiled and said, Hall master has allowed it. Let's go. In the future, junior brother can go and find senior brother Zhang. Hall master likes to repay kindness. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and followed Du Feng to Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard wasn't far from Wenwenhai's, but it was in a different direction. When Zhang Xiaohua approached the courtyard, she smelled a medicinal fragrance. Perhaps someone was brewing medicine inside. Du Feng walked to the door and knocked. A woman's voice was heard, who is it? Du Feng was stunned and said respectfully, Senior Sister Chang'e, it is me. The courtyard door opened and Chang'e's haggard face appeared at the door. She asked softly, Du Feng? You. Before she finished her question, she saw Zhang Xiaohua who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Her face lit up and smiled, Junior. Junior brother Ren, you are here too. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Senior Sister Chang'e, I saw that senior brother Zhang was seriously injured yesterday and I have been thinking about him. Today, I asked senior brother Du to bring me over to take a look at my benefactor's injuries. Du Feng smiled and said, Junior brother Ren is grateful to senior brother Zhang for saving his life. When we were at the medicinal field, he kept talking about it. I saw that he was impatient and asked for Hall Master Yang's permission. Hall Master Yang also agreed and said that I can come over often to take care of him. I hope that senior sister Chang'e can make things convenient for me. Chang'e had been looking forward to Zhang Xiaohua's visit for a long time. How could she say anything more now? However, she still had to say, Junior brother Ren, I have seen him in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Naturally, I know his character, but, forget it. Since Hall Master Yang has agreed, what else do we, as disciples, have to do? Come in. Du Feng was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Senior Sister Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and thanked her. This was a small courtyard. After entering, there were 3 connected rooms. Chang'e led the 2 of them into the hall. A young disciple came out holding a bowl of medicine. He frowned and said, Senior Sister Chang'e, this. Senior brother Zhang will vomit after eating this medicine. What should we do? Should we ask for the hall master's order and ask him to come to Lingxiang Peak? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took a step forward and said, Senior Sister Chang'e, I have studied Qi Huang for a few years. Can you let me take senior brother Zhang's pulse? Chang'e pretended to be happy and said, That's right. Senior Sister Xia's broken bones were fixed by you. How could I forget? She then said, Wait for a moment in the outer hall. I will ask senior brother Zhang. After saying this, she went into the eastern room. After a moment, she poked her head out and said, Junior brother Du, bring junior brother Ren in. When Zhang Xiaohua followed Du Feng into the eastern room, she was not in a hurry to see the layout and decorations of the room. Instead, she looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was lying dispiritedly on the bed under the window. She saw Zhang Xiaohu's pale face. His eyes were sunken and his lips were dry and peeling. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded. Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward and cupped her hands and said, "Benefactor Zhang, you still recognize me, right?" Zhang Xiaohu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His eyes were also a bit bright as he nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with her back facing everyone and said, "I have learned Qi before. Now, I will take Benefactor's pulse and check your injuries." After he finished speaking, he took a few steps to the bed and picked up Zhang Xiaohu's wrist. He carefully felt his pulse. After a long while, he transferred his true energy to Zhang Xiaohu and checked his meridians. Then, he frowned and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, "I don't know if Benefactor trusts me. If you trust me, I will write a prescription for you. I wonder if Shixin Peak has the herbs." When Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohua's act, a smile appeared on her haggard face. She replied on behalf of Zhang Xiaohu, "Junior brother Ren, feel free to write a prescription. Shixin Peak has a lot of herbs. There are also some Qi herbs that are commonly used." Thus, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the table next to her and picked up the brush on it. She quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Chang'e. "Senior sister, please find some herbs according to this prescription and boil them for senior brother Zhang." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's confident look, Chang'e was also happy. But when she saw the writing on the white paper that looked like a nest of crabs taking a stroll, she couldn't help but laugh. When the two disciples saw it, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaohua had to lower her head and count the ants on the ground, pretending that she didn't see anything. Chang'e ordered the disciple to go out and find the herbs. She accompanied Du Feng and Zhang Xiaohua to talk in the hall. Then, she heard Zhang Xiaohua ask, "Senior sister Chang'e, how is your arm?" Chang'e smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren's bone-setting technique is really good. The bone seems to be a little sore and itchy. It should be healed soon." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, "It takes 100 days to break a bone and tendon. How can it be healed so quickly?" However, she said, "It's because senior sister Chang'e recovered well. It has nothing to do with my medical skills." Du Feng also chatted with her for a while. Then, he stood up and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, I still have things to do. I will come to see senior brother Zhang in the afternoon when I have time. You are injured, so you should rest more. Let the other junior brothers or junior sisters do these things." Chang'e smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Senior brother Zhang saved me. I just want to repay him. Junior brother Ren, I have to go back. Do you want to go with me? Or stay here?" Du Feng turned his head and asked. "I will wait for a while. After the medicine is boiled and senior brother Zhang takes it, I will see the effect." Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't leave. Therefore, Du Feng left first. After he left, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, am I very talented in singing?" Chang'e smiled and said, "Of course you are. Not only that, but you also have the potential to be a traveling doctor." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shook her head. She said, "It's not potential. It's real. No way." This time, it was Chang'e who was surprised. "You can set bones and plant herbs. It's okay. But you really know Qi Huang?" "Oh, senior sister Chang'e, you underestimate me. Do you think I only rely on elixirs to set your bones and save senior sister Xia? Well, I know you can do it. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go and see Xiaohu." As she said, she looked a little worried. Seeing Chang'e like this, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the east room and said, "Don't worry, senior sister Chang'e. Second brother is just seriously injured, which affects his body. His meridians and other parts are intact." Although she said so, how could Chang'e rest assured when she saw Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured? She only accompanied Zhang Xiaohua into the room, but her eyebrows were still frowning. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Zhang Xiaohu's bed again and said with a smile, second brother, why are you so embarrassed every time I see you? Zhang Xiaohu smiled with difficulty and didn't speak. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Chang'e and said, Senior sister Chang'e, I have to check second brother's injuries. You see, Chang'e didn't understand for a moment and blurted out, you see, there are no outsiders now. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly gave Zhang Xiaohu a thumbs up with her right hand. Zhang Xiaohu was very helpless and kept blinking. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted Zhang Xiaohu's quilt and took off his clothes, Chang'e understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. She immediately blushed and ran out. Looking at Chang'e's back, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She got close to second brother's ear and said, Second brother, you don't seem to have any secret marks on your body. If you do, tell me now. I will definitely help you. Zhang Xiaohu's mouth moved a few times. Zhang Xiaohua put her ear close and heard a word, ba. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt his pulse and knew his injuries, when she took off Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, she was so distressed that she almost cried. Zhang Xiaohu's whole body was covered with whip marks. Some were scarred, some were suppurated, and some were still oozing blood. Even his clothes were stuck. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, Second brother, I don't know if you are afraid of pain. I have to cut off all the rotten flesh on your body. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod slightly, Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into her belt and took out a dozen jade boxes. She took out the herbs inside and said loudly, Senior sister Chang'e. Chang'e answered and entered. At a glance, she saw Zhang Xiaohu lying naked on the bed. She was about to scold Zhang Xiaohua, but then she saw the whip marks on Zhang Xiaohu's body. She couldn't help crying and asked, Xiaohua, what's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua asked, Is there a big wooden tub for bathing? Chang'e was stunned and pointed to a small house in the yard. There should be some in there, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Well, I'll have to trouble sister Chang'e to start the fire first. I want to give second brother a bath first. Chapter 729. Take a bath? Chang'e was stunned and asked, Why do we need to take a bath at this time? Zhang Xiaohua said, Second brother's body is full of whip marks. Because of the long time, his flesh has rotted. I want to cut off all the flesh. While I'm at it, I also want to wash his body with some medicinal herbs and apply some medicinal pills. Oh, I know. Chang'e nodded. What medicinal herbs do you need? Tell me and I'll go get them. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the medicinal herbs on the table and said, I brought all these. You just need to start the fire. Looking at the dazzling array of medicinal herbs on the table, Chang'e was speechless. He didn't know how Zhang Xiaohua managed to get them. He could only smile and said, No problem. Although my arm is injured, it's not a problem to boil water. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the door without looking back. He said, Xiaohua, it's better to put your second brother under the quilt. Don't catch a cold. Hee, I know. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. She then covered him with the quilt. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's pale face had a little bit of color. When Chang'e finished boiling the water, the disciple who went out to get the medicinal herbs came back. He set up a pot outside and started boiling the medicinal herbs. Since a disciple came back and Zhang Xiaohua wanted to wash Zhang Xiaohu's body with medicinal herbs, Chang'e naturally couldn't stay any longer. He gave some instructions and left first. Zhang Xiaohua tested the temperature of the water in the wooden barrel and threw different medicinal herbs inside. Not long after, the strong smell of medicinal herbs filled the small courtyard. It was stronger than the medicinal herbs in the pot. TSK, these are medicinal herbs that are decades old or even hundreds of years old. They're actually boiling water for you to bathe. Second brother, if you have too much kidney fluid in the future, second sister-in-law will blame you. Don't sell me out. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and chattered in Zhang Xiaohu's ear. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Xiaohua easily grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder with one hand and took out Chasing Dream with the other. With a wave of her hand, she wanted to peel off Zhang Xiaohu's body. In half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohu's entire body was peeled off. All of the rotten flesh was removed, revealing new tender flesh. AI, second brother, you didn't see Zhao Jian's death by 1,000 cuts yesterday. It's really similar to yours. Say, why didn't he think that he would end up like this when he was torturing you? Oh, that's right. In that case, there are no more hidden marks on your body. AI, this Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts jumped too quickly. Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints were sealed by Zhang Xiaohua, so he couldn't feel any pain. However, he could still feel the small sword cutting his body. Looking at the pieces of rotten flesh being cut off and then looking at Zhang Xiaohua using the small sword to draw on his waist, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but sweat. In his heart, he cursed, "You should be more focused. Don't say such useless things. If you make a mistake, even if my kidneys are full, your second sister-in-law won't care about me." After the rotten flesh on Zhang Xiaohu's body was removed, the medicinal soup in the wooden tub was also ready. Zhang Xiaohua lifted her second brother and placed him into the medicinal soup. She smiled and said, "Second brother, I'm going to unseal your acupoints. You must endure the pain. Furthermore, I'm going to put your entire body into the medicinal soup. Hold your breath and only circulate your internal energy. I'll help you absorb the medicinal power in the soup." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua placed her second brother into the medicinal soup and transferred her qi to help Zhang Xiaohu circulate his internal energy to absorb the medicinal power. Zhang Xiaohua said it was simple and easy. However, Zhang Xiaohu suffered greatly. When his acupoints were unsealed, the pain in his body was like a tidal wave crashing into his head. The heat of the medicinal soup magnified the pain by several times. If not for his entire body being soaked in water, even if he screamed, it would only be bubbles. Zhang Xiaohu would have already cried out. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was already used to being tortured in the prison. Although the initial pain was unbearable, he slowly got used to it. Furthermore, as he circulated the art of ethereal divination, the pain in his body gradually disappeared. His mind also gradually became clear. It was as if the internal energy flowing through his meridians was the only thing supporting his entire world. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu felt an explosion in his mind. He woke up from an indescribable state. He only felt that his dantian was lively. Before he could circulate his internal energy to check, he was pulled out of the medicinal soup by Zhang Xiaohua. After that, Zhang Xiaohua sent her second brother back to the eastern hut and used the blood coagulation pill to rub his entire body. At this time, the disciples outside the hut had already finished boiling the medicinal soup. There were 2 full bowls. After Zhang Xiaohua finished feeding him the medicine, she smiled and said, "Second brother, I've already done what I should do. You should sleep well. When you wake up, you'll feel much better." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and smiled. He tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Xiaohua left the eastern hut and said goodbye to the disciple in the hall. Then, she returned to the small courtyard of the pill repository hall. At this time, the small courtyard was still as quiet as before. It was as if no one had ever been there. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the hut and set up a restriction around the hut. Then, she sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to take inventory of her harvest from the Orchid Evening Refinement. Ever since she came out from the Orchid Grand Canyon, she had not been idle. Killing people, treating injuries, and getting promoted were one thing after another. Until today, she finally had some free time. The first thing to be checked was the medicinal herbs in the belt. Those were the hard work of hundreds of disciples from the Pill Repository Hall and the Misty Hall. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had reaped without sowing. There were many jade boxes in the belt. Zhang Xiaohua could not take them out one by one. She could only immerse her divine sense into the space of the belt and take inventory of them one by one. There were many medicinal herbs in the strange birch forest. The varieties were also complicated. The disciples of the Pill Repository Hall's herb department had picked all kinds of strange herbs. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had read the 100 Herbs Compendium, she still did not recognize about 40% of the herbs. The disciples of the Misty Hall had picked some rare herbs. Although there were not many of them, their value was considerable. Ahem, this "not many" was only relative to the Pill Repository Hall. Usually, if she only needed 10% of them, Zhang Xiaohua would be so happy that she could not close her mouth. But at this time, she was a little numb. There were also hundreds of bloody wolf tails in the belt, but they were just thrown in a corner of the space. Zhang Xiaohua casually looked at them and did not care. At that time, she had just wanted to see how many points she could get for fun. The real use of it was almost useless. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade box from the money bag and carefully removed the restriction on it. As soon as she opened the lid, a desolate, primitive, unruly, and somewhat cold aura hit her in the face. It was the black and white fruit. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This unknown black and white fruit was not like this at that time. It was just like a stone. At this time, not only was it quietly suspended in the jade box, but the fruit was also slightly rotating. With the rotation, the aura was emitted wave after wave. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense approached the fruit, it immediately slid away when it reached the surface of the black and white fruit. She could not penetrate it at all. What is this thing? What can it be used for? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the black and white fruit in the jade box. Frowning, he searched the Refining the World and the Compendium of Herbs. Unfortunately, there was not a trace of clues. In the end, he could only put the most powerful restriction he knew on the surface of the black and white fruit. He also put the same restriction on the jade box. Then, he carefully put it in the money bag. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the golden lotus seed. This seed was restricted in the magma, but there was no change. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if he wanted it to grow, it must be placed in the underground magma of a deserted island. Only the chi of heaven and earth there could give birth to the mother-child lotus and the colorful lotus seed. After looking at the other things, Zhang Xiaohua took out Little Black and Little Yellow. These two were not even a month old and were still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua took them out of his clothes. They seemed to be not used to it. Their little noses twitched a few times, sniffing, and their little heads shook slightly. The two little things were the size of a palm. Zhang Xiaohua held one in each hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the situation when Huan first saw him. His heart skipped a beat. He placed Little Black on the ground and took out the small vitality stone that he usually used for cultivation. He placed it beside Little Yellow. Although Little Yellow was still sleeping, its nose twitched. Its little pink tongue stuck out slightly. It used its head to push against the vitality stone. Its little claws also reached towards the vitality stone. It seemed to like it very much. Zhang Xiaohua placed the vitality stone on the ground and placed Little Black and Little Yellow on the side. The two little things were actually snuggling up to the vitality stone, as if they were enjoying it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder these two little things didn't wake up and didn't eat since they were born. It seemed that they also relied on the energy of heaven and earth to survive. They were much more powerful than the four odd beasts. Huan still had to eat grass on a daily basis. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua's comparison. Sigh, the difference was too great. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out the large vitality stone from his money pouch and dug out 2 holes with great difficulty. He stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into the holes. Then, he wanted to take back the crouching ox stone. However, no matter how he manipulated his divine sense, he couldn't put the stone and the 2 little things into his money pouch. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to empty the middle of the 2 primeval stones and put the 2 little things inside before putting them into his bosom. And, fortunately, it wasn't too conspicuous and wouldn't be mistaken as a woman dressed as a man. Perhaps this would allow Little Black and Little Yellow to wake up sooner. Then, Zhang Xiaohua nervously stretched out her left hand and opened it in front of her eyes. The crack on her palm was extremely long and deep. At this moment, it looked like a scar on her left hand that had healed after being cut by a knife. With a thought, the crack opened slightly. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have opened a third eye and looked at herself from another angle. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw him, she was almost about to pick him up. Calm. Chapter 730. Zhang Xiaohua opened the silver eye in his hand as if it was his third eye. However, when he used his divine sense to look through the silver eye, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was not the handsome and elegant man he had imagined. Cough, cough, not to mention that, even the small eyes with the flat nose were gone. What he saw was a blurry crystal skull. The skull was covered with red threads and there was a golden ball in the skull. It was exactly the same as the essence of herbalism in his mud pill palace. This. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What did I see? Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand slightly and looked at the sky again. It was also blurry, like chaos. However, he felt that there were layers to it. However, when he looked at it carefully, he could not see anything clearly. In the chaos, there were some things floating around. There were also many small light ribbons that emitted different colors. In short, it was a mess. It was completely different from what he usually saw. When Zhang Xiaohua wanted to look further, a huge wave of fatigue came from his mud pill palace. Zhang Xiaohua quickly closed the silver eye. There was no need to examine it too closely. The divine sense in his mud pill palace had been exhausted and the vital energy in his meridians had been depleted. What is this silver eye? How can it consume so much divine sense and vital energy? What did I see? Crystal bones? But why are there red threads on the bones? The golden ball should be the essence of herbalism surrounded by the golden restriction in his mud pill palace. My goodness, I usually feel it with my divine sense. This eye can actually see it directly. This is incredible. Moreover, what I see is different from what I see with my naked eyes. A strange thought suddenly popped up in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Could it be that what the silver eye sees is the real? That what I usually see is just the surface? Delirium. A name popped up in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked by his own thoughts. He looked at the crack on his left hand in fear. Then he turned his palm. The fist-sized silver ball was actually melted into this flat hand. I really don't know how it was hidden. After studying it for a while, he still could not find anything. However, the name of the silver eye was found by Zhang Xiaohua. Delusion Breaker Magic Eye. It sounded very impressive. Fortunately, the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was melted into the hand. If it was placed on the forehead like the yellow wind, wouldn't I have to change my name? Zhang Xiaohua's heartbeat thought. However, no matter how powerful the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual power was low now. Just looking at it with his eyes would exhaust his divine sense and true qi. He was not able to activate the magic within it, so it was impossible for him to know what kind of magic the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye had. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the small ball that the yellow wind left for Blackie in the money bag. Maybe that small ball didn't consume much true qi. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. That thing was Blackie's inheritance, and he had no intention of taking it away. After checking the harvest of the valley orchid at dusk, Zhang Xiaohua began to cultivate in peace. Now that she had achieved her goal of entering the fragrant religion and was with her second brother and the disciples of the Misty School, the only goal she pursued was to cultivate the way of immortality. Moreover, it was time for her to calm down and cultivate properly. After many days, Zhang Xiaohua lived a peaceful and fulfilling life of cultivation. At first, Du Feng came every day, but later, he slacked off and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to cultivating, went to change the medicine for her second brother, and also took a bath. And, speaking of which, she had to say one more thing. The next day, when she bathed Zhang Xiaohu in the medicinal soup, she saw that some parts of her second brother's body were already scarred. It was very unsightly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately remembered that she still had the stone milk from the cold pond in her money bag. This stone milk was best for removing rotting flesh and whitening the skin. How could she forget? And there was no need to blame Zhang Xiaohua. Anyone who obtained so many good things in the valley would inevitably miss out on some unimportant things. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup that Zhang Xiaohu was soaking in. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua was a prodigal. What was this heaven stalactite milk? To put it bluntly, it was the great pill bred by the earth. It was an extremely rare, great pill. If it was taken with the corresponding cultivation method, it could either be used to cultivate a special magical ability, or it could increase one's cultivation. Perhaps there would be other surprises. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the method to take it, and didn't have the corresponding cultivation method, but she couldn't be so wasteful. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup. Immediately, she saw the medicinal soup turn milky white, and the medicinal soup faintly contained rich heaven-earth essence qi. However, this was different from the heaven-earth essence qi that Zhang Xiaohua usually absorbed. It seemed that it couldn't be directly absorbed. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had suffered a great loss. Therefore, in the next few days, Zhang Xiaohu didn't change the water that he bathed in, and only changed some medicinal herbs occasionally. Of course, the effects of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were different. Zhang Xiaohu's previously uneven scars were not only smoothed out, but the rough, old skin had also fallen off, and new, smooth, white skin had grown out. To use some common terms, it would be as smooth as grease and as white as jade. See, Zhang Xiaohua watched second brother come out of the wooden tub and wipe himself dry with a towel. She smacked her lips and said, "Second brother, now I know what people mean by freshly peeled lamb. TSK, your snow-white flesh, even the female disciples of the ethereal hall would be ashamed if they saw it." Bah! Zhang Xiaohu heard and hurriedly put on his clothes, scolding, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Why do you have so many ideas at such a young age? Let the junior sisters see if I can still stay in the ethereal hall." Zhang Xiaohua said shyly, then she stopped after saying one word. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "Why did you stop?" "Better not, or you will scold me again." Zhang Xiaohu scolded with a smile, "Since you know, it's better not to say it." At this time, someone shouted in the courtyard outside. Zhang Xiaohu responded, put on his clothes and went out. It was Chang'e and Chen Chen outside. When Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu, she was obviously stunned. She pointed at his face, as if there were flowers growing on it, and said, "Senior brother, why are you so white? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have changed completely." Then, she turned to look at Chang'e, clapping her hands and saying, "Senior brother, you are even whiter than Sister Chang'e." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently saw the faint smile on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She immediately knew what this guy didn't say just now. Suddenly, her face was burning. Chang'e didn't understand what was going on. She had been here every day for the past few days, so naturally, she couldn't see the change in Zhang Xiaohu. She complained, "Chen Chen, what are you talking about?" When she saw Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, she was scared and hurried to support him. She asked with concern, "Xiaohu, why is your face so red? Was the water too hot?" "Xiaohua, come and see what happened to your second brother." Zhang Xiaohua said lazily, "Second brother is sweating too much." "Second. Sister Chang'e, you'd better help him to the room quickly and drink more herbal tea." "Well, okay." Chang'e carefully supported Zhang Xiaohu. Her hands and shoulders leaned on Zhang Xiaohu's body, so Zhang Xiaohu's face became redder. Seeing Chang'e supporting Zhang Xiaohu into the room, Chen Chen was very surprised and asked in a low voice, Zhang Xiaohua, how did you treat senior brother? Not only is his injury healed, but his face. Then, she touched her very smooth round face and said bitterly, alas, I have been in the dungeon all this time, and there are a lot of bumps on my face. I can't go down no matter how hard I try. Can you help me think of a way? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then, she rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, wait a moment. After he finished speaking, he ran in like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he came out with a jade bottle in his hand and stuffed it into Chen Chen's hand. He lowered his voice and said, Junior sister, I don't usually tell her. This is my exclusive secret recipe. Every morning and night, use the contents of this jade bottle to rub on your face. Every hour, wash it off with water. I guarantee that after a few days, the lumps on your face will disappear. Really? Chen Chen was so happy that she almost jumped up. She carefully opened it, and sure enough, a fragrance floated out of the jade bottle. Put it away quickly. Don't tell anyone. I don't have many precious things like this. If Sister Chang'e sees it, you won't have a share. This good thing should be shared with Sister Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua stared at her fiercely and said, don't you see that Sister Chang'e's face is so smooth that even a fly will slide off it? Does she need it? Pfft, Chen Chen laughed and said, that's right. Immediately, she hid the jade bottle in her arms. What are you talking about? Come in quickly. Chang'e stuck her head out of the hall and shouted. Zhang Xiaohua winked at Chen Chen and quickly ran in. Chen Chen smiled and followed her. In the east room, Zhang Xiaohu was still sitting under the quilt. Although the treatment for several days was effective, he still couldn't fully recover. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Chen come in happily, Zhang Xiaohu asked, what's wrong? What's so funny? Chen Chen shook his head with a smile, but Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, second brother, how do you feel about your injury now? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand and said, very good, and, before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, well, second brother, there's something I want to tell you. Besides, Sister Chang'e and Chen Chen are both here. It's the right time. Chang'e just entered the room and asked curiously, what's the matter? You not only want Xiaohu to recover, but also want me and Chen Chen to listen to it together? Chapter 731. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua told the three of them about the conversation between Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin that night in the Misty Hall. Finally, she smiled and said, I won't hide it from second brother and elder sister Chang'e. If Hall Master Qin didn't tell Hall Master Yang that she suspected my identity, I would never tell you. Chang'e glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and said to Zhang Xiaohua seriously, Xiaohua, my master has deep feelings for the Misty School. Her only wish now is to revive the Misty School. But according to the hierarch's intention in the current situation, this is simply impossible. In the past, there was Deputy Hall Master Zhong in the Misty Hall. He supported Zhao Jian and wanted to win over some of the disciples of the Misty School. Now that Deputy Hall Master Zhong has returned to the Lingering Fragrance Peak and Zhao Jian has been killed, those disloyal disciples have no idea for the time being. Looking at the hierarch's grace to Xiaohu, I think Hall Master and Master's analysis is very correct. The fragrance cult wants to take advantage of Xiaohu's late entry and shallow feelings for the Misty School and his identity as a direct disciple. They want to train him well and use him to restrain Hall Master Yang. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, when I was in the future, I met a disciple of the Misty School and heard him talk about the destruction of the Misty School. At that time, the hierarch seemed to have promised Hall Master Yang that she would be in charge of the Misty Hall. How can there be so many restraints now? If you don't want her to be the hierarch, just let her abdicate. Why go through so much trouble? Moreover, if second brother wants to be a disciple of the Misty Hall, just let him be. Anyway, in the Shixin Peak, who dares to say no? Zhang Xiaohu and the other two were also puzzled. They could only say, how can we understand the hierarch's thoughts? The only thing we can do is to fight for more benefits for ourselves when we are other people's pawns. Chen Chen looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, but since Master has found some clues, even if he doesn't ask now, I guess he will ask me and senior sister to investigate it sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua, do you think we should tell Master? Say it, why don't you say it? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, in any case, I'll be here for a few more years, so it would be more convenient to explain things clearly. However, I think it's best to only let those who knew me know about this. Hall Master Yang and the others should keep it a secret. Oh. All right. Chen Chen didn't quite understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant by convenience. However, since she didn't hide it from her master, she was satisfied. As for Hall Leader Yang, she didn't have to be responsible for her, did she? That's right, Xiaohua, can you tell us in detail about Ancestor Hu and the others that you mentioned in the Yulong Grand Canyon? I want to tell Master. Chang'e asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I just happened to meet them. I only heard a little about it. Moreover, the Misty School is being chased by 3 families. They don't know my identity, so it's impossible to talk about it in detail. It's not bad to say so much. If Hall Master Qin asks me, then I'll tell him. Otherwise, I think it's better to hide it. You can't tell the source of the information. Of course, we know this. However, what Master said makes sense. Xiaohu's martial arts are not as good as mine. The credit in the canyon is mine. Hee, if it weren't for Xiaohua, how could I hide it from Master? Chang'e smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. You have the nerve to say that. What credit do you have? If I didn't have such a good brother, wouldn't you all be buried in the belly of the wolves? Zhang Xiaohu stared at Chang'e angrily. Oh, by the way, Sister Chang'e, your arm seems to be a lot better recently. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother was about to praise her and very gracefully changed the topic. That's right. When Chang'e heard Zhang Xiaohua ask about her injury, she immediately praised, your bone solidifying pill is really magical. How long has it been? I feel that in a few days, the splint can be removed. It's so magical. Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, come, Sister Chang'e, let me see. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but ask, Zhang Xiaohua, don't you know the effect of your own medicinal pill? This. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, it's the first time I've used it, Bang! The 3 of them almost fell to the ground. She dared to let others take the medicinal pill that she hadn't used before, and she really did. When Zhang Xiaohua checked Chang'e's injured arm, he couldn't help but ponder. The effect of this bone-solidifying pill was really amazing. Chang'e's broken bones had already healed. After a while, he would be able to move freely. This? It seemed that what she said when she gave the prescription was true. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohu, since Sister Chang'e's bones will heal soon, you don't have to worry about yourself. Although your bones were seriously injured and were broken by the law enforcement disciples, with the treatment of the bone-solidifying pill, they will recover after a while. It should be much faster than the injury on my left hand. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was moved and asked, then, if the joints of the bones are broken, can the bone-solidifying pill be used to treat them? It should be possible. Anyway, it's just to treat the bones. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually. Zhang Xiaohua's casual answer was like a gospel in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2. They said with a trembling voice, are you sure? Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, who knows? It's the first time I've used it on Sister Chang'e, and the second time for second brother, but I think it's 60% sure. The 3 of them were a little disappointed, but they all looked at each other and didn't say anything. They chatted for a while and guessed who would be sent to Shixin Peak as the deputy hall chief after Lingxiang Peak returned. When the 4 of them unanimously confirmed that Chen Chen would definitely not be sent, Chang'e and Chen Chen smiled and said goodbye to each other. After Chang'e left, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said mysteriously, "Xiaohua, I have something to tell you. Go and see if there's anyone in the yard, and then close the door." Seeing that her second brother was so cautious, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Second brother, you don't want to go to Xiangism, do you? In fact, even if you go, I won't stop you." Bah! Zhang Xiaohu spat and said, "I was born in Misty School, and I'll die in Misty School. Although I'm in Shixin Peak now, my heart is in ethereal heights." I'm kidding. Seeing that her second brother was really angry, Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized, and then went to the yard to check with divine sense. After locking the door, she returned to the room and said seriously, "Say it, second brother. If you elope with second sister-in-law, I'll definitely help you." "You?" Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. "Can you not be so active?" Zhang Xiaohua had a bitter expression on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. "Second brother, I'm still young. I can't compare to you. If I'm older, wouldn't I age faster?" Okay. Zhang Xiaohu also begged for mercy. "You're right." Then he still looked out of the window worriedly and said, "Is there really no one outside?" "No." "What about behind the house?" "I've just checked. I can guarantee that there's not even a female fly within 2 feet of the yard." Then Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Second brother, what's the big secret? Tell me quickly. I'm still looking forward to being scared by your secret." This time, Zhang Xiaohu did not laugh, and said seriously, "It's like this, Xiaohua. On the first day when I was sent to the dungeon by Vice Hall Master Zhong, that Zhao Jian came to the dungeon alone at night, this bastard." Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "This bastard is too evil. Second brother, you've been wronged. Are you in pain?" Zhang Xiaohu did not understand and said, "It's not painful. My acupoints are all sealed, so I don't feel much pain." That's good. Zhang Xiaohua felt lucky and said, "You didn't tell second sister-in-law about this, right?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "No, this is a serious matter. I can only tell you. I don't dare to tell anyone." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "That's right. Only I, as your brother, can keep this a secret for you." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu said curiously, I don't think I told you what happened." "This." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "We're all humans. What's so hard to guess?" "Pay." Zhang Xiaohu spat and said angrily, "I'm talking about Zhao Jian's palm on my dantian and crippled my cultivation." "Oh, I know, this bastard is so useless." What?" Zhang Xiaohua just understood and jumped up and shouted, This bastard is too despicable. He actually crippled your inner strength. Second brother, do you know where Zhao Jian is buried? Let's dig him out and grind his bones to dust." "But..." Zhang Xiaohu tugged at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "But, I realize that my dantian is perfectly fine. This inner energy of the divine misty art, I've cultivated a lot these days." "Ah." This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be dumbfounded. She stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, can you not joke with me like this? If you don't believe me, take a look." Zhang Xiaohu extended his hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua really did not believe it. She circulated her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians and immediately knew that her second brother was right. The dantian was indeed intact. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua did not believe it. Did Zhao Jian show mercy? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, "Didn't he just want to cripple me? How could he show mercy or be negligent? I remember that I even used my inner strength to check." "Then what happened?" "After that, my meridians were sealed and I couldn't check them. When Lord Chen used his internal energy to check my meridians, I realized that something was wrong. He actually said that I had lost all my internal energy but didn't mention that my dantian was broken. These few days, I've been slowly cultivating my inner strength. Only then did I realize that it was indeed the case. That's why I told you. I see. Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Then, she channeled her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and carefully examined it. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment. Chapter 732. Zhang Xiaohua sent a wisp of true energy to check Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, there was nothing strange about her second brother's dantian. It was completely intact, but it felt very small. Compared to her own dantian, it was simply a small puddle. Thus, she couldn't help but mock, "Second brother, your dantian is too small." That's not right. What's going on here? She saw that a certain part of Zhang Xiaohu's dantian was clearly much thinner than the other parts, and in this part of the dantian, the unrefined medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill was obviously more. After seeing it clearly, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother is indeed a fool's fortune. Even if you were schemed against by Zhao Jian, he didn't succeed." Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. Zhao Jian has already checked, how could he be negligent? It's like this, second brother. Back then, Zhao Jian had indeed destroyed your dantian and destroyed your cultivation. Even the ethereal divine art that you originally cultivated, as well as the cultivation that I used to increase my cultivation, had all dissipated. When Zhao Jian checked, he also saw that you did not have the slightest bit of internal energy. However, he never thought that you had taken the meridian nourishing pill before. This meridian nourishing pill, as its name implies, nourishes and improves the meridians. At that time, when I helped second brother refine the medicinal power, I also used it in the dantian, and a lot of the residual medicinal power was left in the dantian. And after your dantian was broken, the medicinal power of this meridian nourishing pill was actually able to repair your dantian. Second brother, I have to say that your character is not bad. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and said, "Even I didn't expect that the meridian nourishing pill could actually repair the dantian." "Oh, right, of course, when Chen Chen checked your dantian, the medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill had already repaired your dantian, so she said that there was no problem with your meridians. Moreover, didn't she also want to refine your internal energy? That was because it had already dissipated. Your major acupoints had been sealed, and you didn't have time to cultivate. Naturally, there was nothing left. Only the little bit of medicinal effect of the meridian nourishing pill in your dantian was seen as the medicinal effect of the cinnabar fruit. And, when it reaches my dantian, it's all ordinary medicinal power. If I don't experience it myself, I won't be able to tell what kind of medicinal power it is. Your dantian is fine. I've been soaking you in medicinal soup these past few days. The spirit herbs used in those medicinal soups are all many years old. With the addition of the sky stalactite milk, second brother, you only need to cultivate a little. Wouldn't these few years of inner strength be as easy as pie?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes shone with excitement. He didn't thank Zhang Xiaohua first, nor did he ask how he could cultivate better. Instead, he asked with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua, this so-called meridian soothing pill of yours, how many more do you have?" Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "Not many. Let me count." She counted with her fingers for a long time and said, "There are a total of 18 pills. For you, Sister Chang'e and Chen Chen each ate one. There should be 15 pills left. What's wrong? Second brother. This." Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious and said, "Xiaohua, this medicinal pill is so magical. I think it must be extremely precious. Can you give me some?" "Oh. I don't need many. 5 pills? Oh. If there are more, 3 pills will do. If not, 1 pill will do." Zhang Xiaohu couldn't speak clearly. His eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua, full of desire. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Are you crazy, second brother? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a jade bottle from her arms and throw it to Zhang Xiaohu casually, saying, "You just want some meridian soothing pills. You said so much to me. You are so polite that I have goosebumps all over my body. Well, these 15 pills are all for you. You can eat them all. However, it seems that only the first pill is useful for improving cultivation. I don't know what effect it will have on the meridians and dantian. But if you eat more, it may be able to strengthen your sex drive." Zhang Xiaohu caught the jade bottle containing the meridian soothing pills in a hurry. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and ignored her ridicule. He opened it and said, "It seems that there are not enough for 15 pills. It seems that I gave one to someone. I don't remember." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. "Gosh." Zhang Xiaohu said, "You don't even know the number of such precious pills? Alas, if I had known this, I wouldn't have let Chang'e and Qin Qin take them." "Oh, second brother, you are so selfish. Do you want to surpass second sister-in-law in martial arts and dominate the family?" Then he said mysteriously, "You don't have to worry about this. I have specially prepared it for you. When the time is right, I will give you a surprise. I promise that second sister-in-law will never be able to catch up with you in this lifetime." Zhang Xiaohu didn't listen to her nonsense. He carefully put the jade bottle in his arms and pinched it uneasily, saying, "These pills are not enough." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Didn't you just say that one pill would do? Why now?" "Oh, second brother, I forgot." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She patted her forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of it? Didn't Hero Wen's dantian also break and his decades of internal energy dissipated? If he uses this pulse-nourishing pill, won't he be able to repair his dantian?" Then he frowned and said, "But second brother, your situation is different from theirs. You took the meridian-nourishing pill first and your dantian has medicinal power. When Zhao Jian broke your dantian, the meridian-nourishing pill was able to repair it. But Hero Wen has already lost his internal energy for so many years, he might not succeed." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have to try. It's better to have hope than despair. That might not be the case. If there's hope, then it's better to be defeated by it." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Zhang Xiaohu didn't reply. He knew that he couldn't give up this chance to repair his master's dantian. Even if he failed, he could still do something for his master. Then, Zhang Xiaohu probed again, "Xiaohua, do you still have that bone coagulation pill?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Second brother's idea reminded me. Since the pulse-nourishing pill can repair the dantian, then can the bone coagulation pill be able to repair the joints? I was wondering why you guys kept asking me about the effects of the bone coagulation pill. It seems like you guys are also thinking about the martial uncles and martial uncles of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "You saw my master in the Misty Hall. You also know how High Master's martial arts were back in Lu Town. But now, he is no different from a strong man. He doesn't say it, but how can I not know the pain in his heart? It's a pity that you only have a few pills." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and patted her chest. "I thought second brother was regretting something. With only your brother here, wouldn't you be able to get as many pills as you want?" "What?" Zhang Xiaohu suddenly wanted to lift the quilt and get off the bed. "Did you really refine it yourself?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly held him down. "Don't move, second brother. Don't worry, speak slowly. Even if you lie on the bed, I can still hear your surprise. You don't have to walk to the ground to express it." Zhang Xiaohu was held down by Zhang Xiaohua and couldn't move. He was surprised. Zhang Xiaohua's strength is getting stronger and stronger. "Didn't I tell you in the Yulon Grand Canyon that I refined it myself? Do you think it was given by the inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak?" Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, "That's not it. You said you were in the pill opening hall. We all know that the pill opening hall refines pills. You must have taken it from the pill opening hall." Zhang Xiaohua wiped her forehead and said, "It would be great if the pill opening hall had such good pills. It's no wonder that your pills were given by the disciples on duty of the pill opening hall. It's normal for you to think so." However, Zhang Xiaohu's expression immediately darkened as he said, "It's a pity that although there were some alchemy rooms on Shixin Peak, the alchemy furnaces in those alchemy rooms had already been removed by the fragrant cult when we arrived. It turns out that even if the alchemy hall's disciples wanted to refine pills, they couldn't. So..." Zhang Xiaohua still looked unfathomable and said with a smile, "Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. When you recover, just find me a pill room. You don't have to worry about other things. Oh, by the way, your Misty Hall has to provide herbs." Zhang Xiaohu realized and said, "Of course, where did you get the herbs?" Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy and then said, "Be careful to keep it a secret. Don't catch Chen Chen and take him to the lingering fragrance peak without giving you many pills." "Chen Chen?" Zhang Xiaohu showed a strange smile on his face. "I heard from our Chen Chen that you seem to know Chen Chen and have a good relationship with him. When he left, he pulled you aside and whispered to you. This Chen Chen's figure is good and his voice is nice. But how old is he? How does he look?" Sweat. Zhang Xiaohua sweated. "Second brother, when did you become so gossipy?" "Alas, Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's normal for young people to fall in love. This Chen Chen's identity is good, stop." Zhang Xiaohua, who had always laughed at Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, now also tasted the taste of being laughed at. If there was such a thing, it would be fine, but who was Chen Chen? He was an inner disciple. How could he care about her? Being laughed at by second brother like this, there was no meaning in getting any pills. "By the way, second brother, you just said about the pharmacy hall. Where is Captain He?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic and said, "I remember asking you in the Yulong Grand Canyon. You just said it was okay, but didn't tell me the details. I've been here for several days and haven't seen him. Where is he?" This. Zhang Xiaohu was a little speechless. He knew He Tianshu's position in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, so he didn't want to tell her about He Tianshu's situation. He thought that he could gloss it over, but he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would chase him to Shixin Peak by accident. It seemed unrealistic if he didn't say it. So, Zhang Xiaohu cleared his throat and said, "Xiaohua, Martial Uncle his situation is very bad." Chapter 733. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously, "Captain He. What happened to him? Is it possible that he's no longer alive?" Zhang Xiaohua told her the worst-case scenario. "That's not it. It's just that." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly explained, "It's just that his meridians are all broken, his dantian is damaged, and all the bones in his body are broken. He's no different from a cripple." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "So that's how it is. As long as he's still alive, it's good." But then she asked curiously, "Captain He is a disciple of the pharmacy hall. Even if he's a disciple, his martial arts should be slightly better. How could he be so ruthless when the Misty School was destroyed?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. Uncle He's injury was not in the Misty Heights. He was only slightly injured at that time. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled, but her eyes were fierce. "That is to say, Captain He was injured at Shixin Peak. Then, second brother, who did this?" Zhang Xiaohua did not ask what the reason was, but directly asked who it was. "Who else could it be?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "It's the same person who tortured me. Zhong Pei." Zhang Xiaohua said coldly, "This guy's character seems to be very bad. He always comes out of my mouth. It seems that I have to give him some unforgettable memories." Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything this time. On one hand, he knew how his younger brother's martial arts were. He was someone who did not even put the blood wolves in his eyes. Why would he be afraid of a mere Zhong Pei? On the other hand, Zhong Pei had returned to Lingxiang Peak. Where could he find him? Breaking into Lingxiang Peak? Oh dear, it was better to wash his face with cold water. No disciple of the Chuanxiang cult would have such a ridiculous idea. He would let Zhang Xiaohua have her way. Then, Zhang Xiaohu explained, Xiaohua, do you remember the medicinal field in Huanxi Villa? Of course, that's where I fought. How could I not remember? Well, since you remember, you should also know about the few fields that have not sprouted, right? Of course, Captain He and the others went to those medicinal fields that didn't germinate. Zhang Xiaohu said disappointedly, that's where the problem lies. If those medicinal fields didn't germinate, it would be fine. But when you came to our Misty Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition, these medicinal fields that had never germinated actually germinated. Zhang Xiaohua was still somewhat at a loss and said, this is a good thing Doesn't Manor Lord O want these medicinal fields to germinate? He was the clearest about the reason why the herbs had sprouted. However, after the martial arts exhibition, he had returned to the Guozhuang house with Zhang Xiaohu. Many things had happened after that, so he had long forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. If the three sects hadn't besieged the Misty School and destroyed the Misty School, perhaps this would have been a good thing. That day, the disciples of the fragrant religion entered Huanxi Villa and searched the entire villa. It seemed like they were looking for some kind of secret martial arts book. However, they were careless. This medicinal field was indeed seen by an inner disciple who had been a vice hall master of the Pill Expansion Hall. He immediately recognized that it was a type of medicinal plant that he didn't recognize. Thus, he was cautious and picked some back. When he returned to the fragrant religion and inquired, it was even more amazing. This medicinal plant was actually planted by the fragrant religion a long time ago, but it didn't germinate. Thus, the inner disciple reported the situation to the sect leader. The sect leader seemed to attach great importance to this matter and handed it over to Zhong Pei to handle. Originally, Martial Uncle He was an unknown figure in the medicine hall. Almost no one knew what was going on. However, at this time, someone wanted to get close to Zhong Pei, so he mentioned Martial Uncle He. Who is this person? Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and asked. Who else could it be? You know this person too. Isn't he from the medicine hall? Chang. Deacon Chang? Yes, that's him. Chang Biyao, that arrogant guy. Where is he now? Zhang Xiaohua asked indifferently. Him? Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was filled with mockery as he said, he wanted to gain merit and use Martial Uncle He to exchange for his future. However, he forgot that he was also a deacon of the medicine hall and knew more than Martial Uncle He. Martial Uncle He was only sent to Huanxi Villa because he was ostracized. Chang Biao was a popular figure in the medicine hall. When Martial Uncle He was captured by Zhong Pei, he didn't say a word no matter how they tortured him. Zhong Pei, who was also eager to gain merit, also sent Chang Biao to the dungeon. I heard that when the law enforcement disciples interrogated Martial Uncle He, they held back a few tricks, afraid that he would lose his life. The reason for the medicinal plant's germination was that it was lost. However, they didn't show any mercy to Chang Biao and the others. They actually beat them to death. Serves them right. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and scolded, this is the most suitable ending for such people. Then she asked with concern, what about Captain He? Alas, didn't we just tell you what happened to Martial Uncle He? Later, Zhong Pei was also ruthless. Under the premise of keeping Martial Uncle He alive, he used everything he could. Now, Martial Uncle He's living a life worse than death. Zhong Pei is really ruthless. In fact, Captain He doesn't know why the medicinal plant germinated. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. He wanted to ask her, Martial Uncle He doesn't know. Do you know? However, it would be best if he didn't know about this matter. There was no need for him to ask. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when he saw the medicinal plant that didn't germinate on Tianmu Peak, he had asked Bai Huan about it. Bai Huan said that it had just been planted a few years ago. At this time, it was related to He Tianshu's matter. Wasn't it something that happened at that time? The fragrance cult had planted it before, but it didn't germinate, so they stopped planting it. However, when they searched Huanxi Mountain Villa, they found that the medicinal plant of the Misty School had actually survived. They couldn't find fault with O Yan, so they could only look at He Tianshu. After all, he was the leader of the medicinal plant planting team. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua should have been mentioned at that time. However, he had been there for such a long time, so he must have been ignored. But who would have thought that this guy was the key to the medicinal plant's germination? When the pill-spreading halls saw that the medicinal plant of the Misty School could be planted, of course, they also wanted to try. Therefore, several medicinal plants that didn't germinate appeared on the peak of Tianmu Peak, just like Huanxi Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, without Zhang Xiaohua, these medicinal plants still wouldn't germinate after 4 or 5 years. I really have an affinity with these medicinal plants that don't germinate. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. However, he immediately remembered that he still had a seed on Tianmu Peak for experiment. When he left, there were no signs of germination. It had been a long time since he had taken care of it, so it was probably still the same. Well, when there's a chance, I'll just destroy it. Who knows what will happen? After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty. After all, if he hadn't attracted the lightning, the seeds of the medicinal plants wouldn't have germinated. If they wouldn't have germinated, He Tianshu would have been fine. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua asked, then, where does Leader He live now? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu told her where He Tianshu lived. He then reminded her, Master's junior uncle He's situation is very bad. It's better not to visit him. It will also cause misunderstandings. Oh, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'm now a disciple on duty at Pill Expanding Hall. If I visit him rashly, the people from Ethereal Hall will inevitably think that I'm going to interrogate him. Well, I don't care. But they will hate me in the future. Then, after thinking for a while, she said, Second brother, give me one pulse-nourishing pill first. Why? Zhang Xiaohu didn't agree. You gave it to me. Io, look at how stingy you are. I'll return you 10 pills tomorrow. I can give it to you. But you have to tell me what you're going to use it for. What use? Of course it's for Leader He. I don't use it myself. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, that's right. Actually, among these 15 pills, I've left one for Master's junior uncle He. He was so good to you in the past. How could I forget him? What about the others? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked. Alas, my master and Master's dantian were all broken. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, you know Master's junior uncle Shui, Master's junior uncle Lu, and many others. Miss Shui Qing, Miss Shui, Master Lu Mingyue. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. They were all people who had helped him before. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nodding silently, Zhang Xiaohua said, Second brother, let me handle this. If it weren't for them, we would still be farming in the Guizhuang house. Maybe we would have been beaten to death by the bullies in Lu Town. I must save them. But... Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, you can't tell them that I saved them. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, then how are you going to save them? Second brother, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell them that you can save them and take them to a secluded place. I'll do it. Zhang Xiaohu was also a smart person. He nodded and said, that's good. It'll be easier to do things if you keep your identity a secret. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that her second brother had misunderstood. She couldn't help but smile and say, Second brother, actually, I didn't have any thoughts before. However, after hearing what Hall Master Yang and Aunt Qin said that night, I had a feeling. What? Since the leader of the fragrance cult wants to rope you in, why don't you go with the flow? You're a direct disciple of the Misty School. This time, you've made a great contribution. Your status in the hearts of the ordinary disciples has greatly increased. If you can heal the injuries of the older generation's martial uncles, do you think they won't be grateful to you? Can't they push you to the front? Zhang Xiaohu's heart was moved. He was very tempted, but then he asked tentatively, but doesn't the Misty Hall still have Hall Master Yang? Second brother, didn't you hear what I said? Hall Master Yang isn't very willing to be the Hall Master. Or rather, she's willing to be the Hall Master in name and protect the disciples of the Misty School. If the disciples of the Misty School grow up, she may let go. This matter is a bit serious. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. I have to think about it carefully. Chapter 734. As the ancient saying goes, the times create heroes. In this world, all heroes were able to walk in front of the crowd because of coincidences and opportunities. From there, they revealed their talents and achieved great feats. Heroes were also very easy to take advantage of the times and were good at using everything that was beneficial to them. Just like how fire borrowed the power of wind, and wind borrowed the power of fire, they complemented each other. Zhang Xiaohu naturally had such a desire. When he first entered the Misty School, he was criticized by others because he wanted to achieve something to prove that he was indeed stronger than others and worthy of his identity as a direct disciple. However, his starting point was too low. He couldn't practice martial arts and was always behind the other disciples. When the Misty School was destroyed, he followed them to Shixin Peak. His status as a direct disciple was even more awkward. His teachers in the Misty School should be his backing, but now they were all crippled. To put it bluntly, they were struggling at death's door. They were pawns that the incense cult used to stabilize the disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu instantly became a rootless duckweed. Zhong Pei, the representative of the incense cult in the Misty Hall, had set up Zhao Jian as a benchmark to deal with the direct disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu was always suppressed by Zhao Jian. In the current situation, the incense cult changed their strategy and wanted to support Zhang Xiaohu, a direct disciple who didn't seem to have a deep relationship with the Misty School. Secondly, with the support of Zhang Xiaohua's elixir, Zhang Xiaohu should be able to stand out in terms of internal strength and become the most outstanding disciple of the second generation. Thirdly, if Zhang Xiaohu saved Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, Lu Mingyue and the others, Zhang Xiaohu's backing would be very solid. Although their martial arts had recovered and they should be strong candidates to compete for the position of Misty Hall's Hall Master, Zhang Xiaohu was not only their direct disciple, but also their savior. No one would compete with Zhang Xiaohu for this position. These three aspects of the situation were extremely advantageous to Zhang Xiaohu. They could all create a hero like Zhang Xiaohu. Just as Zhang Xiaolong said when he married Lu Qian, just wait for the opportunity to meet, and the hidden dragon will soar to the sky. At this time, it was a good opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu, who had been dormant in the Misty School for several years, to soar to the sky in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, how could Zhang Xiaohu not feel a rush of excitement? It's just. Zhang Xiaohu was a little worried. Now that I have cultivated the internal strength of the ethereal divine art, there is internal strength in my dantian that is different from the plain mental cultivation method. Can I still cultivate the plain mental cultivation method? If I can't, why did the hierarch choose me? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, leave this to me. Since the previous disciples of the incense peak can cultivate it, I think I can help you. If I can't, I will help you dissolve the internal strength of the ethereal divine art. That should be enough. And that's the only way. Then, should I still cultivate the ethereal divine art in the next few days? Let's take a look at the plain mental cultivation method first. If you cultivate too much of the ethereal divine art, you may not be able to cultivate it at the same time as the plain mental cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother, it's better to give those few pulse-nourishing pills to me. You don't know how to use them anyway. Hee, I know. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohu reluctantly returned the jade bottle to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua tucked it into his bosom and said, "Don't feel bad about it. Once I've healed Captain He, Hero Wen, and the others, help me find a pill room and I'll refine it for you." A pill room is not easy. There are many on Shixin Peak, but they are all abandoned. When my body is a little better, I will take you to choose. By the way, second brother, I want to ask again. Do Manor Lord Oyanu and Sister Chiu Tong live nearby? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "The people of Huanxi Mountain Villa are on the other side of Shixin Peak. The security is very tight. It is inconvenient for the disciples of Misty Hall to go there. I think you should wait." Are they all right? There is no bad news. They should be fine. Well, second brother, you rest first and look at the plain mental cultivation method. But don't cultivate it first. I will go and see Captain He. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua walking to the door, he suddenly asked, "Xiaohua, do you think this pulse-nourishing pill can really strengthen the yang energy?" Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground and said helplessly, "Maybe." "Then, you refine more for me." Zhang Xiaohu ordered Zhang Xiaohua without hesitation. He Tianshu lived in a very remote place. It was a corner of a group of houses. There were many trees, flowers, and even a pond planted with lotus leaves and other things. Zhang Xiaohua found this place with great difficulty according to second brother's description. Seeing that there was no one around, she jumped on the wall and poked her head out to look carefully. This courtyard was different from Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. It was not a small courtyard. Not only was it connected to other courtyards by walls, but there was also a row of houses in the courtyard. At this time, under a big willow tree in the courtyard, a person was lying lazily on a couch, squinting his eyes and basking in the warm sunlight. Wasn't this the He Tianshu that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see? Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu from afar, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. He Tianshu should be in his 30s and was in the prime of his life. However, his hair was already white and there were many scars on his face. Not only did he look ferocious, but at first glance, he looked like a man in his 40s or 50s. His appearance when Zhang Xiaohua first met him was long gone. This was Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts teacher. Seeing He Tianshu so dispirited, how could he feel good in his heart? At this time, one of the houses in the row was pushed open. A young disciple walked out and saw He Tianshu under the willow tree. He walked over quietly and asked softly, "Senior Uncle He, this disciple is going to eat. Do you still want to eat?" He Tianshu heard that and opened his eyes. He said weakly, "No need. You can eat by yourself. I'm not hungry." After saying that, he covered his face with his sleeves as if he was afraid of the glare of the sun. He continued to sleep. The disciple was in a difficult position. "Senior Uncle He, you should eat a little too. You only drink a little water and eat a little food these few days. This disciple was sent to take care of you. If you continue like this, how can your body take it?" This disciple can't report back. "Why are you so noisy? If I say I'm not eating, then I'm not eating. If I die, then you won't have to do these things." He Tianshu threw a tantrum for no reason. The disciple seemed to be used to it and didn't retort. He cupped his hands and left with a sigh. After the disciple left the courtyard, He Tianshu let out a long sigh. Something sparkled at the corner of his closed eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. Just as she was about to go down, she saw He Tianshu struggling to get up from the couch. His arms were also struggling to hold on to the chair. However, when she saw that his sleeves were soft, Zhang Xiaohua knew that He Tianshu's joints were crushed and he couldn't use any strength. Sure enough, after a long time of effort, He Tianshu couldn't even sit up from the chair, let alone stand on the ground. When He Tianshu slumped down and hit the chair with all his strength, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the wall and slowly walked to He Tianshu's back. If it was in the past, He Tianshu would have heard Zhang Xiaohua's footsteps if she didn't hide her voice. But now, even when Zhang Xiaohua walked to his back, he still didn't feel anything. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua also sighed. She pointed her finger and pressed on He Tianshu's acupuncture point. When He Tianshu closed his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua transferred a strand of true qi into his meridians and carefully examined them. Sure enough, He Tianshu's meridians seemed to have been attacked by a strong internal force and were torn apart. Many parts of his meridians were broken and seriously damaged. When she checked his dantian, it was the same. There was a big hole. After checking his meridians and dantian, Zhang Xiaohua placed her finger on his pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Her face unconsciously showed some worry. He Tianshu's internal organs were seriously injured. For many years, they hadn't been treated in time. It had been delayed for a long time. If they were to treat it now, it would be much more difficult. She didn't know if the Yuhuandan pill would work. Then, Zhang Xiaohua started from his arm. She used her hand to pinch it bit by bit and checked all the bones in his body. This time, the anger on her face was even stronger. Just as Zhang Xiaohu said, all the joints in He Tianshu's body were crushed. Moreover, many parts of his body were already deformed. It was obvious how terrible the torture he had suffered was. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua hated Zhong Pei. Now that she saw He Tianshu's condition, the hatred in her heart grew. If that bastard were to appear again, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't hesitate to crush his throat. The bone-solidifying pill could heal He Tianshu's broken bones. However, because it had been a long time, some parts of his body would have to be broken again. The injuries to his meridians and dantian were also old. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if the meridian-nourishing pill would be able to heal him. The most uncertain thing was He Tianshu's internal injuries. The Yuhuandan pill from Chuanxiang cult wasn't too reliable. It seemed like the most important thing now was to refine a cauldron of Yuhuandan pill. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua secretly treating He Tianshu's injuries wasn't the best method. Since she wanted to help her second brother gain popularity, she might as well let him do it. Therefore, the most important thing now was to make preparations. Hearing footsteps outside the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua quickly extended her hand and unsealed He Tianshu's acupoints. Then, she quickly burrowed into the ground. The courtyard door was pushed open, and the person who came in was the disciple from before. The disciple saw that He Tianshu was lying there motionless, so he walked into his room. After taking another glance at He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left the courtyard, heading straight for Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua return, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. "You've already seen Martial Uncle He?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Martial Uncle He's not in a good condition, is he? Did he recognize you?" Chapter 735. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I didn't let him see it. I just checked it secretly." "How is it? Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaohu asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. "No, I can only try. Besides, I think the Yuhuandan pill may not be useful. I have to refine some quickly." But the Yuhuandan pill was refined by the alchemist on Lingxiang Peak. "You?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't believe Zhang Xiaohua's words. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to explain and said, "Besides, there are only a few Yuhuandan pill. It's not enough. You'd better find me an alchemy room quickly." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "Look at me. How can I find you an alchemy room? Besides, it takes a long time to find an alchemy room. I have to find it secretly. The alchemy room must not only be remote, but also be usable. It's not easy." Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. "Where are your alchemy rooms? I'll go and see for myself. Anyway, it's fine as long as no one goes there." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "I know one place, and no one will go there. But, can you hide from the eyes and ears of the disciples of Lingxiang Peak?" "Of course. I don't dare to say about Qin Qin, but other disciples, such as Zhong Pei, can be ignored directly. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. Well, that's good. Didn't I just tell you that Villa Master O Yanu and Sister Qiu Tong are on the other side of Shixin Peak? They only occupy a place near the top of the peak. Above their courtyard is a cliff. There seem to be several alchemy rooms there. When I went there in the early years, I saw it. No disciple of Misty Hall went to the alchemy room. However, if you want to go to the cliff, you must pass the law enforcement disciples. They are all cultivated by Lingxiang Peak. You have to be careful. I see. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, when it gets dark, I'll go and take a look. By the way, second brother, think about how to pull Captain He out and give this credit to you. If it's effective, Hero 1 and the others should do the same in the future. Xiaohua, do you think I can do it? Zhang Xiaohu was still a little hesitant. Do you think second sister-in-law can marry you? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes angrily. I guess there are a lot of people in the Misty Hall who want second sister-in-law. If you don't do something, second sister-in-law won't look at it even if I give you a few secret marks. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Can't you say something else? You do remember Zhao Jian's dirty deeds very clearly. Yes, Xia Zai is pitiful. She was blind and fell in love with Zhao Jian, who is a beast in human clothing. But what about Sister Chang'e? She took a fancy to you, a so-called direct disciple. If you can't make a name for yourself, won't Sister Chang'e be pitiful? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Your second sister-in-law doesn't take a fancy to me. It's my charm that makes her fall in love with me. Come on, don't flatter yourself. You probably can't hide the fact that you helped your master and martial uncle from second sister-in-law. She and Qin Qin must also know that I helped. Why don't you ask her and see what she thinks? If she doesn't support you, just take it that I said nothing. By the way, since Chang'e and Qin Qin can't hide it, my master and the others must know it in the end. Do you think they, you were so lofty just now. Why do you think so much now? Who am I? I'm the wise, handsome, and fair-skinned younger brother of Zhang Xiaohu. What's the purpose of my treatment? Isn't it to let them owe you a favor? They will only give this credit to you. Xiaohu smiled and said, Little Blossom, you're thinking too simply. Martial uncles and the others aren't people with pure hearts and few desires. Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, knowing that they will compete with you, will you still treat them? That's for sure. Zhang Xiaohu said firmly. So. Zhang Xiaohua patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder like an old man. Do what we should do and make your master and uncle embarrassed. You. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Between you and me, who is the elder brother? Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her small courtyard. First, she took out the prescription of the Yuhuandan pill and looked at the main ingredients and ingredients in it, so that she knew what to do. The main ingredients for refining the Yuhuandan pill were ice spirit grass and cold light grass. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua would use the best spirit grass collected by the underground cold pool. But what about the ingredients? There were also more than a dozen kinds of herbs. If it was someone else, it would be difficult to find them. These herbs were required by the lingering fragrance peak and were not easy to find in other places. However, Zhang Xiaohua had won a lot of herbs from the Pill Sprouting Hall's disciples in the Yulong Grand Canyon. He had also obtained the herbs collected by the Pill Sprouting Hall's disciples in the Strange Birch Forest and the majority of the herbs collected by the Misty Hall's disciples. How could he lack herbs? Of course, in order to match the rare main ingredient, Zhang Xiaohua still spent a lot of effort to find the other ingredients that were of sufficient age to match the rare main ingredient. Zhang Xiaohua picked out the herbs and put them into his money pouch. Then, he took out the bright sun grass and other herbs needed to refine the meridian soothing pill from his belt. These herbs were obviously better than the ones from Rejuvenation Valley, so the quality of the meridian soothing pill refined from them should be good as well. By the time Zhang Xiaohua was done, the sky was already dark. Zhang Xiaohua looked outside and put away the jade box. She floated up and flew towards the back of the mountain. Shixin Peak was indeed huge. Even if Zhang Xiaohua flew with the wind, she still took the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach the back of the mountain. Just as Zhang Xiaohu said, when she arrived at the back of the mountain, she saw specks of lights in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua discovered that there were some powerful martial artists hiding in the dark. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She landed on the ground and changed to escape through the earth. She went straight to the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain in detail and Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a sense of direction. After searching for a long time, she still didn't find anything. Could it be that second brother said something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She didn't think about her mistake at all. Alright, it's already late. I should go back first. If there's really no other way, I'll wait until tomorrow. Just as she was thinking, she heard someone whispering to her left. Could it be that it's that gang again? Why are they all night owls? Why do they always meet at night? Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought so. But when she quietly approached, she realized that she was wrong. A person laughed and said, "Senior brother Mao, it's already so late. Why are you still loitering around?" I was wondering who it was. So it's junior brother Mu. Aren't you loitering around too? Yes, it's late at night. Even ghosts won't come. Other than us brothers who have been through hard times, who else would appear at this time? Let's wait for a few more days. The brothers who rotate should be here. We can also go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak to rest. Hee, maybe we don't need to come back this time. What? Where did you get the news from? Why does it sound like a rumor? It doesn't seem to be true. Senior brother Mao is wrong. There's no smoke without fire. Since ancient times, this rumor has been quite close to the truth. What kind of truth did junior brother Mu get? Have you heard of it? Have you seen Oh Yen these few days? Oh Yen? No, she doesn't usually appear in the courtyard, does she? I haven't heard of it. Could it be that something happened to her? Although Oh Yen doesn't walk around the courtyard often, she still comes out to get some fresh air every few days. Don't you think that she hasn't appeared in the courtyard for 5 to 6 days? Now that you mention it, it's true. It's really a bit strange. Could it be? I heard that Oh Yen has a strange illness. She can't move while lying down. I reckon that she doesn't have much time left. Think about it. When she dies, do we still need to eat the northwest wind here? TSK, although Oh Yen can't be compared to our Lingering Fragrance Peak's inner disciples, she has a kind of delicate beauty. It's a pity that she's gone. Don't compare Oh Yen with our senior sisters. They all wear veils, so who knows if they're ugly or beautiful. Even when they see us, they order us around like servants. How can we be compared to Oh Yan's gentleness? Thinking of Oh Yan's smile and that sickly beauty, I have the urge to strangle all the senior sisters to death. Sure, what are you talking about? If the senior sisters hear this, do we still have a way to live? Oh Yan has a strange illness? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was shocked. He originally wanted to wait for a while before visiting Oh Yan. Since the matter was urgent, then he couldn't care about anything else. It was better to take a look first. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua directly went into the courtyard in front of him. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the courtyard was rather huge. It took up a lot of space in Shixin Peak and was comparable to Biyao Peak's Pill Expansion Hall. Of course, such a huge courtyard made it difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to find Oh Yan there. What should we do? Just as he was thinking, he heard a few servants coming from a dark corridor. Behind them was a middle-aged man who was carrying a food box. As he walked, he scolded, "Why aren't you moving? Miss O just wanted to come and eat some snacks from Pingyang City. If she loses her appetite after eating all of them, you will be held accountable." The few servants didn't dare to answer. They only carried the food in their hands and walked forward quickly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed and followed them silently. The few of them walked along the corridor and didn't stop when they passed by a few courtyards. Although there were lights in those courtyards, no one appeared. After following them for a while, he saw a courtyard planted with many bamboos. At the corner of the courtyard was a pond, and there was a small bridge over the pond that led to the corridor. The small bridge passed through the bamboo forest and went into the depths of the courtyard. There were faint lights and voices. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua had a rough idea of what to do. He went in from the side of the pond and revealed himself in the bamboo forest. When he leaped out of the bamboo forest, he saw a few houses in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 736. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, the fragrance cult must have placed Yan in a secluded hut when they brought her to Shixin Peak. Why would they worry about her? However, looking at the huge courtyard behind the Shixin Peak, which was not inferior to the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua realized that he was too narrow-minded. He did not have the generous temperament and extravagance of the fragrant cult's hierarch. However, when he came out of the ground and flashed to a corner of the brightly lit courtyard, he was stunned on the spot. Isn't it the same as the courtyard where Yan used to discuss matters in the Huanxi Manor? Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in Huanxi Mountain Villa for a long time, but he rarely went to the inner courtyard where Yan lived. He had only seen the hall, so he had a deep impression of it. At this time, when he saw the trees, flowers, and other arrangements in the courtyard, he found that they were exactly the same as his impression. If it weren't for the fact that the trunk of the huge tree on the left side of the courtyard didn't have the trace of his chasing dream, he would have thought that everything in the courtyard was moved from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Tut, tut, Zhang Xiaohua smacked his dry lips and said to himself, "My goodness, I was wondering why so many people pursue power. This thing seems to be more useful than gold. If you ask me to spend money to build a courtyard that is exactly the same as Huanxi Mountain Villa, I won't do it. A futon is enough." But the hierarch just touched his lips and the courtyard became exactly the same. It's really... Alas, I don't know what to say. When second brother does something, will he also make the Misty Hall like Guizhuang House? Well, at the very least, he will build a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain for me, just like my home. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand the role of power and gradually began to look down on gold and silver. As the saying goes, the change of one's thoughts and the improvement of one's qualities only increase in the slightest. Zhang Xiaohua looked around the courtyard and then flew to the top of the huge tree with ease. He squinted his eyes and looked into the hall. At this moment, the hall was brightly lit, but there were only a few servants inside. They looked respectful and submissive. On one of the chairs in the hall sat an old man with a head full of silver hair. He was holding a teacup in his right hand and twirling it mindlessly. His eyes were looking at the ground, ignoring the teacup that wouldn't fall out of his hand no matter how hard he twirled it. His left sleeve was empty, casually tucked at his waist. Wasn't this Elder Yu, who taught Zhang Xiaohua the nameless sword art? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Elder Yu straight back and couldn't help but smile. This kind of old man who had been through storms in the pugilistic world was the most resilient. Huanxi Mountain Villa had encountered so many things, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. At this time, a woman walked in slowly from a corner of the courtyard. Her footsteps were slightly heavy and didn't seem to be someone who practiced martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when he saw her. Under the light, the woman was close to 30 years old. Her mature face was slightly plump, and her eyes were slightly tired. There were also some fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and there was a glow on her fair forehead. Wasn't she Chiu Tong, whom he hadn't seen for many years? If it was said that Zhang Xiaohua came to the back mountain of Shixin Peak to visit Yan, it would be more accurate to say that he was here to visit Chiu Tong. When Zhang Xiaohua came to Pingyang City from the Guizhuang House, the first woman he met was Chiu Tong. Chiu Tong had selflessly taken on the responsibility of an elder sister. Not only did she bring Zhang Xiaohua to Huanxi Mountain Villa, she had also helped him a lot in the villa. Most importantly, she had filled the void in Zhang Xiaohua's heart after he left his sister-in-law and mother. Therefore, other than kinship, Qiu Tong was really Zhang Xiaohua's Lu Qian. Now that he saw that Qiu Tong hadn't changed much from his impression of her, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was instantly filled with joy when he saw that Qiu Tong hadn't changed much. There were only traces of age and a mature charm. When Qiu Tong walked into the main hall, Elder Yu had already heard her footsteps and quickly stood up to welcome her. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the sadness in Qiu Tong's eyes and stopped. However, he was still a little unwilling and asked softly, Young mistress, how is she? Qiu Tong sighed and didn't reply immediately. She looked at the servants in the hall and waved her hand. All of you are dismissed. Those people all bowed and quietly walked down. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already reached the roof. When he saw Qiu Tong through his divine perception, he laughed in his heart. Elder sister Qiu Tong has the aura of a master. Back then, she was also like a servant. She wasn't as magnanimous as she is now. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua actually knew how to criticize other people's aura. Furthermore, it was from a condescending point of view. Was this still the same country bumpkin that Qiu Tong had met back then? Seeing that everyone had left, Qiu Tong sat down dejectedly. She pinched the bridge of her nose between her eyes and rubbed it a few times. She smiled bitterly and said, Elder Yu, young mistress was awake for a while just now. She seemed to be in high spirits and wanted to eat some snacks from Pingyang City. We just sent some over, but she only ate a little before she fell into a trance again. She didn't recognize anyone and looked like she was in a daze. Now that she had taken some medicine, she fell asleep again. Sigh, how long has it been? The doctors from Lingering Fragrance Peak have also been here. Why can't they see the reason? What method did they use? They tried all kinds of medicine. They even took quite a number of elixirs from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Why can't they see any effect? It's fine if she's just falling asleep. However, young mistress's spirit is getting weaker and weaker. Even, the doctors from Lingering Fragrance Peak said that if this continues, young mistress may never wake up again. Qiu Tong said sadly. However, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. She had served Yan since she was young. Although they were master and servant, they were sisters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Yan to the Lingering Fragrance sect to suffer. Now that she saw that Yan was dying, how could she not be sad? Elder Yu frowned. He slammed the table with his right hand, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. He shouted, Isn't it obvious? It must be those old ladies from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Other than them, who else would make things difficult for young mistress? I already said that I would go to Lingering Fragrance Peak to reason with them. However, you just had to stop me. Now, we don't even know if young mistress is dead or alive. Who can we reason with? Qiu Tong got up and walked over. She bent down to pick up the teacup that had fallen to the ground and placed it gently on the table. Elder Yu was a little embarrassed. He said, Qiu Tong, let the servants do this. Qiu Tong shook her head and said softly, Elder Yu, I'm young mistress's servant. If I don't do this, who will do it? Elder Yu stomped his feet. He was angry, but he couldn't vent it. He sat back down in his chair. Qiu Tong looked at Elder Yu and said softly, Elder Yu, what you said doesn't have any basis. Although I have the same suspicions, there's no proof. Lingering Fragrance Peak won't admit it. After thinking for a while, she said, moreover, if Lingering Fragrance Peak wants to kill young mistress, they don't have to go through so much trouble. They only need to send an inner sect expert to point at her. Not to mention young mistress, even Elder Yu wouldn't be able to resist. Sigh, Elder Yu sighed and said dejectedly, what you said makes sense. This old man has roamed the Jianghu for decades and always felt that I have seen countless heroes. I know the depths of the Jianghu. Even when I came to Huanxi Manor, this old man also underestimated the people from the Misty School. I only felt that I was standing at a certain level of martial arts and looked at everyone as normal. When this old man followed young mistress to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I thought that with my martial arts, I would be able to protect young mistress. However, when I came here, I realized that when Lingering Fragrance Peak destroyed the Misty School that day, they only used outer sect disciples and a few inner sect male disciples. Not a single elite inner sect female disciple went. It was only after I unintentionally witnessed the inner sect disciples' martial arts that this old man realized that there is always someone better than you. This old man's martial arts are really not up to their standards. What protection is there to talk about? Elder you don't have to feel inferior. The circumstances of the inner sect disciples are different from yours. If you were to have such a fortuitous encounter, you would definitely be stronger than them. Lass, you don't know this, but the path of martial arts is about fate. This fate is also an extremely important thing. There are countless people with extraordinary talents in this world, but how many of them can be discovered by others? How many of them can enter the ranks of martial arts? And out of these people, how many of them can meet a master, a suitable inner sect cultivation method, a suitable sword technique, or a suitable weapon? When it came to martial arts, Elder you had a lot to say. Chiao Tong didn't disturb him and only sat at the side to listen quietly. Zhang Xiaohua leaned over the roof and laughed in her heart. It's said that when people get old, they like to reminisce about their past achievements. It seems like Elder Yu is no exception. After talking for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Elder Yu said, this old man was also lucky and obtained the nameless sword technique by chance. It was from that sword technique that I was enlightened and understood the true essence of sword techniques. As he said that, he seemed to be thirsty and reached out to grab his teacup. Only then did he realize that the teacup had been broken by him. He stopped and realized that he had said too much. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I said too much, I said too much. Chiao Tong pursed her lips and smiled. She poured tea into a teacup and handed it to Elder Yu. She said, since Elder Yu knows that the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak are amazing, it would be easy for them to deal with us. Moreover, Shixin Peak is the territory of Lingering Fragrance cult. No one in the pugilistic world would know about it. If something happened, they could just say that the young mistress got sick. Why would they need to resort to other methods? Elder Yu said, you're right. If they wanted to do it, they would have done it a few years ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, the words Misty School no longer exist in the pugilistic world. The young mistress value is getting smaller and smaller. There's no need for them to do it now. Chiao Tong shook her head. Value is getting smaller? That's not necessarily true. Chapter 737. Elder Yu asked curiously, is there something wrong with what I said? Chiao Tong smiled. Hall Master Yang is overseeing the front mountain of First Faith Peak. Although she is the wife of sect leader O, don't forget that she is also an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. This identity will inevitably make the disciples of the Misty School feel conflicted. Yes, this Yang Ruping really doesn't have it easy. I didn't even know that she was a disciple of the fragrant cult after being in the Misty Mountain Villa for decades. Now that she is at First Faith Peak, she can still endure the humiliation and protect the disciples of the Misty School. Hall Master Yang is merely the wife of gang leader O, while young Miss is the younger sister of gang leader O. She is much more important than Hall Master Yang. Therefore, as long as the Misty Hall is not closed down, young Miss' value will not decrease. Chiao Tong then hesitated. Actually, I feel that the fragrant cult's purpose in imprisoning young Miss here is far from just that. Elder Yu didn't understand and asked curiously, is there another reason? Chiao Tong was also puzzled by Elder Yu's question and asked, didn't the disciples of the fragrant cult ask you about it? Of course, this old man is considered a top figure in the pugilistic world. Even if I haven't seen them, how could I not have heard of them? I only need to tell them my name and they will know the whole story. Why bother to ask? Chiao Tong nodded and said thoughtfully, I understand now. But, didn't they ask about anything else? Anything else? Of course, it's just a matter related to the young Mississippi. I'm just an old man, what could I know? Naturally, I'll tell them everything I know. Seeing my attitude, they didn't ask any more questions. Girl, why don't you tell me what's going on? We have been here for so many years and you still seem to be hiding it from me. Chiu Tong smiled bitterly at Elder Yu's questioning words. It's not that I am hiding it from Elder Yu. Actually, young Miss is also puzzled and doesn't know what they are talking about. What do you want me to tell you? It's all groundless speculation. Is it related to some martial arts secret manual? Nodding, Chiu Tong said, whether or not it's done is just a groundless accusation. In any case, the Misty School was destroyed because of this incident. Then, he hesitated again and continued, however, it's not a martial arts secret manual like what people say. Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the roof, immediately understood what was going on. That's right. Doesn't the Aroma sect have any cultivation techniques? Even Su Huan mantra was casually bestowed to a disciple like second brother. How could he possibly covet the martial arts manuals of the Misty School? Then, what exactly is? Elder Yu was indeed worthy of being the one who had taught Zhang Xiaohua swordsmanship. He immediately answered the question that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask. This was the third time Chiu Tong hesitated. However, after thinking for a moment, she still said, even young Miss was kept in the dark from the start. I heard that the alliance leader of the Righteous Alliance at the Misty Peak interrogated young Miss, saying that sect leader O had given young Miss something. However, sect leader O didn't give young Miss anything noteworthy. Later on, I heard from the inner sect disciples that it was some sort of map. In all honesty, how could Master O have given such an important item to someone who doesn't know martial arts like young Miss? Elder Yu's eyes lit up. A treasure map? A treasure map that contains a peerless martial art? How is that possible? Chiu Tong shook her head slightly. I don't know how rich the Fragrant Order is. I heard you say that their martial arts are very high. They only need to pass down their martial arts. Isn't that better than anything else? Elder Yu smiled. You're just inexperienced. What do you think is better, being the leader of the Aroma sect or unifying the martial arts world and becoming the leader of all the sects in the martial arts world? Chiu Tong was dumbfounded. This. I don't know. Elder Yu reprimanded her. You're a rotten wood that can't be carved. Why don't you have any ambition? If. Stop, Elder Yu. You don't have to say so much. If this map could be used to unify the martial arts world, wouldn't Master O have done it long ago? Why wait until the sect was destroyed by the three sects? I'm just casually chatting with you and you're already lecturing me? Hee hee, you seem to have forgotten that I taught you a lot back at Huanxi Manor. Even young Miss had to listen to me obediently. The moment the topic touched on O Yan, the atmosphere in the hall immediately turned heavy. Elder Yu couldn't continue his words and could only mutter, after talking for so long, since it wasn't Lingxiang Peak who did it, how could Lingxiang Peak's physicians not be able to treat her? Could it be, there's another reason behind this? Elder Yu and Chiu Tong glanced at each other at the same time with a trace of shock in their eyes. If that was really the case, then the Aroma sect wasn't an iron plate. There were actually people who disagreed with the sect master and disobeyed the sect master's orders. Then, wasn't this person? Elder Yu and Chiu Tong shuddered. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening carefully from the roof, was shocked. If that was the case, everyone in the Misty Hall was under Yang Rupiang's protection and Yang Rupiang was under the sect master's protection. If there was really such a person, wouldn't the Misty Hall's days be even more difficult? Perhaps Zhong Pei, who dares to brazenly torture second brother with groundless accusations, belongs to such a force? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was letting her imagination run wild, Chiu Tong stood up and said, "Sigh, no matter what they do, it's fine as long as it has nothing to do with us. Look at young Miss now, she's all skin and bones. If it's delayed for a few more days, it's hard to say what will happen. Is it that serious?" Elder Yu also stood up and said, "This old man has to go take a look." Chiu Tong hurriedly said, "Elder, quickly go and rest." "What time is it now? Why are you still going to young Miss's room?" Elder Yu glared at him. "Young Miss is just like my granddaughter. What's so inconvenient about me going there? Moreover, when you were young," seeing that Elder Yu was about to use his seniority again, Chiu Tong hurriedly begged for mercy. "Elder Yu, young Miss is already asleep. Don't you feel embarrassed to go there? Let's wait until tomorrow." "Didn't you say that young Miss?" Chiu Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That won't make a difference. Elder, you should rest first. If there are any changes, I will definitely inform you." After speaking, Chiu Tong hurriedly left the hall and walked into the darkness outside. Elder Yu, who was standing in the hall, let out a long sigh. He sat down again and habitually picked up a teacup to drink. However, the teacup was empty. He shook his hand and threw it on the table, almost breaking it. Although Elder Yu was skilled in martial arts, the fact that Zhang Xiaohua flew up from the roof and followed Chiu Tong did not catch his attention at all. After Chiu Tong left the hall, she turned around and walked to the right. It was the same path she had taken earlier. There was a small moon door and a small stone path beneath her feet. Zhang Xiaohua knew that there were disciples from Lingering Fragrance Peak watching the courtyard, so she didn't dare to reveal herself. She carefully floated down from the roof and immediately burrowed into the ground to follow Chiu Tong. After Chiu Tong passed through the moon gate, she walked past several bamboo racks that were covered with green vines. She subconsciously stopped in her tracks and raised her head to look. She saw a bright full moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight scattered on the ground like water, as if it was bathing in a river of stars. Chiu Tong looked around and walked to a clean spot. Looking at the boundless starry sky, she clasped her hands together and knelt down without hesitation. She whispered something as hot tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Although he didn't hear what Chiu Tong was saying or praying, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang in his heart when he saw Chiu Tong's pious expression under the moonlight and her tightly knitted brows. He thought to himself, if elder sister-in-law and mother were in trouble, would I just stand by and do nothing? The person who is in trouble is someone who I am indebted to in the past. The answer was obvious. Zhang Xiaohua had always been someone who knew how to repay kindness. Although he didn't intend to expose himself this time and only wanted to see Chiu Tong and O Yan and secretly check on O Yan's condition, he couldn't bear to see Chiu Tong treat Yu Qiutian in such a manner. He formed a hand seal and floated up from the ground. He quietly stood under the shadows of the green vines and looked at Chiu Tong with pity. After a long while, Chiu Tong stood up from the ground and wiped the tears from her face. Just as she was about to walk away, she heard a voice beside her call out, "Elder sister Chiu Tong, ah?" The voice wasn't loud, but it gave Chiu Tong a fright. She naturally jumped to the side and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why didn't you rest earlier? What are you doing here?" However, Chiu Tong was standing under the moonlight and Zhang Xiaohua was in the shadows. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see who it was. Therefore, she didn't waste any time and said, "Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to enter without my permission? Go back and pretend that I didn't see anything. There are still many things to do tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Chiu Tong must have thought of him as a servant. However, when he heard Chiu Tong's kindness, he couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's me, Zhang Xiaohua. Elder sister Chiu Tong, don't you remember me?" As he said that, Zhang Xiaohua took half a step forward. The moonlight shone on half of his face. "Zhang Xiaohua?" Chiu Tong covered her mouth in shock. She looked at the face under the moonlight in disbelief. It didn't seem to have changed much from the past few days. However, when she looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was a head taller than her, her reaction was the same as Chiu Ju's. You're really Zhang Xiaohua? I heard from your second brother that you were captured by the Tenryu sect. No wonder both of you have the surname Chiu." Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself as he pinched his nose. Then, he smiled and said, didn't I escape from their hands? However, Chiu Tong still didn't go forward. She hesitated and said, "But, why are you here? Did the Archbishop of Lingering Fragrance Peak send you here?" Then, he laughed coldly and said, "Miss has already been tortured to such a state by you and you still want to play this game?" Chapter 738. After hearing Chiu Tong's question, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Needless to say, Chiu Tong thought that she was a fake Zhang Xiaohua sent by the fragrance cult. However, thinking about it carefully, it was quite normal. The Shixin Peak was different from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. When Qiuju saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was just stunned at first. She immediately understood and did not delve into it. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was the medicine boy of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. With martial arts, it was normal for him to easily enter the Huanxi Mountain Villa to find Qiuju and ask about Yan. What about Shixin Peak? Other than the people from the fragrance cult, it was unlikely that anyone in Jianghu could easily come here. In Chiu Tong's eyes, who was Zhang Xiaohua? She was just like her younger brother who worked at home. Even if she heard from Zhang Xiaohu, Yan, and even Chiu Tong had seen Zhang Xiaohua before, how could Chiu Tong, who had seen the mystical martial arts of the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, believe that Zhang Xiaohua, who even he Tian Shu from the pharmacy hall could not defeat, could sneak up on her in the middle of the night under the guard of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak? In short, this was simply impossible. Well, if you want to pretend, you should at least make it look more real. You are using someone else's face from a few years ago in front of me. Aren't you bullying me for being stupid? Who would not see each other for 4 to 5 years and not change their appearance at all? Especially when it was a teenager? Seeing Chiu Tong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua thought about it carefully. This was where the loophole was. She could not explain it even if she had 100 mouths. Really, she could not explain it. She said to Chiu Tong, "Sister Chiu Tong, the first time I saw you was to help you get back your money bag. Sister Chiu Tong, the reason why I could enter Huanxi Manor seems to be because you saw me at the Lotus Escort Agency. Sister Chiu Tong, I saved Manor Hedo by the river. I also killed an old man in black." No matter how many times you say these words, it would not be enough to prove your identity. After all, Zhang Xiaohua did not help Chiu Tong dry her underwear. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Big sister Chiu Tong, do you think I need to pretend to be myself?" Chiu Tong almost burst out laughing when she heard that. She thought for a moment and said, "That's true." Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary medicine apprentice. When the Misty School was destroyed, she had already disappeared. I don't think the fragrance cult knew of her existence. Moreover, even if this Zhang Xiaohua was impersonated by someone from the fragrant cult, why did you have to impersonate someone who has nothing to do with the young miss? When Chiu Tong thought of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Zhang Xiaohua saved Miss before. Although this is a secret, there's no guarantee that no one will know about it. If someone from the fragrant religion uses it and impersonates Zhang Xiaohua, it's not necessarily true. Just as she was about to relax, she immediately became alert again. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. It seemed like there was no secret that only the two of them knew. She could only smile bitterly and say, "Big sister Chiu Tong, I don't think I can think of anything to prove my identity. Do you want to think about it too?" Chiu Tong thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something fun. She asked, "Do you remember the banknotes that the young miss gave you? How much silver do you remember? How many banknotes were there?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but then her face turned red. She smiled and said, "I'm glad that big sister Chiu Tong still remembers. It was 5 taels for 1 banknote. There were 40 banknotes. Manor Hedo even gave me 100 taels for 1 banknote. Is there a problem? Big sister Chiu Tong, I remember that you lied to me and said it was 1 tael for 1 banknote." Chiu Tong was slightly shocked. "Zhang Xiaohua, is it really you?" That's right, if she didn't see it with her own eyes, How could she remember that 2,000 taels worth of banknotes were exchanged for 5 taels for 1 banknote? Perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua, who had just come out of the Guozhuang house and had never seen the world before, would do such a thing. Of course it's me. Zhang Xiaohua said righteously. It was best not to spread such a shameful thing. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of something. She took out Chasing Dream and handed it over. Big sister Chiu Tong, this is my little sword. I remember that you were there when Elder Yu asked me about it at Huanxi Manor. You should have seen it too. I even used it to stab a tree. Chiu Tong nodded and walked forward to take it. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and handed it over to Chiu Tong before taking half a step back. When Chasing Dream entered Chiu Tong's hand, it sank and was held by Chiu Tong. She took a closer look at it before handing it over to Zhang Xiaohua. It should be around that time. I don't remember it clearly, but it should be around 5 taels worth of banknotes. Oh right, why did you come to Shixin Peak? Oh, your second brother is still in front. You should have seen him already. Chiu Tong's words were also probing. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, isn't it just Zhang Xiaohu? Big sister Chiu Tong, you don't have to probe. Chiu Tong pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I came here to spread the incense cult to look for second brother. I know that you and big sister O's lives are not important, but second brother's life is unpredictable. That's why I went through so much trouble to come here. As for how I came in, let's talk about it later. I heard you say to Elder Yu that big sister O is very sick. You were eavesdropping? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. You were talking when I came in. I didn't want to disturb you, so I just happened to listen in. No, what I mean is that Elder Yu didn't realize that you were eavesdropping outside? Hee. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and continued to smile. It's enough that you know this. Don't tell Elder Yu. It'll be very embarrassing for him. Hee. Chiu Tong laughed. I won't tell him, I won't tell him. Then, she passed the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a frown, You must have heard it just now. Young Mrs. Illness is very serious, Zhang Xiaohua comforted her. Big sister O has always been very nice to people. Good people will naturally be rewarded. It's fine. Let me take a look at her later. We'll talk about it later. You? Chiu Tong didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua's last sentence to be like this. She asked, Zhang Xiaohua, when did you learn how to treat people? Hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. I learned it at Rejuvenation Valley. You went to Rejuvenation Valley? Young Miss seemed to want to go there back then. You actually went there and even learned medical skills? However, it's only been a few years. What can you learn? It can't be that the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak are inferior to you, right? Gosh, big sister Chiu Tong, when did you become so slow? Weren't you rushing back to see big sister O just now? Why are you so quiet now? You're just talking to me. Isn't that so? Chiu Tong slapped her forehead. What am I talking to you about? Even if you're a fake, so what? Anyway, this manor is your fragrant fragrance cult's territory. You can come and go as you please. Chiu Tong turned around and walked 2 steps. She subconsciously turned back and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, do you really know how to treat people? Zhang Xiaohua nodded affirmatively. I do. However, I haven't seen big sister O's condition yet. I can't answer you. Then, come with me. Chiu Tong was seriously ill and was begging for help. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. She whispered, You go first. I'll follow behind you. If we get too close, I'm afraid that the disciples at Lingering Fragrance Peak will see us. Chiu Tong nodded and turned around slowly. However, her attention was focused behind her. I don't see Zhang Xiaohua's figure. Could it be that his qigong is so high? That's right. Since Elder Yu doesn't know that he's eavesdropping outside, his qigong should be pretty good. I think I heard him say that sect leader O bestowed some Qigong technique on him. It shouldn't be wrong. Chiao Tong thought as she walked forward. She also looked back discreetly. However, when she arrived at a secluded courtyard, she still didn't see any trace of Zhang Xiaohua. Where did that brat go? In the small courtyard, there were a few servants who were also dispirited. They leaned against the door and were talking about something. When they saw Chiao Tong come in, they quickly perked up. Chiao Tong asked, "How is Miss?" "There's no change. She's still unconscious. There's no movement at all. Sigh, all of you are dismissed. I'll be on duty tonight." "But, big sister Chiao Tong, you've been on duty since last night. Will you be able to endure it today?" "It's fine. All of you are dismissed." Chiao Tong waved her hand and turned to enter the house. The maidservants looked at each other, then left helplessly and went their separate ways. Chiao Tong entered the house. She wasn't in a hurry to go in. Instead, she looked back and waited for the servants to leave. She waited for a while but still didn't see anyone. She couldn't help but wonder, did Zhang Xiaohua get lost? Why isn't he here yet? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a lazy voice behind her. "Big sister Chiao Tong, are you looking for me?" "You?" Chiao Tong jumped in fright. She quickly turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua sitting on a chair next to her, looking at her with a smile. Chiao Tong quickly walked to the door and closed it. She scolded jokingly, "You child, of all things, you learn to scare people. You even learn to speak lazily like other people. Do you think it's fun?" "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua tried to say a few more words. She said, "That seems to be the case. I really didn't learn to speak like other people." When Chiao Tong saw this, it was as if she was looking at the ignorant youth from years ago. She thought of her younger brother who she hadn't seen for many years. She shook her head dotingly and said, "I don't care to talk to you. Wait here. I'll go in and see young Mississippi." After a while, Chiao Tong returned and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, go in and see. I hope you have a good way to cure young Miss' illness." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua stood up and followed Chiao Tong into the small room next to them. It was a very simple room. There weren't many things, but there were many books. There was no smell of cosmetics at all. It was completely different from what Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on O Yan, who was unconscious on the bed, her heart ached. Back when Zhang Xiaohua first met O Yan was about the same age as Lu Qian. She was at the peak of her beauty. There was no need to talk about the charm of her movements. Even her face, which was like a full moon, and her curved eyes were filled with boundless charm. However, at this moment, her face was so thin that it looked like a melon seed. Chapter 739. O Yan was lying on her back on the bed. Her black hair covered a little of her face. She was so thin that her face looked like it was hanging on a plate, but it was still white and flawless. Her long and narrow eyes were tightly shut, showing that her eye sockets were a little sunken. It was obvious that she was worried, and the sunken eye sockets made her dark eyelashes look even longer. Coupled with her fair skin, it was another kind of morbid beauty. Zhang Xiaohua looked at this face that was completely different from the one she remembered. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Yes, this was a high and mighty woman. She was the younger sister of a sect master and also the head of a manor. However, she was so amiable. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, who had just come from the countryside, she didn't look down on her, disdain, or distance. Instead, she treated her as an equal and even lent her a book on medicinal herbs. This kind of equal treatment really comforted Zhang Xiaohua's slightly inferior heart. Just like Chiao Tong, she gave Zhang Xiaohua a motherly love. "Young miss, how is it?" Chiao Tong saw that Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze and couldn't help but ask anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses and forced a smile. "Don't worry, Big Sister Chiu Tong. I will do my best to treat Big Sister O. Sigh. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chiu Tong seemed to hear the guilt in her voice. She let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yan and picked up a stool to sit in front of the bed. She narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at O Yan's face. She had only taken a rough look, but now that she took a closer look, she felt that O Yan's face was covered in a faint layer of green. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched. She narrowed her eyes and released her divine sense. The moment she did so, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed drastically. Do you know why? Before Zhang Xiaohua left the Guozhuang house, when Lu Qian was still taking care of the injured Zhang Xiaolong in the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua told Lu Qian that he could feel his grandmother's vitality gradually fading away. Lu Qian thought that it was because of the blood connection. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand it himself. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the heavenly Tao that he had a certain foundation. After several opportunities, he had a deep impact on the Tao of life and death. Now, although his divine sense couldn't reach far, he had some special magical abilities. For example, right now, he could clearly feel that O Yan's life force was slowly but steadily slipping away. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's expression change drastically, Chiu Tong, who'd been paying attention from the side, was stunned as well, and she said, Zhang Xiaohua, could it be that you noticed something? You haven't taken her pulse yet, right? Sighing softly, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled up, and he said, I'm just wondering why Sister O is so skinny. Isn't the fragrance cult's leader a little too stingy? Pfft. Chiu Tong couldn't help but laugh even though she knew Zhang Xiaohua was spouting nonsense. She then rebuked, hurry up and take her pulse. When she recovers, she'll make you something nice to eat. Chiu Tong seemed to remember that Zhang Xiaohua liked to eat meat. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, and said, Sister Chiu Tong, you keep asking me to take her pulse. Why don't you take out Sister O's arm? If you want me to personally take it out from under her blanket, wouldn't that be blasphemy? Chiu Tong slapped her forehead, and said, Look at me, I'm getting dizzy. As she spoke, she stepped forward and carefully took O Yan's arm out from under the blanket. Seeing that her wrist was already skin and bones, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She then carefully placed 2 fingers on O Yan's pulse and listened carefully. After a while, she sent her vital energy into O Yan's meridians. O Yan's meridians were small and fragile, which was the main reason why she couldn't practice martial arts. However, Zhang Xiaohua circulated her vital energy and didn't find any abnormalities. All the major acupoints on O Yan's body were normal, and her internal organs were normal as well. However, due to the knot in her heart for a long time, there was some sedimentation in her heart meridians. O Yan was still young, and it wasn't obvious yet. When she was old, there might be major problems. However, this wasn't what Zhang Xiaohua was looking for today. Just as Chiu Tong said, the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't find out what illness O Yan was suffering from. Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe it. His medical skills were praised by Valley Master Nia in Rejuvenation Valley, especially when he was dealing with difficult illnesses. Hence, he used his vital energy to check O Yan's meridians again and again. However, he still couldn't find any abnormalities. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua put down her hand and said apologetically to Chiu Tong, Elder Sister Chiu Tong, I was too full of myself earlier. I really didn't find anything wrong with Elder Sister O's illness. Chiu Tong was a little disappointed, but it wasn't out of her expectations. She forced a smile and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're already doing well. The doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak said the same thing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She asked, what else did the doctor say? Sigh, they didn't say much. They just said that young lady might be suffering from heart blockage and fatigue, which caused her to be mentally sluggish and she fell into a deep sleep. Didn't Elder Sister O wake up for a while in the afternoon? How did the doctors deal with her? The doctors said that they weren't confident and only left behind a few awakening pills from lingering fragrance peak for young lady to take and see if there would be any effect. After she left, I fed one to young mistress. It was still useful. Not long after, young mistress woke up and wanted to eat some snacks from Pingyang City. However, she only ate a little before falling asleep again. It was the same as before. I was thinking of giving young lady another pill tomorrow morning to see if there would be any effect. Awakening pill? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. The pill formula of this awakening pill was recorded in the jade slip he had obtained from the pill room of the Tianmu Peak. However, he had not paid much attention to the use of this pill. Usually, he would not hear the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall mention it. He thought that it was an ordinary pill. Can I take a look? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Of course. Qiu Tong turned around and picked up a jade bottle from the table. She poured out a pill. Zhang Xiaohua took it and looked at it carefully. It was a pill the size of a soybean. It wasn't perfectly round and was dark green in color. Before Zhang Xiaohua could bring it to her nose, a refreshing smell that was different from the usual pill fragrance rushed to her nose. Thin mint herb? Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. This thin mint herb had a unique smell and a refreshing smell. It was most suitable for waking up and cleansing the mind. However, this awakening pill smelled so pungent for two reasons. Firstly, the thin mint herb used must have been young. The older the thin mint herb was, the fainter the pungent smell. In the end, there was only a lingering coolness left. Secondly, there was a mistake in the refining method. It didn't capture the essence of the way of the immortals. Not to mention whether the essence of the thin mint herb could be combined with other supplementary herbs to produce an effect, the pungent smell had already dissipated much of the medicinal effect. Could this awakening pill be effective for O Yan's illness? If that's the case, perhaps the pill I refined can save O Yan's life? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. She then handed the awakening pill to Qiu Tong. After thinking for a while, she said, Sister Qiu Tong, keep this awakening pill. When you give it to Miss tomorrow, let me take a look. Perhaps I can see its effects. Qiu Tong kept the pill and nodded. Tomorrow. I hope this awakening pill will be useful. Then, she suddenly realized something. Where can I find you tomorrow? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. I'm now in the Misty Hall in the front mountain. I'm a disciple on duty from the Pill Expanding Hall. However, it's not convenient for you to find me. I'll do it myself. She then looked at the full moon in the sky and said, but it's already late. I'll have to nag you all night. Qiu Tong was stunned. There are many rooms in this manor, but it's too late to pack them up. Moreover, there are many spies in the incense cult. You don't want others to know, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It's fine. Just find me a place. If it's not convenient here, I'll just find a cave on the mountain. There's no need for that. Come with me. With that, she led Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, You don't have to go out. Just tell me where it is and I'll go there myself. I see. Qiu Tong thought for a while and said, This courtyard is empty. There aren't many people there. If you're brave enough, you can go there and stay for a night. All right. I'll come over first thing in the morning. Don't let the servants come over. With that, Zhang Xiaohua went out and made a hand seal. Without waiting for Qiu Tong to come out, she went straight to the backyard. When Qiu Tong came out, Zhang Xiaohua was long gone. It was like a dream. She couldn't help but believe that the country youth of the past was no longer someone she could see through. Just as Qiu Tong said, no one came to the backyard. It was rather dusty. Zhang Xiaohua went in and found a random room. She took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Then, she set up a restriction. Not long after, she fell into her daily slumber. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua first finished her homework. Seeing that it was still early, she sat on the praying mat and carefully considered Yan's condition. Yan's condition was really strange. Even in Rejuvenation Valley, she had never heard Mu Qingxian talk about such a case. It made her feel like she didn't know where to start. After thinking for a while, she didn't have any ideas. Zhang Xiaohua could only take out the pill formula that recorded the Spirit Awakening pill and read it carefully. The Spirit Awakening pill was refined using the same method as the Yuhuandan pill. It was also refined using the two main ingredients, lotus grass and clear eucalyptus fruit, along with a dozen other supplementary ingredients. The lotus grass and clear eucalyptus fruit weren't considered rare compared to the ice soul grass. Even the mystic birch forest had plenty of them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't take long to prepare all the herbs needed to refine the Spirit Awakening pill. She placed them in the coin pouch. After preparing everything, Zhang Xiaohua put away the praying mat and turned around to return to Yan's room. Qiu Tong was anxiously pacing left and right. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly appear, she couldn't help but jump in fright. Chapter 740. What kind of lightness skill is that? Qiu Tong was shocked and blurted out. Ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua blurted out with a smile. Isn't that the lightness skill that sect leader O bestowed upon me years ago? Qiu Tong was enlightened. You're really something. It's only been a few years since we last met, but you've already mastered the Misty School's lightness skill to such a high level. I feel that even Elder Yu can't compare to you. If sect leader O sees this, he'll definitely be overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips when she heard this. She knew her own situation. If O Peng were to find out about this technique, how would she survive? Zhang Xiaohua also knew that as the leader of a sect, O Peng would definitely prioritize the sect's interests. She was just a country bumpkin with no background. Either she obediently cooperated with him, or she would lose her life. Of course, O Peng should be considered a good person. He would probably pay a corresponding price in exchange for her help. Qiu Tong's face was a little gloomy and listless as she said this. Zhang Xiaohua smiled when she saw this. Don't think too much, Sister Qiu Tong. Who knows when the Misty School will be re-established in Pingyang City. Let's hurry and treat Mississippi. If Miss doesn't attend the ceremony on the day of reorganizing the mountains and rivers, it will be much worse. That's right. Qiu Tong wiped her eyes and said, Miss also talks about reorganizing the Misty School every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so tired and even contracted such a strange illness. With that, she led Zhang Xiaohua into the eastern room. Everything in the room was the same as last night. Even Yan's sleeping posture had changed slightly. Only the pale green color on Yan's face had deepened. Qiu Tong took out the awakening pill and was about to feed it to Yan when Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, Sister Qiu Tong, let me do it. Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded. She poured out a sobering pill and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu carefully examined the Spirit Awakening pill before placing it into Yan's mouth. Following which, he placed his finger on Yan's pulse and channeled his true energy into her body. He activated his true energy to dissolve the Spirit Awakening pill, while his divine sense enveloped Yan. Sure enough, the Spirit Awakening pill had some effect. Not long after, when the pill dissolved, although Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi didn't detect any special changes in Yan's meridians, heart meridians, and internal organs, the disappearing vitality in her divine sense obviously slowed down. Although it couldn't stop, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to see Yan's slightly moving eyes and trembling eyelashes. Miss. Qiu Tong saw Yan move and said in surprise, You're awake. Mississippi. Yan opened her eyes tiredly and saw Zhang Xiaohua immediately. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed that other than her mother, no one else could recognize her so easily. Her heart warmed as she nodded and said, it's me, Mississippi. You're awake? Yes, I'm awake. Why are you in my room? Did he Tianshu give you a day off today? Or is there something you need from me? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua completely understood. Like I said, only mother can recognize me at once. Even elder brother, elder sister-in-law, and father are hesitant. How could Yen have such a deep impression of me? It turns out that she thought she was in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Qiu Tong walked over and said, Miss, this. Before Qiu Tong could finish speaking, Yen frowned and said, Are you Qiu Tong? Why do you seem to have aged so much in just one night? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she stood up from the chair. Yen was even more surprised. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, when did you grow so tall? Miss, Mississippi. Qiu Tong quickly walked forward and sat beside Yen. You must be a little confused from sleeping. Look at the things in this room. When Yen heard this, she looked around and then at the bed. She composed herself and smiled bitterly. So we're not at Huanxi Manor. But then she pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, Who is this person? Why does she look exactly like Zhang Xiaohua from a few years ago? Qiu Tong said, She is Zhang Xiaohua from back then. I don't know what happened. She's actually acting so young. You don't have to doubt it. I already confirmed last night that she's the real Zhang Xiaohua. When Yen saw Qiu Tong's assurance, she did not pursue the matter. She only said, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you here? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she bowed and said, Big sister now is not the time to ask me. I know you can't stay awake for long. I know a little about the art of medicine, so I wanted to ask you some questions. Yen was interested. She said, Am I sick? I just feel very tired and want to sleep. It's probably because I was tired a while ago. Qiu Tong said worriedly, Miss, it's good for you to rest like this. But you can't always sleep. This servant is very afraid. Let's listen to Zhang Xiaohua and see if he can find anything. Without waiting for Yen to nod, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Big sister when did you suddenly feel very tired and want to sleep? Yen thought for a moment and said, About 20 days ago. I wanted to go to the mountain to take a look, but halfway there, I suddenly felt a gust of wind. I felt cold all over and my limbs were tired. I didn't want to move. At that time, I was with Qiu Tong and it was Qiu Tong who helped me back. When I came back, I couldn't open my eyes and wanted to sleep. Then. Do you feel any different when you sleep compared to when you rest? Yes, Yen said firmly, usually, I just sleep. But this time, it was as if I wasn't sleeping at all. I felt like I was flying, and it was as if I was chasing a flying bug. It kept flying, and I kept chasing, but I couldn't catch up. It was very, very tiring. Was there anything else unusual? Zhang Xiaohua asked. There didn't seem to be anything. It was just a dream, nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qiu Tong and said, Big sister Qiu Tong, I don't have anything else to ask. You can tell young mistress. Qiu Tong nodded and looked at Yen, It's all right, young mistress. Yesterday, we asked the doctor from Lingering Fragrance Peak to come over and leave you some pills. Once you take it, you'll wake up. Also, Zhang Xiaohua knows the Qi Huang technique. He said that he will definitely be able to cure your illness. Yen laughed. She was also tired. She said, I believe in you. Then, she sighed and said, Actually, this is good too. I've been tired these past few years. Whenever I have time, I think of Big Brother. If I can't wake up from my sleep, I can go and see Big Brother earlier. But I can't rebuild the Misty School. I'm afraid I won't be able to answer to Big Brother. You're thinking too much. Didn't gang leader not tell you anything? Why are you giving yourself such a heavy task? Qiu Tong reprimanded. The Misty School is Big Brother's foundation. I can't accept it being taken over by someone else for no reason. Sigh, it's a pity that you had to come here with me. You're almost 30, but you don't even have a good husband. Chiao Tong blushed a little when she heard this. She rebuked, look at what young mistress is saying. Aren't you the same? This servant is still waiting to serve you, Anne. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, Big Sister Chiao Tong, I forgot something. It wasn't just Chiao Tong. Even O Yan looked up and said, look at you smiling so happily. What's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's good news for Big Sister Chiao Tong. With that, he took out the brocade box and the letter that Chiao Ju had asked him to bring to Chiao Tong. He said, congratulations, Big Sister Chiao Tong. There's actually a disciple in the Misty School who admires you so much. This is the letter and birthday present he asked someone to bring to you. Chiao Tong's face turned red when she heard this. She scolded jokingly, Zhang Xiaohua, when did you learn to make fun of me? You actually brought something like this over? O Yan was also overjoyed. She tugged at Chiao Tong and said, you silly girl, when did you go to the front mountain? You actually did such a big thing without saying a word. You even hid it from me? See if I don't give you a dowry in the future. How can that be? Chiao Tong protested loudly, I've been accompanying young mistress every day. How can I have the time to go to the Misty Hall? Hearing their conversation, Zhang Xiaohua knew that they had misunderstood. She quickly said, sisters, please listen to me. This disciple is not from the Misty Hall. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them everything that Chiao Ju had said. O Yan and Chiao Tong were both sad. They knew that this disciple was no longer around. After a while, O Yan asked, Chiao Tong, who do you think this disciple is? Chiao Tong shook her head and said, I've never had the chance to go to the Misty Mountain Villa. Even when I did go, it was to accompany young mistress. Although there are many disciples in the Misty School, I've never paid attention to them. Sigh, it's a pity that this disciple is too shy. If he had come a few years earlier, he might have been able to achieve something good. Young mistress. Chiao Tong said shyly, this is something that has never happened. What are you talking about? She then raised the letter and box in her hand and said, it's because this disciple sacrificed her life for the Misty School that I accepted these. If it were any other day, I wouldn't even look at them. At this time, seeing that O Yan was gradually becoming more and more sleepy, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness felt that O Yan's vitality was fading away. She couldn't help but have a bad feeling. It seemed that this spirit cleansing pill could only cure the symptoms. O Yan yawned and said, let's take a look at the letter first. I'm curious, who is this disciple? Is it one of the few that I know? Chiao Tong's face turned red, but seeing that O Yan was about to fall asleep again, she was also anxious. She smiled and said, all right, young mistress, please wait a moment. I'll read the letter to you. Hearing this, O Yan's eyes lit up. She said, then read it quickly. This disciple of the Misty School has some literary talent. Chiao Tong smiled and opened the letter. But when she saw the contents, she couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Chapter 741. Chiao Tong's heart was pounding like a little deer. What girl didn't yearn for love? Chiao Tong was the same. It was just that she had not met anyone who could move her heart. But now, she suddenly heard that a disciple of the ethereal sect admired her a few years ago. He even wrote a confession letter and gave her a birthday present before her birthday. How could she not be overjoyed? Even her vanity, which was rarely seen, was swollen at this moment. Even O Yan, who was lying on the side, looked at her with envy and jealousy. After all, she had never received such a direct confession in all these years. However, when Chiao Tong opened the letter with trembling fingers, her face was full of surprise. Then, she flipped through the letter and said, What? What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and thought to himself, why, did I take the wrong one? But then he thought about it. He had a lot of pills and herbs in his bag. If it was a letter, there was only one of it. How could he have taken the wrong one? Could it be that little Yu secretly wrote it for me? Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Let me see. Oh Yan said. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to say the same, but this involved Qiu Tong's privacy. He didn't dare to say anything. Qiu Tong looked confused as she passed the item in her hand to Oh Yan. Oh Yan took it and looked it up and down. She said in confusion, Qiu Tong, this admirer of yours is quite interesting. Is this the place where he wants to meet you on a date? But. So what if he wants to meet you? Will it kill him to write a word? Why would he spend so much effort to draw a map? Also, you can draw it if you want. Why? Why didn't you draw it completely? It's just. Oh, I think it's just a corner. As she said that, Oh Yan seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, she raised her head in shock and looked straight at Qiu Tong. Qiu Tong also seemed to have realized something. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she met Oh Yan's eyes. Quick, see what's in the box. Oh Yan said without hesitation. Okay. Qiu Tong quickly opened the box. However, he was flustered and nervous. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, saw that the two of them were acting mysteriously and did not find it strange. She stepped forward and said with a smile, Sister Qiu Tong, shall I help you? Only then did Qiu Tong and Oh Yan realize that Zhang Xiaohua was still in the room. They were slightly taken aback. Then, they looked at each other and nodded slightly. Qiu Tong turned around and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I think you might have realized that this. Before she could finish, she tilted her head to look at Oh Yan and continued, I won't go into the details first. I'll tell you in detail later. Now, all you need to do is swear that you won't tell anyone what you saw today. Otherwise, Qiu Tong wouldn't be able to come up with anything that Zhang Xiaohua was afraid of. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said warmly, Okay, Sister Qiu Tong. I definitely won't tell anyone what I saw today. If I violate this oath, I'll be struck by lightning and die. Qiu Tong heard Zhang Xiaohua's sincere oath and gradually calmed down. However, she still turned to look at Oh Yan. Oh Yan was a little listless and only nodded slightly. Thus, Qiu Tong handed the box to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Open it carefully. Don't be too surprised if there's anything special inside. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua took the brocade box and pretended to look at it. His divine sense had already been released. Then, his finger moved lightly on the lid of the brocade box a few times. With a soft "pa" sound, the brocade box opened on its own. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at it and just handed it to Qiu Tong. Qiu Tong and Oh Yan were very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua's actions. They looked at each other again before Qiu Tong took the box. When she saw what was inside the box, her eyes were filled with confusion. Then, without saying a word, she handed the box to Oh Yan. Oh Yan saw that Qiu Tong was confused and found it strange as well. Is there something special inside? However, when Oh Yan saw what was inside the box, her expression wasn't one of confusion, but one of excitement. Inside the brocade box was actually a small and exquisite jade bottle, and on the jade bottle were the words, longevity pill, scribbled on it. Who was Oh Yan? She was sect leader O's biological sister. Although she couldn't practice martial arts, she was doted on by sect leader Junhui and his wife from the Misty School. Her knowledge wasn't any worse than Oh Peng's. In fact, because she didn't practice martial arts, she knew more than Oh Peng. Since Oh Peng knew about the origin of the longevity pill, how could Oh Yan not know? Oh Yan immediately knew why the Misty School was annihilated when she saw the longevity pill. With such a heaven-defying item in her hands, how could she not be coveted by others? Moreover, she immediately understood Peng's arrangement. To let a young Misty School disciple pretend to give this item to a servant girl as a gift, even the incense cult wouldn't be able to find it. Who would have thought of this? But, isn't this too risky? Yen thought, if Chiu Tong didn't know and just left it on the table, wouldn't she be caught? Just as this thought appeared, Yen laughed, as the saying goes, take the unconventional path. Big brother must be thinking of this. If he can take the risk and give it to me, then so be it. If he can't, then so be it. Now that it's in my hands, doesn't it mean that Big Brother's judgment is correct? Sigh, Big Brother. Then, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Yen forced herself to stay awake and forced herself to look at Chiu Tong and Zhang Xiaohua. In a flash, her heart skipped a beat. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You even let him take it." As soon as she finished speaking, Yan's eyes closed and she fell into a deep sleep. So fast. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless as she watched. She muttered in her heart, could it be that Yen is like me and has something on her? Does she have to fall asleep on time at a certain time? Yen fell into a deep sleep and the brocade box in her hands fell onto the bed. Chiu Tong sighed and picked up the brocade box. She didn't close the box and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Take a look. Since young mistress told you to keep it, wouldn't it be immoral if I didn't let you see it? Rather than letting you sneak a peek, I'd rather let you see it openly. Chiu Tong was so straightforward that she obviously didn't treat Zhang Xiaohua as an outsider. Zhang Xiaohua smiled awkwardly and took the brocade box. She pretended to look at it. Needless to say, everyone already knew that there was nothing within 10 feet that could be hidden from Zhang Xiaohua. After looking at it, Zhang Xiaohua asked hesitantly, "Big sister Chiu Tong, what is this longevity pill? I've never heard of it before." That's right, Zhang Xiaohua had taken many jade slips. Although there were many records of elixirs in these jade slips, there was no mention of this longevity pill. Chiu Tong was also at a loss. She only said, "How would I know? I'll ask young mistress the next time she wakes up." Then, she handed over the letter in her hand and said, "Take a look at this too." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is big sister Chiu Tong's private matter. It's not good for me to look at it." Chiu Tong pursed her lips and said, "What private matter? Take a look first. I'll tell you later." Zhang Xiaohua didn't read Chiu Tong's letter with his divine sense. He took it from Chiu Tong's hands. As soon as he touched it, he felt that something was wrong. What kind of letter was this? Wasn't this just a sheepskin scroll? When she opened it again, she was even more surprised. There was something drawn on the sheepskin scroll that looked like a mountain peak. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the incident when she encountered the Xian Rong gang on the island. Didn't the red-clothed corpse have a similar piece of skin? Didn't it have the same drawing? Even the edges of the sheepskin scroll were the same. How could Zhang Xiaohua not understand now? This sheepskin scroll and the other sheepskin scroll she saw before were torn off from a complete map. When she compared the two sheepskin scrolls in her mind, she knew that this was two of them. There were two more that she hadn't seen before. However, just based on these two sheepskin scrolls, she seemed to have a rough idea of the shape of the mountain peak. After looking at it, Chiu Tong reminded her, "Zhang Xiaohua, young mistress has entrusted this to you. You must take good care of it. This concerns young mistress's life. Even if you lose your life, you can't lose these two things." Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed at Chiu Tong's nagging and how precious these two things were. Sigh, she's still treating me like the village child from before. However, he didn't refute her. He nodded and said, "Big sister Chiu Tong, don't worry." "Oh, that's right. How can you hide them so casually in your clothes? How about this, you should take off your underwear. I'll sew a pouch for you. It's most suitable for you to put them in there." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. "You don't have to go that far, big sister Chiu Tong. I've carried these two things for so many years without any mishaps. It won't happen again in the future. You're doing this. It seems like you don't trust me at all. After thinking about it for a while, Qiu Tong also laughed. Zhang Xiaohua had kept it with him for so many years and had not lost it. He had even sent it over in perfect condition. She took a look at it and then asked him to keep it. That would cause so much distrust. It was really too much. Perhaps her brother should be more sensible. Qiu Tong was a little distracted. Then, she smiled and said, "Don't blame me for talking too much. All right, keep these things properly first. I'll tell you the reason behind it. Perhaps you'll understand why I'm so serious about it." Zhang Xiaohua complied and kept the 2 items in her clothes. Then, she smiled and said, "All right, as long as it's with me, even the best thief in the world won't be able to take it away. Don't say that I'm a thief from Pingyang City." Pfft, Qiu Tong seemed to have recalled the past. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're still as talkative as before." Then, she explained the importance of these 2 items to Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 742. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already listened to the conversation between Qiu Tong and Elder Yu when he was outside on the roof last night. He already had some impressions in his heart. Now that he heard it again, he was even more clear. Unknowingly, he already had a general understanding of why the Misty School was annihilated and why the incense cult was colluding with the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance to obtain the Misty School. Although Oyen, Qiu Tong, and Elder Yu had experienced the annihilation of the Misty School, they were only martial artists after all. They were only people from the Misty School and didn't know the mysteries of the Immortal Tao. They also didn't know the specifics of the incense cult. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua happened to be an Immortal Tao practitioner. He knew the Immortal Tao's cultivation techniques and Immortal Tao alchemy techniques. Moreover, he had also been to the Yulon Grand Canyon and knew some details about the incense cult. Therefore, what he could see was much further than the other 3. Zhang Xiaohua had seen a lot of immortal pills, but he had never heard of this longevity pill. It was enough to show the preciousness of this pill. Such a pill also had such a map. Even if he used his heel to think, he would know that the incense cult's goal was definitely not this bottle of pills, but the origin of the pills, which was also the location marked on the map. Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of this pill before. And was this place hiding secret martial arts manuals? Was there a hidden pill that could increase one's inner strength? No, definitely not. What the incense cult was after was the Immortal Tao's cultivation techniques and Immortal Tao alchemy techniques. But when he thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. The Church of Fragrance itself was within a huge restrictive spell, and was blessed by the heavens compared to the other sections. The other sects' cultivation methods may have been destroyed, but the Church of Fragrance may not have them. Although the Qi of heaven and earth in the Church of Fragrance was not enough to cultivate a Qi practitioner in the early stage of the Qi refining stage, but would stealing other people's cultivation methods be beneficial to the growth of one's own sect? Or perhaps, they were aiming for the pills in the secret area marked on the map. Zhang Xiaohua could only think of this. After all, Aroma sect couldn't refine the original pills themselves. If they could easily obtain pills from other sects, it would be a delightful thing. But then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of another question. If the Misty School had already been to that place and obtained the pill, then, why didn't O Peng take the longevity pill? Moreover, if O Peng had taken the Immortal Tao pill, why was he so easily destroyed by the fragrant cult? Sigh, there are so many questions. Let's not waste time. These things have already happened. When it's time to know, we'll know. What's the use of wasting time now? It's better to comprehend more of the heavenly Tao. Oh, that's right. Didn't I just remember that there were at least 2 sheepskin scrolls? That is to say, including the Misty School, there should be 4 schools that have obtained the sheepskin scrolls. They have all entered that place, so who are the other 3 schools? Was it also destroyed by the Aroma cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance? Who is that man in red? Which school does he belong to? The Shinron gang was able to invite the monks from the Dalan temple. They're probably from the Dalan temple. That sheepskin scroll was obtained by the Dalan temple. The one from the Misty School was obtained by me. Could it be that the Aroma cult and the Righteous Alliance obtained the other 2 sheepskin scrolls? Then, without the sheepskin scroll, the 3 schools wouldn't be able to enter that place, right? Hee, thanks to this Xiaoxia's cleverness, I've already read the sheepskin scroll obtained by the Dalan temple. Even without the one from the Dalan temple, I've already memorized 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Sigh, she had to admit that it wasn't only women like Chen Chen who were curious. Men were the same as well. After Qiu Tong told her everything she knew, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua with bright eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She couldn't help but lower her head and look around her body. She almost released her divine sense to check her back. Then, she was extremely puzzled. Sister Qiu Tong, I'm not dirty. What are you looking at? Do you know? Xiaohua, do you know how heavy the burden on your shoulders is now? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. She looked around and said, Sister Qiu Tong, I don't have anything on my shoulders. Qiu Tong shook her head. Do you know that the Misty School has placed the hope of reviving the Misty School on your shoulders? You don't let the Misty School down. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands. Sister Qiu Tong, capable people do more work. You'd better find someone else. Qiu Tong's expression relaxed. Oh, don't worry. Even if I ask you to do that kind of thing, I don't think you can do it. However, as long as you keep these 2 things well, it'll be the greatest contribution. Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. After a long time, she finally got up. She wiped the sweat on her head and said, Thank you for thinking highly of me, Misty School. Thank you for telling me, Sister Qiu Tong. I'll definitely live up to the expectations of Huanxi Villa and contribute to the revival of the Misty School. Qiu Tong was very satisfied. She almost patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder to praise her. However, when she looked at O Yan, who had fallen into a deep sleep again, she couldn't help but feel sad. She asked, The pills from Lingxiang Peak are just so. Why can't they last for a while after eating one? Moreover, it's even shorter than yesterday. What should we do? That's right. They couldn't give O Yan the awakening pill every time she fell asleep. Moreover, the effects of the awakening pill seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. If she ate it a few more times, it might not have any effect at all. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and easily sensed that O Yan's vitality was fading away just like yesterday. In fact, it was even a little faster. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, Sister Qiu Tong, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best to use less of this awakening pill. If you use it too much, perhaps. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to say the rest, but Qiu Tong also understood. She only felt that her chest was stuffy and flustered. She slowly walked to the window and pushed it open a small crack. She said, We're already far away from home. We can't rely on anyone. Mrs. Hart is higher than the sky, but her life is thinner than paper. If she doesn't wake up, what should I do? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua also let out a long sigh. She looked at O Yan's face lying on the bed and said, The ancients say that beautiful women have short lives. It's really true. Although Sister O has a beautiful face, when she passes away, she'll only be a skeleton. Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the scene when she saw her own skull. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's expression froze. She seemed to have thought of something. However, she frowned and couldn't figure out what it was. What is it? Strange, it seems to be related to Mrs. Illness. What is it? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch her head a little. However, when her hand touched her forehead, her eyes couldn't help but brighten. I'm really stupid. Why didn't I think of looking at Sister O's head? The doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak can only take the pulse like me, or use inner force to check the meridians and organs. They can't check the head. Isn't this lethargy related to the head? The ancients say that practice is the only way to test the truth. Sure enough, I usually only look at medical books and have never come into contact with real patients. I thought I had mastered it, but when I see real patients, I'm flustered and don't know what to do. I should have thought of it last night when Sister O was like this. Presumably, looking at O Yen, who was still leaning against the window and feeling sorry for herself, she released her divine sense and swept it directly into O Yan's Naiwan palace. If it was a cultivator of the immortal Tao, they would definitely fight back and not let Zhang Xiaohua enter at all. Even if it was a normal person, they would definitely resist instinctively. However, O Yen was already unconscious at this moment. She only put in a little effort to resist and was forcefully invaded by Zhang Xiaohua. O Yan's Naiwan palace was like a clean virgin land that was being wantonly scanned by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, after looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled again. There's nothing here. It's completely empty. Could it be that I'm wrong? Pinching his chin and standing in front of O Yan's window, Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Sigh, luckily no one came in now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be nice. A man standing in front of the window of an unconscious woman, pinching his chin and sizing her up carefully. Anyone who saw this lecherous man would be able to guess what this lecherous man was thinking. However, poor Zhang Xiaohua was completely unaware of those things that the spectators were thinking. When he thought of O Yan's Naiwan palace, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the Dan core in his own Naiwan palace. He also thought of the golden divine restriction on the Dan core and the few golden talismans that were gradually appearing on the divine restriction. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua already had a faint feeling that if he could fully understand any one of these talismans, he would definitely be able to cure O Yan's illness. It was a pity that this was just a thought. He had already spent such a long time trying to understand the rabbit talisman, but he still wasn't able to fully understand it. Although the other talismans contained the same number of talismans, the difficulty level was definitely much higher than this. He didn't even know when he would be able to fully master them. It was like water from afar couldn't quench one's present thirst. Following that, he thought of the blood elixir, refining elixir core, and spirit traction. These two were cultivation techniques for cultivating the Dan core, especially spirit traction. There were also methods and techniques for using the divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua recalled carefully and actually didn't seem to have anything related to this. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua finally focused his attention on the bewitching finger. Zhang Xiaohua had been cultivating the bewitching finger in Pingyang City. However, he neglected the essentials and focused on the details after that. He only used the techniques of immortals to imitate the Tao of immortals and threw the essence of the technique to the back of his mind. Now that he encountered O Yan's illness and thought about it carefully, he was delighted to discover that in the records of the bewitching finger, there were techniques to seal the acupoints on the head. Although these techniques didn't directly target the Naiwan palace, since it was called the bewitching, it was definitely related to the Naiwan palace. He could give it a try. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard Qiu Tong say angrily, "Zhang Xiaohua, why are you staring at Miss like that?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He saw that when O Yan was unconscious just now, not only were her arms exposed, even her soft breasts were exposed. There are more chapters. Chapter 743. How could you do this? Qiu Tong was exasperated. She walked to the bed and covered O Yan's body with the blanket again and again until only her shriveled head was exposed. How could you be worthy of Miss Special treatment? Qiu Tong did not intend to let her go. I know you've grown up, but you can't. Zhang Xiaohua quickly put her finger to her lips and said mysteriously, Sister Qiu Tong, don't say anything. I'm just thinking. I think I've found a way to save Mississippi. Her words worked. Qiu Tong immediately shut her mouth and did not say another word. The way she looked at Zhang Xiaohua changed again. as if the person in front of her was the most adorable person in the world. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought carefully. The bewitching finger was nothing more than sealing the major acupoints in the brain. It was like trapping a person's thoughts. Then, a special method was used to lure the person whose acupoints were sealed to tell the truth. Zhang Xiaohua used the bewitching finger to treat Yan. Of course, she did not need to go through the last step. She only needed to try sealing the major acupoints in the brain and see if there was any effect. After thinking about all the methods carefully, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Qiu Tong, stand aside. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. Let me try." Qiu Tong hesitated and asked, "What do you want to do?" "If there's anything like taking off her clothes, I'll have to do it." "You'll have to cover your eyes." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "There's no need. I'll just seal a few acupoints in Mrs. Head. It won't damage her reputation." "Then, that's fine." Qiu Tong moved aside and asked, "Then, you won't turn Miss into an idiot, right?" Seeing that Qiu Tong was so distrustful, Zhang Xiaohua felt rather helpless. But thinking about it, these techniques were all in the category of martial arts and had nothing to do with treating illnesses. Yan was more important in Qiu Tong's heart than anyone else. It would be strange if she was not worried. "I know how Miss treats me. How can I do something I'm not confident in? Moreover, if young Miss is like this, isn't she worse than a fool?" Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart, "This is my first time using it. Who knows if there will be any consequences? If it doesn't work, I'll just release it." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was very confident and that she didn't have any good ideas, Qiu Tong could only step aside. However, her eyes were already fixed on Zhang Xiaohua, afraid that he would do something inappropriate. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly and walked onto the bed. She slowly raised her left hand and extended her index finger. Then, with a slight movement, it was as if a cool breeze had brushed past one's face. She had sealed several of the major acupoints of the bewitching finger. She had even used her immortal true energy. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully examined it. Her face revealed a mixed expression of joy and worry. She was happy because the life force that she had sensed was fading away, and it had slowed down. She was worried because the bewitching finger only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. It couldn't stop the life force from fading away. Moreover, from the looks of it, Yan seemed to be in a deeper sleep. "Hurry up and do it," Qiu Tong urged. "Are you not confident?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. "I've already done it, big sister Qiu Tong. It should be effective." "It's effective?" Qiu Tong was stunned. She stared at Yan for a long time and said in confusion, "Isn't Miss still in a deep sleep? Why do you say it's effective?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it to her. She could only point at Yan's face and say, "Big sister Qiu Tong, look. Didn't Miss' face turn a little green earlier? And now, it's faded a lot, right? Is that so?" Qiu Tong was surprised. She stared at her for a long time before saying, "It seems so." Your hand really worked." Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. "What do you mean? I didn't even see any changes in my face." However, her face was still serious. "So, big sister Qiu Tong, you have to believe me." I believe you." Qiu Tong hurriedly said, "But, how can you wake Miss up? She won't wake up and won't eat or drink. How can she live on?" Of course, Qiu Tong was still the most considerate and attentive. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't thought of this at all. When she heard this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. She took out a jade bottle and handed it to Qiu Tong. "Big sister Qiu Tong, this is Rejuvenation Valley's fasting pill. I don't know if you've heard of it before. You can stop eating or drinking for 7 days after taking one. There are 3 pills here. Help feed Mississippi." Qiu Tong took it and poured out 1 pill without hesitation. When she saw the tasteless pill, she couldn't help but blurt out, Is this a pill? Why doesn't it have any fragrance at all? How would I dare to feed Miss this? I'm not sure. In any case, Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nya gave it to me. Don't you think it's true? Zhang Xiaohua didn't bother to explain and directly pushed all the blame to Valley Master Nya. Rejuvenation Valley's reputation was resounding, and Valley Master Nya was a godlike figure in Qiu Tong's heart. When she heard that Valley Master Nya had personally given it to her, her suspicions turned into trust and she immediately fed it into Yan's mouth. The fasting pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Qiu Tong no longer had any doubts and only praised it endlessly. As expected of Rejuvenation Valley, the place Miss often talks about. This pill, TSK, there's nothing to say. It's different from other people's pills. Miss hasn't eaten or drunk much for several days, and a single fasting pill was able to cure her. Valley Master Nya of Rejuvenation Valley is truly a god. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled wryly. However, mortals judged others based on their reputation. If one heard too much, they would think that the person's skill was profound. If one hadn't heard of the person before, they would think that the person's skill was low. Other things aside, Valley Master Nya couldn't compare to her in terms of pill refinement. However, when she took out the pill, Qiu Tong was suspicious again and again. When she said that it was a gift from Valley Master Nya, and that it wasn't personally refined by Valley Master Nya, this pill immediately became a treasure. Was this the effect of word of mouth? Everything in the world is like this. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. It's not just pills and martial arts. It's the same for the biographies and novels that ordinary people read. Zhang Xiaohua was about to warn Qiu Tong about a few other things when she heard an angry roar from outside. You brat, who are you? How dare you barge into the lady's room? Zhang Xiaohua was so focused on Yan's condition that she forgot to pay attention to what was happening in the courtyard. Qiu Tong was the same. When she heard the angry roar, she realized that someone had entered the room. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw an old man with a red face. He walked into the hall and glared at her. His one-armed right hand was raised and pointed at her fiercely. Wasn't this Elder Yu, who taught her the nameless sword art? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and allowed Elder Yu to see her face. Elder Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He looked her up and down and was about to speak again when Qiu Tong said, Good morning, Elder Yu. Why did you barge in without saying anything? Seeing that Qiu Tong was very calm, Elder Yu snorted and said, I already called you in the courtyard, but you didn't answer at all. I was afraid that something might happen, so I barged in. Who is this brat? Who? Qiu Tong mocked, Can't you tell who he is with this face? Zhang Xiaohua? Elder Yu exclaimed, How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly in her heart. This sentence had been repeated countless times by her old friends when they saw her face. In fact, even she herself didn't know why her appearance hadn't changed after so many years. Greetings, Elder Yu. This little one is indeed Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the room and bowed respectfully. This Elder Yu had taught her, so she couldn't treat him lightly. Are you really Zhang Xiaohua? Elder Yu was still in disbelief. This is really inconceivable. It's been 4 to 5 years, so why haven't you changed? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to explain. She took out Chasing Dream and handed it over. This is the small sword that this little one used back then. Elder Yu has seen it before, so it can be considered as proof. Elder Yu took it and looked at it. He nodded and said, This sword is not bad, but Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why do I have to prove that I'm really Zhang Xiaohua every time I see someone? I might as well be Ren Xiaoyao. Why don't I put the label of Zhang Xiaohua on my forehead? Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain. She took Chasing Dream and stood up. She casually executed a few moves of the nameless swordsmanship that Elder Yu taught her. At this moment, Elder Yu's eyes were filled with warmth. The sword moves are exquisite, and you can move freely. Zhang Xiaohua, it seems like you've practiced these moves quite a bit. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Yu. This swordsmanship is truly amazing. It has saved my life many times over the years. Good, good. Elder Yu stroked his white beard and looked at the eastern room. He turned around and asked, Chiu Tong, how is the young miss? Chiu Tong recounted what happened last night and this morning. Then, she said, Zhang Xiaohua said that he has a way to treat the young miss. First, he has to seal the acupoints on her head. What? Seal the acupoints on her head? When Elder Yu heard this, he immediately stood up. Zhang Xiaohua, how can you act on your own accord? Don't you know that the acupoints on the head are the weakest? If you're not careful, you can seal the acupoints on the young miss head. Even this old man doesn't dare to seal the acupoints on the young miss head. How can you be so daring when you've only learned how to seal acupoints for a few days? After speaking, he didn't waste any more time with Zhang Xiaohua and rushed into the inner room. Chiu Tong didn't know martial arts and didn't know the importance of sealing the acupoints on the head. When she heard Elder Yu's rage, she thought that something big had happened. Her expression changed and she glared at Zhang Xiaohua before following Elder Yu into the inner room. Zhang Xiaohua calmly sat on the chair with one leg crossed over the other. He actually picked up a teacup and leisurely sipped the tea. Then, he heard a faint voice from the inner room. What time was it? What do you mean just now? You. How should I describe you? Chiu Tong, Zhang Xiaohua is still young. It's fine if he messes around, but you. AI, this old man will take a look first. Chapter 744. Zhang Xiaohua calmly sat on the chair and sipped her tea. That was the bewitching finger. There were very few people in the world who could unseal this acupoint. Zhang Xiaohua had used the Immortal Tao's true qi. It was 100 times stronger than the bewitching finger's true qi. Zhang Xiaohua was well aware of Elder Yu's martial arts. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua was looking down on Elder Yu. If Elder Yu could unseal her acupoints, then the bewitching finger would be worthless. As expected, after a moment of silence, Elder Yu rushed out and whispered, Brat, which acupoints did you seal? Why can't I unseal any of them? Zhang Xiaohua calmly put down his teacup and asked curiously, Elder Yu, I heard that acupoint sealing techniques are passed down in secret. Each acupoint sealing technique can only be unsealed with the same technique. Could it be that you know my acupoint sealing technique? Elder Yu's face turned red. He naturally wanted to use his inner qi, which was much stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's, to forcefully unseal her acupoints. Since he couldn't do it, he could only say, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and unseal her acupoints. If you take too long, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. This Elder Yu was a warm-hearted person. Back then, he saw how hard-working he was and imparted the nameless sword art to him. Now, he was here to protect O Yen. Of course, he wouldn't allow him to do anything to O Yen that he didn't understand. However, if he didn't seal her acupoints, O Yan's vitality would be drained away every second. Even if he managed to refine the real Spirit Awakening pill in 10 days, O Yen would already be dead. What use would the Spirit Awakening pill have? Why would he waste his time? However, he couldn't explain the loss of vitality to Elder Yu. He had used green and light green to fool Chiu Tong. Such a clumsy method wouldn't be able to fool Elder Yu. How should I explain it? Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had an idea. He smiled and said, Elder Yu, I've already sealed her acupoints. Furthermore, I can't unseal them in a short period of time. This is for young Mrs. sake. Elder Yu was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, Elder Yu, Please don't speak first. Let me finish. He continued, I know you don't trust me because my martial arts are weak. However, you've taught me swordsmanship before, so I don't dare to spar with you. How about this? I'll show you something. Once you see it, you'll definitely believe me. What is it? Elder Yu asked curiously. If it's really as you say, Elder Yu, on the other hand, was careful not to say too much. Zhang Xiaohua smiled but didn't pay any attention to him. He reached into his bosom, but his heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, this is bad. I wanted to show Elder Yu the dream-weaving sword art sword manual and let him know that I had a fortuitous encounter. Also, I wanted to give this sword manual to Elder Yu to repay his kindness of teaching me the sword back then. But in the Yulon Grand Canyon, I gave the jade water sword to second brother, and I put the sword manual back in its scabbard. Elder Yu became more suspicious when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's hand in his chest and didn't take it out. What's wrong? You can't take it out? This old man wants to see what you have to convince me. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took out her hand. It was Zhu Meng. Elder Yu frowned. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhu Meng and said, Elder Yu is wise. This little one obtained a set of swordplay and an acupoint sealing technique. Not to mention the acupoint sealing technique, it's used to treat symptoms like bewilderment. Elder Yu might not understand it, but this swordplay is similar to what you taught me. You should understand it when you see it. Elder Yu's eyes lit up. Of course, the manual he obtained was incomplete. He had always wanted to complete the swordplay, but he couldn't fulfill his wish. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that it was similar to the swordplay, how could he not understand the meaning behind it? His heartbeat immediately sped up and his eyes lit up. He said with a trembling voice, Can you show it to me? Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, I don't know where I put the manual. Elder Yu's face turned ashen and he almost cursed out loud. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua said in time, however, this little one has memorized the moves very well. Although I can't execute them very well, I should be able to remember all of the moves correctly. As she said that, she raised Zhu Meng with her right hand and executed the moves according to the instructions in the manual. Qiu Tong was baffled, but Elder Yu's expression became more and more excited the more he watched. Zhang Xiaohua usually used his sword to execute the dream-weaving swordsmanship, so it was different from holding a small sword. Therefore, when he used his right hand to execute the dream-weaving swordsmanship according to his memory, he was rather unfamiliar with it at first, and there were many flaws in his sword moves. After he finished executing the set of swordsmanship, Elder Yu nodded and shook his head. The one who nodded was that Zhang Xiaohua's memory was very good. Elder Yu felt that these moves were very exquisite, and the 16 sword moves that he had learned were faintly included in them. The one who shook his head was, this Zhang Xiaohua, why is she so lazy? She has long lost the tenacity and willingness to endure hardships that she had when she was young. She can memorize the moves well, but her execution is still unfamiliar. She must have neglected her practice. What a pity, what a pity. After Zhang Xiaohua executed the swordplay once, she was afraid that Elder Yu couldn't see it clearly, so she executed it again. This time, it was much smoother than the first time, and all the flaws were gone. At this moment, Elder Yu already believed in the authenticity of the swordplay. How could he still look at Zhang Xiaohua's unfamiliar moves? He only focused on watching and racked his brain to memorize them. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped and stood there with a smile, Elder Yu closed his eyes and carefully savored the rhythm of the swordplay in his mind. Qiu Tong was curious. When she was scolded by Elder Yu earlier, she felt that she had made a huge mistake by trusting Zhang Xiaohua too easily. She was filled with guilt, but now that she saw Elder Yu close his eyes after watching Zhang Xiaohua's swordplay, she was even more curious. She quietly walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, what did you do to Elder Yu? How did you freeze Elder Yu with just one round of swordplay? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Qiu Tong didn't know martial arts, so she couldn't understand the significance of this move to Elder Yu. She smiled and said, I only wanted to prove to Elder Yu that it was right to seal the young Miss acupoints. Just one round of swordplay is enough to prove it? Qiu Tong asked curiously. Oh right, you sealed the young Miss acupoints. Is it a big deal? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, you're asking this again. I already swore, why don't you believe me? But, you swore something else, not this. Qiu Tong said anxiously. At this moment, Elder Yu opened his eyes and nodded. Qiu Tong, don't say any more. This old man believes him. Ah. Qiu Tong's mouth fell open. She thought to herself, you were the one who didn't believe me just now, and now you're the one who believes me. You've played both the good and the bad guy for me. Alright, Elder Yu, I've always trusted Xiaohua. Don't forget that I was the one who picked him up from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency back in Pingyang City. Picked him up? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. Who would talk like that? Elder Yu ignored her and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's ear. He said shamelessly, Xiaohua, look, what kind of relationship do we have? Your swordplay only allowed me to take a few glances. Zhang Xiaohua was a casual student that he taught casually in the past. She wasn't even considered a disciple. It was really difficult for Elder Yu to say that he wanted to learn from her. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Elder Yu, you're right. I've had this sword manual for many years, and I've practiced it every day. But even now, I still can't master it. You've seen it just now, and I can barely remember it. I'm still far from mastering it. I've always wanted to meet you and have you teach me. Now is the perfect time. Why don't you teach me after you've mastered it? How could you not know where to put the swordplay manual if you practice it every day? Elder Yu was overjoyed when he heard this, but his eyes were glued to Zhang Xiaohua's chest. It wasn't that Elder Yu was coveting Zhang Xiaohua's things. After all, the thing he had been dreaming of was right in front of him. Even someone as calm as Elder Yu couldn't help but be tempted. Perhaps this was the difference between Immortal Cultivation and Martial Cultivation. Seeing Elder Yu's expression, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, it's just that the swordplay manual is extremely precious. I don't keep it with me for no reason. I didn't expect to meet you here, so I'll bring it to you the next time I come. I see. Elder Yu was obviously disappointed. He looked at the courtyard outside and suddenly thought, how did Zhang Xiaohua come here? Thus, he asked suspiciously, how did you come to spread the incense cult? How did you get into Shushin Peak? Moreover, there are disciples from Lingering Fragrance Peak guarding the surroundings. How did you get in? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His story needed to be written into a book. Every time he met someone he knew, he would give them a book so that he wouldn't have to waste time talking. He smiled and said, that's not important. What's important is that I met all of you. Moreover, I have some confidence in saving young Mississippi. Young miss, look at my brain. Elder Yu woke up. He had been chatting with Zhang Xiaohua for so long that he forgot to ask about this matter. He hurriedly said, Zhang Xiaohua, I believe that you are sincere and have good intentions. Moreover, you have obtained the mysterious acupoint sealing technique and have the ability to seal the acupoints on young Miss' head. But, why did you seal these acupoints? Young Miss was originally unconscious. It would have been better if you could wake her up. However, she was still unconscious. What's the use of sealing her acupoints? Sigh, it's still here. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He didn't want to explain it clearly. In the end, Elder Yu caught the crux of the matter. He thought for a moment and said, Elder Yu, if I tell you that I can determine young Miss' condition by taking her pulse, would you believe me? I believe you. If I use medicinal herbs or pills to control young Miss' condition, would you believe me? I believe you. If I can seal young Miss' acupoints and control young Miss' condition by sealing her acupoints, would you believe me? I believe you. Oh, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, since Elder Yu believes me, I won't say anything else. Time is tight. Even though young Mrs. acupoints are sealed and her condition can be controlled temporarily, I still have to look for other pills. I'll take my leave here. I'll come back in a few days. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the room. Elder Yu and Qiu Tong also stood up and said, "Then, all right. Xiaohua, take care." Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and closed the door behind him, blocking their view. Then, he disappeared from their sight. When the two of them came over and opened the door, Zhang Xiaohua was already gone. This. Where did Zhang Xiaohua go? Qiu Tong was shocked. Elder Yu was also shocked. However, after being shocked for a while, Elder Yu slapped his forehead and said angrily, "This bastard, after beating around the bush for so long, he still hasn't said why he sealed young Miss Acupoints." Chapter 745. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's astonishment, Qiu Tong added, "Who knows? They didn't come much earlier, but these few days, they first sent the awakening pill, then came every day to check on young Mrs.'s condition. It's as if they suddenly care about her. I don't know what Lord Sect Leader is up to." Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "Who cares what medicine she's selling? As long as she can cure young Mrs.'s illness, it's fine." "Sigh, Xiaohua, I'll have to rely on you. That doctor only said that young Mrs.'s condition is getting better because of the awakening pill. He didn't say anything else." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, "I still need around 10 days to find a new medicine. We can only muddle through for now. I hope young Miss can pull through." 10 days? What kind of medicine would take so long to find? "Xiaohua, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. If you need any herbs, I'll ask Lingxiang Peak for them, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "Big sister Qiu Tong, I know what you mean. The problem is, how are you going to use these herbs? I don't think it'll be easy for you to explain, right?" Qiu Tong was dejected. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Also, just the herbs alone won't be enough. So, don't worry, I'll do my best to save young Mississippi." Qiu Tong nodded, "If you can save young Miss, I'll even do anything to repay you." OMG, Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she had been knocked down, then she said, "I was taken in by big sister Qiu Tong. She gives me a salary of 3 coins every month. Just treat it as me working for Huanxi Manor. After that, just give me banknotes. Money grubber." Qiu Tong burst out laughing. She had revealed Huanxi Manor's biggest secret. Zhang Xiaohua followed Qiu Tong into the inner room, leaving Elder Yu sitting on the chair and reading the sword manual. Inside the room, O Yan was still lying there quietly. Just as Qiu Tong had said, O Yan's complexion had changed a little. Her face was slightly red, a sign that her qi and blood were flourishing. Wherever her divine sense swept past, life force was still flowing away, but it was as subtle and slow as yesterday. It was completely different from when Zhang Xiaohua had first seen it. It seems that the situation is very stable. Only after refining the Spirit Awakening pill can it be consumed. There shouldn't be any major problems. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. However, the refinement of the Spirit Awakening pill was the same as the Meridian Nourishing pill and the Bone Congealing pill. All of them required around 10 days. It was a little too early to be anxious now. After chatting with Qiu Tong for a while, Zhang Xiaohua bade farewell to the two of them and returned to the front mountain of Shixin Peak. First, she checked that there was nothing wrong with the pill furnace in the alchemy room. Zhang Xiaohua flew down the mountain. After flying for a while, she saw a few young disciples in the originally barren herb field. Under the lead of a few older disciples, they were plowing the ground and uprooting the weeds. Could it be that what I said yesterday was effective? Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. Unknowingly, she revealed herself and pretended to be out of breath as she descended the mountain. "Who are you?" a disciple immediately asked when he heard the heavy footsteps. Hearing that someone had arrived, all the disciples raised their heads. When they saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, a few of the younger disciples cheered. They jumped out and shouted, "Senior!" Ren, as he shouted, his eyes drifted towards the few older disciples. Seeing this, one of the older disciples stepped forward and frowned. "Are you Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Yes, I am." "Greetings, senior brother from the ethereal hall." That disciple returned the greeting and said, "Well said, well said. I wonder why a disciple on duty of the pill expanding hall like you are running around the mountain. Are you looking down on the ethereal hall?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took out the pill expanding hall token and raised it. "I am under the orders of the hall master. Firstly, I am in charge of the transaction of elixirs and herbs. Secondly, I am in charge of guiding the disciples of the ethereal hall in the cultivation of herbs. If I only stayed in the courtyard, how would I know about the cultivation of the herbs in the ethereal hall? How would I know that the herb fields are barren?" That disciple was at a loss for words. The disciples on duty of the pill expanding hall did have this duty. But the previous disciples of the pill expanding hall were already hiding from the disciples of the ethereal hall. Who would guide them in the cultivation of herbs? At this moment, a young disciple ran over and said with a smile, "Senior brother Hu, I have told you that senior brother Ren is very different from the previous ruffians. Do you believe me now?" "Humph," senior brother Hu snorted, "what you said to the other junior brothers yesterday was true? You want us to make the decisions in the future? Whatever we say is the truth?" Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, "Of course. A gentleman keeps his word." Then she changed the topic. "Of course, if you do something that harms the pill expanding hall, that is also not allowed." "Good." Senior Hu said, "I will remember what you said today. If you don't agree to do so in the future, then don't blame us for looking for you to compare notes on martial arts." "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "Not to mention in the future, even if you challenge me today, I will be happy to accompany you. But before you go, you must be prepared. If you lose to me, you will be my junior brother in the future. I still want this face." "You." Senior brother Hu was at a loss for words. Another senior disciple next to him cupped his hands and said, "We have heard of junior brother Ren's martial arts. Don't worry, our ethereal hall is not short of men who keep their promises. If we challenge you to a duel, we will naturally have to admit defeat if we lose. But since we met here today, I have a question to ask." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Please enlighten me, senior brother." "Well, yesterday you asked the junior brothers to come back and replant the herbs. I want to ask you, what kind of herbs are good to plant in this barren herb field?" Zhang Xiaohua looked up and said with a smile, "This herb field used to be the most fertile one in our pill expanding hall. Now you can plant anything. But I think you should plant some herbs that the ethereal hall lacks the most. It must be the blood-brown grass for the blood-replenishing pill. I don't need to tell you the formula of this pill." "Blood-replenishing pill?" Senior brother Hu was shocked and said, "Do you mean that you will exchange the herbs we plant for the pills?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with a smile and said, "Why not?" "You don't play with us," Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Why would I play with you? What's the point?" Then he said sincerely, "Your hall's Zhang Xiaohu, senior brother Zhang, is the person I respect the most. It was he who saved me from the Yulon Grand Canyon. My life was given by senior brother Zhang. Do you think I will treat his junior brother badly? I am telling you this because of senior brother Zhang's face. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it." After that, he cupped his fists and went down the mountain. After he passed by, senior brother Hu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back for a long time. "Senior brother Hu, can we believe this guy? Senior brother Hu, are we still going to work?" Senior brother Hu looked back and said with a smile, "Of course we have to do it. Not only this land, we have to replant all the barren land. It seems that you believe in this Ren Xiaoyao?" Senior brother Hu shook his head and said, "He is just a disciple on duty of the pill repository hall. I don't believe in him. I just know that as long as senior brother Zhang is here, this guy will not do anything to betray the Misty Hall. We just have to do as he says. Whether we can exchange for the elixirs that we are most short of will depend on senior brother Zhang's face. Zhang Xiaohua's simple words immediately highlighted Zhang Xiaohu's role. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua had painstakingly thought about it. When Zhang Xiaohua came down the Shixin Peak, humming a tune of "Sister you sit at the bow, brother I walk on the shore," and came to the mountainside, there were more traces of the Misty Hall's disciples. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who had always been quick and sensitive, suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that many people were staring at her, but this feeling was just uncomfortable and there was no dangerous information. Hey, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua secretly tried to figure it out, but also released her divine sense to secretly observe. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that those who were staring at her were all the female disciples in their prime. Could it be that they think I'm handsome and want to give me spinach? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel proud. This kind of opportunity to enjoy the attention was rare. While she was thinking, a slightly plump female disciple came forward and asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Is that Ren Xiaoyao from the Pill Repository Hall, senior brother Ren?" The voice was coquettish and coquettish, causing goosebumps to rise all over Zhang Xiaohua's body. He immediately stopped in his tracks and saluted, "Yes, I am. May I know what this young lady wants?" "You are so annoying. You are obviously a senior brother, but you still act like a scholar." The female disciple said shyly, "But I like it. The disciples of the Ethereal Hall are all strong and powerful. It is rare to see a weak scholar like senior brother." When these words were spoken, Zhang Xiaohua's hair stood up like thorns. He hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. Thank you for your praise, junior sister. I wonder why junior sister intercepted me halfway. My surname is Xiao, and my given name is Tian Tian. You can call me Xiao Tian Tian. Zhang Xiaohua shivered and said, Junior sister Xiao, it is indeed a good name. However, this name is more romantic under the moonlight. In front of so many people, it is better to call you junior sister. Hey, Xiao Tian Tian spat, you are so naughty. What do you mean by this, is it? Xiao Tiantian's face immediately turned red. Faint, Zhang Xiaohua secretly ordered herself. Unfortunately, the Dan core in her Naiwan palace did not seem to obey. It was still slightly swaying, and she was 100 times more energetic. Cough cough, Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice and said, Junior sister Xiao, after talking for so long, I still don't know why junior sister is looking for me. Call me Xiao Tian Tian, otherwise I will not tell you. Xiao Tian Tian laughed lightly. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 746. After leaving Oyan's courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua headed straight to the peak. It was dark last night and he wanted to avoid the eyes and ears of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, he did not expect that his eyes and ears were also deaf. He could not even find the pill room that Zhang Xiaohua had mentioned in detail. Today, he had to take a risk and look for a pill room that could be used for alchemy. Going up from the manor for a while, there were some barren herb fields. Although there were some ordinary herbs in these fields, the weeds on the ground had long covered the herbs. It must have been planted by the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall. Later on, it was occupied by the Misty Hall. Perhaps it was because there were few disciples and it was difficult to take care of it. Or perhaps it was at the back of the mountain where Yan lived and the disciples of the Misty Hall could not come here. Seeing that there were no disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak here, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the ground and walked close to the ground. He used the ethereal steps Qinggong and went up little by little. Since this was the territory of Pill Expanding Hall, the layout should be similar to Tianmu Peak. Seeing the herb fields, it must be the territory of the grass department. Going up for a while, it might be the territory of the pill department. Sure enough, after walking for a while, he saw many flat platforms and many caves. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took a few steps forward and went into a cave. But when he went inside, he was puzzled. It was just a big empty cave. There was not even the appearance of an earth fire. Isn't this a pill room? Zhang Xiaohua thought. He found a few more caves and they were all the same. However, there were some dried herbs in the other caves. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that this cave should be a place to store herbs. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. He could not help but guess, there is a pill room at the peak of Tianmu Peak. There is also the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. In addition to the dungeon on Biyao Peak, there are also restrictions in some places. Then, is there such a layout in Shixin Peak? Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to suppress the ecstasy in her heart. She no longer looked for the pill room used by the ordinary pill department disciples. Instead, she went straight to the top of Shixin Peak. Shixin Peak was bigger than Tianmu Peak, and its peak was even more obvious. Moreover, the peak of Shixin Peak was different from the usual peaks. There were gullies and ravines, and there were several small hills of different heights that occupied the entire peak. These few hills were also overgrown with trees, and it was a desolate piece of land. At a glance, there wasn't even a single flat spot. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the highest point and looked at the messy peak. She couldn't help but scratch her head. It was as if no one had ever been here before, let alone the herb fields and dungeon. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only extend a little more than 10 feet. It was unlikely that he could find the hidden alchemy room from the outside with his naked eyes. If he went underground to search, he would be like a headless fly searching blindly. Moreover, the alchemy room might not be there yet. If he went underground to search, it would be terrible if he bumped into some difficult restriction. It would be better to use an ordinary alchemy room. Zhang Xiaohua stood on a sharp protrusion. She pinched her chin and thought for a moment. Then, she flew towards the southeast direction. In her mind, the pill room of Tianmu Peak was located in the southeast direction of the peak. Shixin Peak should be the same. The southeast corner of Shixin Peak was not a cliff, but a rugged path that led down the mountain. Not far from the foot of the mountain, there were patches of barren herb fields. Countless weeds swayed in the wind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. If there was no one planting the herb fields at the back of the mountain, it must be because of Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, the southeast direction should be the front of the mountain, and the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak wouldn't stop them. Why was it a waste? The disciples of Misty Hall were different from the other halls. They didn't have a clear responsibility. If they didn't make use of the herb fields, how could they establish themselves in the fragrant religion? Moreover, the fragrant religion had given the rich resources of Shixin Peak to Misty Hall. Wasn't this the reason? I have to go back and ask second brother. Zhang Xiaohua, who had always had a special feeling for the herb fields, didn't seem to be happy to see such a situation happen. Seeing that it was about time, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and entered the ground. He expanded his divine sense and carefully searched the surroundings. To be honest, before he went to Yulan Twilight Refinement, although he was a little afraid of the restrictions of the fragrant religion, he wasn't careful to this extent. However, after encountering so many things in Yulan Grand Canyon, he knew that there was always someone better out there. Although his cultivation level was comparable to ordinary martial arts experts, but in front of the restrictions left behind by the Immortals from 10,000 years ago, it was not enough. Perhaps this was the reason why the higher one's cultivation level, the wider one's knowledge, and the smaller one's courage. Fortunately, there weren't any restrictions in the southeast corner of Shixin Peak. However, he didn't find any elixir room either. After searching for a while, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but go in another direction. However, it was deep underground and Zhang Xiaohua was like a small fish swimming in the water. He couldn't see anything in a radius of 10 feet. It was really difficult. After swimming for a while, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the ground and was about to go to the back of the mountain to look for an ordinary elixir room. However, at this time, he inadvertently saw the boundless sea of clouds and the bright red sun above the clouds. He seemed to have thought of something. What is it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the vast sea of clouds in a daze. Suddenly, an extremely soft cry of a crane came from behind. It lit up Zhang Xiaohua's mind like a flash of lightning. Isn't that right? The southeast direction of Tianmu Peak is facing Lingering Fragrance Peak. One can see the other peaks. However, Shixin Peak is in another direction. The southeast corner is empty. If Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something and immediately changed his direction. He went to the west, which was where the back of Shixin Peak was located. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the west side. He looked at the distant peak in the sea of clouds and estimated the position. It was to the north of the west side. If Zhang Xiaohua guessed correctly, the elixir room should be in this direction. Zhang Xiaohua jumped a few times and arrived at the edge of the mountain. He looked around and found a place with some cliffs. He went in stealthily for a while. When he felt that it was about the same as the elixir room on Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense to search around. Zhang Xiaohua's search this time was just a flash of inspiration, and he didn't expect to find anything. However, when his divine sense discovered that there was a space below, he was still shocked. It was not a big deal that there was an elixir room on the peak facing Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, if there was an elixir room on the peak facing Lingering Fragrance Peak, then it was thought-provoking. Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought that if there was an elixir room on each of the 18 peaks facing Lingering Fragrance Peak, then there would also be an elixir room on the peak of Lingering Fragrance Peak. What did this mean? Of course, this was just a guess. Zhang Xiaohua had only found 2 elixir rooms. He did not even find Biyao Peak's elixir room. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised by his discovery. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the elixir room, his expression was even more interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? In the middle of the empty elixir room, there was a huge elixir furnace. From the outside, it looked very similar to the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the elixir furnace in a daze. He used his divine sense to scan it from top to bottom. His mouth was wide open in shock. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, he came to his senses. With a slurp sound, he cleaned the saliva that flowed out. Then, he took out a few luminous pearls from his money pouch. Without looking carefully, he threw them at the same position in the elixir room on Tianmu Peak. Sure enough, there were some similar grooves around the cave. When there was light, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the exterior of the elixir furnace. He clicked his tongue and sighed, his character is so good, unparalleled in the world. The moment he reached the top of the mountain, he lost a cauldron. It seems that if I have the time, I should pay a visit to the various peaks. I don't want to waste the efforts of the Immortal Dao seniors. After looking at the surface of the pill furnace for a while, it seemed to be no different from his own 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Soon after, he immersed his divine consciousness into the furnace. In a short moment, he found the alchemy formula inside the furnace. It was exactly the same as the formula Zhang Xiaohua had obtained previously. Frowning slightly, Zhang Xiaohua checked his own meridians. He then took out the primordial stones. When he refined the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Tianmu Peak, he had used up a lot of vital energy. Now that the vital energy in his body had been absorbed by the delusion breaker eye, he could only maintain half of his original vital energy. He didn't know how much vital energy was needed to refine this elixir furnace. As he had refined the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace before, the refining of this elixir furnace could be considered smooth. He still lacked the last bit of vital energy and didn't know how to release it. When he received the message that connected with his mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked as though he had seen a ghost. His expression was extremely interesting. Why is this called the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace from his belt and placed it next to the one in front of him. Oh my, it's actually exactly the same? Zhang Xiaohua cheered, but his hand touched the elixir furnace in front of him. Could it be that it's a male and female? But which one is the female? The feeling is the same, and there's no difference between fine and rough? Could it be that there's something hidden? Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and checked the appearance of the 2 elixir furnaces. He hoped to find the difference between the male and female from the outside. If the outside didn't work, he would directly go inside. Zhang Xiaohua tried to immerse his divine sense into the elixir furnace again and carefully observed the structure inside. Unfortunately, the inside was the same. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head. Who was so bored to actually make 2 identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces? What was the use of it? Could it be that by putting the male and female together for a long time, a small 8 trigrams purple gold furnace can be created? Zhang Xiaohua thought maliciously. But, how do I make them give birth? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought very seriously. Chapter 747. Although the 2, 8 trigrams purple gold furnace were the same, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to try the new furnace. Oh Yan's condition did not leave him much time. Even the ecstasy finger could only delay Oh Yan's life but could not stop it completely. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to put the new cauldron into his belt and placed his own cauldron on the earth fire. The earth fire in the Shixin Peak alchemy room was the same as the earth fire in the Tianmu Peak alchemy room. Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and the earth fire lit up. The greenish-yellow flame licked the bottom of the cauldron from time to time, slowly warming it up. Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed when he saw this, and he raised his eyes to look around. Unfortunately, even though there was a table in the pill room, it was completely empty, and there wasn't even a jade slip or jade bottle. Truly stingy. Aren't we leaving some benefits for the latecomers? Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and left the alchemy room. He didn't leave from the same place he came in from, but went straight to the center of the mountain. The alchemy room of Tianmu Peak was connected to a small cave, and the middle of the cave was several zhang thick. The Shixin Peak was even more hidden, and there were no cracks in the surroundings. It was impossible to find it from the outside. Zhang Xiaohua escaped from the alchemy room and carefully memorized the markings in the surroundings. He then flew down and headed for the Misty Hall. When he saw the traces of the Misty Hall's disciples, he went underground and returned to the small courtyard of the alchemy room. Everything in the small courtyard was the same. He did not know if anyone had been here. It was not noon yet and the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace needed a few hours to heat up. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to Second Brother's place to take a look. However, he thought that he had already told Second Brother yesterday that he had to make a decision. Besides, he still needed to comprehend the Suhuan mental cultivation method. Even if he went now, there might not be any results. Besides, he was a disciple on duty in the alchemy room. If he kept going to the Misty Hall's disciples, it would be easy for others to overthink. Rather than that, he might as well cultivate more. Sitting cross-legged, Zhang Xiaohua calmed his heart. He wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Since the last time he comprehended the heavenly Tao, he had made great progress. Zhang Xiaohua had a trace of understanding. The comprehension of the heavenly Tao was also gradual. Perhaps there were some levels to it. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the experience of comprehending the heavenly Tao from his ancestors. He did not know how to divide it. He did not even know if his path of comprehension would work. However, since he had an idea in his heart, he could not help but want to show his own comprehension. Although Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that he was too inferior by rigidly dividing the comprehension of the heavenly Tao into different levels. However, when he thought about it, it was normal for him to have such an idea. Perhaps when he succeeded in his cultivation and looked back, this level might be a joke. He immersed his mind into the heavenly Tao and let his mind face the heavenly Tao without any vigilance. The obscure fluctuation of the heavenly Tao was somewhat familiar. Zhang Xiaohua had a slight understanding. At his current level, he was comprehending the heavenly Tao in a comprehensive and passive way. He was projecting everything about the heavenly Tao into his mind and understood the heavenly Tao to the greatest extent. Perhaps the best way to describe his current level was to use the words reference, reference, and reference. Heaven reaching. This word suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. It was precisely this word that made him happy. If I can record the process of comprehending the heavenly Tao, such as the initial state of heaven reaching, into the jade slip, then, can I also create a cultivation method? Zhang Xiaohua thought boldly. However, when he took out the blank jade slip and wanted to write down his own comprehension, he realized that although he had already comprehended the heavenly Tao for a long time and had a little understanding, he did not know where to start if he wanted to write it down. The comprehension was faintly discernible, and he did not know where to start. It can only be understood but not explained? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly, but he was also happy. He smiled bitterly because he could not impart to others what he had learned from his cultivation. He was happy because the heavenly Tao was so mysterious. He was going in the right direction. After that, Zhang Xiaohua cleared his mind and put away the jade slip. He wholeheartedly comprehended the heavenly Tao. After an unknown period of time, a sudden commotion was heard from outside. It woke Zhang Xiaohua up from the pleasure of comprehending the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He was extremely unhappy. That anyone who was interrupted in such a situation would grit their teeth in anger. I heard from Du Feng that very few people come to the courtyard of the Pill Expansion Hall. He is the only one who comes here for official business. Why is there such a commotion today? Before he could regain his senses, he heard the sound of someone knocking on the door. Someone shouted arrogantly, "Are you a coward from the Pill Expansion Hall? Why don't you dare to come out? Could it be that you and your senior brother are the same? You only know how to hide in the courtyard and wait for a few years before leaving the mountain safely? You brat, we know you're in the courtyard. If you don't come out, we'll barge in. How high is the wall of your courtyard? We can jump over it. When we enter, we won't give you any face. You'd better open the door while we're in a good mood. We have been here a few times and you don't dare to come out. Let's see how long you can hide." Gosh, when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he understood that this group of people was the disciples of the Ethereal Hall. They were here to cause trouble in the Pill Expansion Hall. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Putting aside the fact that the voices of these disciples were sharp and they were even younger than him, he could tell that they were inexperienced just by listening to their threats. Since they said that the wall was low and they could jump over it, why didn't they enter? Moreover, they had been here a few times. How did they know that he was in the courtyard? It was obvious that he was not around. That meant that they did not dare to climb the wall. Since they didn't even dare to climb the wall, how did they dare to barge in? They could only wait for him to open the door. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable affection for the disciples of the Ethereal Hall. They were like his own junior brothers. Of course, when Lu Qiao shot him with a hidden weapon when he went up the mountain, he just scolded him. He didn't want to fight back like he did with the others. At this time, when he heard this group of people outside the door, he found it quite funny that they were like his spoiled younger brothers. It can't be. In order to cause trouble, they have been here a few times. They are quite dedicated. However, didn't Chen Chen greet Master Yang? According to Du Feng, there shouldn't be any more trouble. These disciples. Zhang Xiaohua thought, but immediately shook his head. These people are ridiculous. They always think that they are doing the right thing. If they don't hit the wall, they won't give up. Let's give them some trouble. Maybe it's a good thing for them. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua walked slowly to the courtyard door. Zhang Xiaohua had always been going up and down. The courtyard door had always been closed. When he walked to the door, the outer disciples were all whistling and wanted to turn and leave. The wooden door opened with a creak. Everyone turned around and laughed mockingly, but no one noticed it. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly and stood in front of the door. He coughed and said, "Which family's child is so naughty? Instead of cultivating at home, he came here to make trouble?" This voice was not loud, but it seemed to be by everyone's ears. All the disciples were stunned. When they turned their heads around, they saw a tall and skinny young man standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, smiling at them. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. They had already thrown away the shock they felt when the voice sounded out, and swarmed over like a swarm of bees. When they surrounded Zhang Xiaohua in a half-moon shape, they quieted down. One of the older disciples walked up casually and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly returned the greeting. That disciple said, "I am Xiao Tanhe, a disciple of the Misty Hall. Greetings to junior brother from the Pill Expanding Hall. May I know junior brother's name?" Seeing that this disciple was so refined, completely different from the way he scolded just now, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Soon after, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "May I ask, how old are you? Why do you call yourself senior brother?" Hearing this, it was Xiao Tanhe's turn to be stunned. He pointed at his own nose and said, "I am 17 years old. Am I not qualified to be your senior brother?" "I-oh." Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped up. "You're just a 17-year-old brat. You're younger than me by a year. How dare you call yourself senior brother?" This senior brother was called senior brother by many outer sanctum disciples. Yes, even the inner sanctum disciples respectfully call me senior brother. You actually. But then, he realized that most of the people he had met in the past few days were old acquaintances. They knew his age, but they were only surprised that his appearance had not changed. They did not mention anything else. He had forgotten that his face was abnormally young. Zhang Xiaohua was not flustered. He rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "You are only 17 years old, 3 years younger than me. How dare you call yourself senior brother? Quickly call me senior brother Ren." "How is that possible?" Xiao Tanhe jumped up. "You are lying to me. How can you be 20 years old? You don't believe me?" Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps forward and stood in front of him. She smiled and said, "Have you seen a junior brother who is a head taller than you?" "Of course." But Xiao Binghe looked around and couldn't find any typical examples. He said angrily, "Age is just empty talk. Don't take it seriously. The rule of the Misty Hall is that whoever is stronger in martial arts is the senior brother. Hehe, the previous disciples of your Pill Expanding Hall are all this Zhao's junior brothers." When the crowd heard this, they all burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaohua was also amused. Just now, she heard the crowd shouting arrogantly outside, but when they came out, they were very polite. It was 100 times better than Lu Qiao's direct hidden weapons. She couldn't help but think of the scene and she participated in the martial arts exhibition in the Young Eagle Hall. Maybe there were disciples who competed in other arenas that day. Chapter 748. When Mu Tangchun saw Zhang Xiaohua's move, his face was filled with surprise. He quickly withdrew his palm, but his other hand clenched into a fist and attacked from the side. It was the other move of the golden sandalwood fist. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he also withdrew his hand and changed to another move. After a few rounds like this, Mu Tangchun's expression became unsightly. The surrounding disciples also revealed surprised expressions. Mu Tangchun fainted, jumped to the side, and said angrily, "Junior brother Ren, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Junior brother Mu, what did I do?" "I didn't do anything." "You didn't do anything. Why are you using the same moves as me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled, "Junior brother Mu, there is no such thing in the world. Only you can use the golden sandalwood fist, but I can't do the same. You can hit my arm, but I can't hit your arm. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua had actually seen through Mu Tangquan's moves in a hurry. Every time, he would use the same move as Mu Tangquan. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's fist technique was very fast. He would often attack later and arrive early, forcing Mu Tangquan to have no choice but to change his moves to meet the enemy. Mu Tangquan was choked by Zhang Xiaohua. The surrounding disciples also looked at each other. After thinking for a while, Mu Tangquan jumped into the circle again and changed to another fist technique. The moves were more complicated and his hands and feet were faster. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this. As long as it was in his divine sense, all the fist techniques were seen clearly. He was the same as before. His movements were fast and he fought with Mu Tangquan. After more than 10 moves, Mu Tangquan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He abandoned any fancy moves and his two legs were in a horse stance. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. According to Zhang Xiaohua's previous moves, his move must be the same. The two people's fists inevitably collided halfway. The disciple of the Pill Tower Hall would definitely not do such a stupid thing. According to Mu Tangquan's experience, the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall did not start practicing their internal strength from a young age. Most of them started practicing halfway through their cultivation. Their internal strength was definitely not as solid as his. If they were to compete in internal strength, he would definitely have the upper hand. However, out of his expectations, Zhang Xiaohua also used the same move. Peng, the two fists collided. Mu Tangquan's shoulder was slightly numb, but his fist didn't feel any internal strength from the other party. Mu Tangquan was overjoyed. His internal strength. His internal strength's internal strength, and it was like a tidal wave to attack and attacked Zhang Xiaohua. His internal strength's internal strength's internal strengths. Heh, you still have a trick ups with your internal strength. Heh, you still has a hand's internal strength. Mu mocked with laughter. With internal strength, with internal strength, with internal strength. Mu Tangquan laughed mockingly. He used a bit more inner strength, but the other party's inner strength also increased. He couldn't attack at all. Mu Tangquan was at a loss. He used almost 90% of his internal strength, but he still couldn't move the other party. Mu Tangquan was a little sweaty. He clenched his teeth and went all out. He didn't dare to underestimate the other party anymore. He used all the internal strength in his body to attack from his fist. Unfortunately, the situation didn't change at all. Zhang Xiaohua's internal strength was also the same. She didn't seem to have any intention of pushing him back. After another moment, Mu Tangquan's face was already pale. His internal strength was running out. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, she was still the same. Her expression didn't change at all. Oh no, could it be that I've met an expert? Mu Tangquan immediately had the worst plan in his heart. He competed with internal strength from the beginning. Of course, he was forced by Zhang Xiaohua's moves. He thought that he had a good chance. But now, his internal strength was about to be exhausted, and the other party didn't feel it. The next result could be imagined. When his internal strength was exhausted, the other party's internal strength would attack his meridians. If he didn't die, he would be injured. Mu Tangquan couldn't help but regret thinking of using his internal strength to fight head-on. The disciples at the side didn't know the mystery of it. They were all beaming with joy. Nonsense, you, a medicine boy from the Pill Repository Hall, actually dared to compete with a commoner disciple from the Misty School. You really don't know how to draw the word death. But after a moment, he saw that Mu Tangquan's face was pale, but Zhang Xiaohua was as usual. Immediately, Xiao Dinghe felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly walked closer to take a closer look. What he saw was Mu Tangquan winking at him. Not good. Xiao Dinghe's heart turned cold. I actually met a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. If I had known, would have gone up directly. Immediately, he waved his hand behind him, as if he was about to do something. At this time, a voice sounded, "If I were you, I wouldn't do anything. Wait until there's a winner." You. Xiao Dinghe looked as if he had heard a ghost's cry. He turned his head in disbelief. You can still speak? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why can't I speak?" This. Xiao Dinghe was completely flabbergasted. You're currently competing with junior brother Mu in internal energy. If you speak, your internal energy will. He was too embarrassed to say the rest of his words. This had indeed subverted his understanding. Everyone present knew that if Mu Tangchun opened his mouth now, his inner strength would immediately leak out. Otherwise, could he only wink at Xiao Dinghe? For a moment, Xiao Dinghe stopped what he wanted to do. Zhang Xiaohua glared at him and said sternly, "Since you're betting with someone, then you have to be prepared to lose. As long as you lose, you have to admit defeat. You can't do anything that can't be seen." Xiao Dinghe's face turned slightly red. He said half-heartedly, "I was just afraid that you and junior brother Mu would get injured, so I wanted the other junior brothers to separate you too." Separate? Is your internal energy 3 times better than Mu Tangchuan's? Are you sure it's 3 times better than mine? Zhang Xiaohua mocked. If you're so reckless, only you, the bait, will get injured. Xiao Dinghe's eyes flickered. Most of the disciples felt slightly guilty. However, when they looked at the people in the arena, it only flashed by. As he spoke, Mu Tangchun could no longer hold on. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face was ashen white. The internal energy in his hand flowed like the tide, flowing back into his dantian. In an instant, he felt a powerful force that he had never seen before rush into his meridians from Zhang Xiaohua's fist. I'm definitely going to die. This thought instantly appeared in Mu Tangchuan's mind. That's right, if this kind of internal energy rushed into the meridians, not only would the meridians in the body be destroyed, even the muscles outside the body would be smashed into meat paste. How could he survive? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He originally thought that Mu Tangchun would be able to hold on for a while longer. Furthermore, he was talking to Xiao Dinghe. Therefore, when Mu Tangchuan's internal energy was exhausted, he didn't control his vital energy well. When it entered his opponent's meridians, he realized and immediately retracted his vital energy. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's control over his vital energy was extremely fine. With a thought, he immediately retracted his vital energy. Mu Tangchun felt that the force that was about to break through his meridians was suddenly retracted. He was delighted and quickly retracted his fist. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and cupped his hands. "Thank you, senior brother Ren, for showing mercy. I've lost this round." 5 years ago, when the two of them sparred on the stage, Zhang Xiaohua coaxed and pestered them to a draw. 5 years later, he didn't need to use any other divine powers. He defeated Mu Tangchun with just one punch. This, one couldn't help but say that life's fate was miraculous. 5 years to the east, 5 years to the west. It was just like this. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Mu Tangchun was respectful and was happy. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Mu's martial arts are also very good. It's just that you're still young and your internal energy cultivation is a little lacking. I'm just a few years older. That's why I'm like this." Mu Tangchun secretly shook his head. "How can that be? Your internal energy is even more powerful than senior brother Zhao's. What's the use of me being a few years older?" Mu Tangchun waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Ren's internal energy is exquisite. Even if I'm a few years older, I won't be able to compete with you. I've lost this round, so I'll call you senior brother in the future." Although the meaning of these words was clear, there was another layer of meaning. That was, "I'll call you senior brother. As for the others, sorry, I don't care." Actually, he was also reminding Zhang Xiaohua, "Big brother, I'm just bait. Even if I lose, there's still a bunch of people behind me. You have to be careful. Zhang Xiaohua was well aware of this. He turned his head and asked, Junior brother Xiao, what do you think? I've won this round. You guys. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Xiao Binghe jump out and cupped his hands. That. Junior brother Ren, my senior sister, asked me to go back and eat. When I'm full, we'll discuss the matter just now. Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud and thought, no matter how I look at it, it looks like a bunch of kids fooling around. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately understood that it was because of these young disciples fooling around that the hall masters of the Pill Hall, Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, and Lingxiang Peak couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps it was Yang Ruping's connivance behind the scenes, or perhaps it was the instigation of the other Misty School disciples. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to let them off. Zhang Xiaohua leaped out and grabbed Xiao Binghe, who was about to use his qinggong, by the back of his neck. Then, as though she was holding a duck, she stood there and shouted, no one is allowed to move. Whoever moves, I'll break his neck. The other disciples were originally prepared to scatter when the tree fell, but when they heard Zhang Xiaohua's cry, they were all taken aback. When they saw that Xiao Binghe had actually fallen into Zhang Xiaohua's hands, they were all shocked and did not dare to move. Zhang Xiaohua grabbed Xiao Binghe and walked back to the stage. She threw him on the ground with a plop and said, running away after losing a fight. Your Misty Hall really has a good upbringing. Xiao Binghe stood up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's ferocious face. He was a little scared and a little unconvinced. You sneak attacked. What kind of man are you? Chapter 749. This senior brother is not a good person. However, you don't need to be afraid. Those who died at my hands were all famous figures in the pugilistic world. This senior brother has no interest in a fly like you. After that, he swept his gaze across the entire area and said, since all my junior brothers are here, I won't be courteous. If you want me to be your junior brother, then show me your strength. Otherwise, you'll have to be my junior brother. Of course, I feel that there's no need to show off your tricks. I also know that you're not convinced, so I'll draw a line. I'll challenge all of you now. Come up one by one. As long as you can defeat me, I'll call you senior brother and do whatever you tell me to do. On the other hand, if I win, then you have to call me senior brother and do whatever I tell you to do. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. They all had the same thought. Is this person an idiot? He actually dares to challenge so many of us? But then, when they thought of how he had unknowingly captured Xiao Binghe, they were all terrified. Is this person really a match for 10,000 people? However, the other party had already stated his conditions and they had come to provoke him. How could they not agree? Xiao Binghe, who had been caught by Zhang Xiaohua earlier, was the first to jump out. You said that we can use any move and any weapon? Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she was looking at a prey that was about to jump into a trap. She smiled and said, that's right. Good. Xiao Binghe drew his sword and said worriedly, then. I'll use a sword technique. You won't change your weapon? Hearing that Xiao Binghe wanted her to use a weapon, Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly and said, no need. Don't worry and just attack. Xiao Binghe pointed his sword and shouted, am I really going to stab? Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. Xiao Binghe gritted his teeth and stabbed his sword at Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He wanted to test her. Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. She bent her right index finger and flicked the back of his sword. Xiao Binghe's hand went numb and his sword almost fell out of his hand. Therefore, he felt a chill in his heart and swung his sword horizontally towards Zhang Xiaohua's neck. Good sword art. Zhang Xiaohua cried out. She took a big step forward, and before Xiao Binghe could react, she reached out and grabbed his throat. You. Xiao Binghe was furious. You just praised me for my good swordsmanship. Why didn't you wait for me to be a little proud before you attacked me? It's one thing for you to be ruthless, but why do you have to grab his neck again and again? What? Not convinced? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiao Binghe and said with a smile. Not convinced. Good. This senior brother is the kindest. I'll give you another chance. Remember, this is your last chance to be a senior brother. Don't waste it. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua tossed Xiao Binghe to the side and began to chatter. Xiao Binghe's face was ashen. Looking at the smiling junior brothers around him, Xiao Binghe calmed himself down and muttered a few words. His body flew up like a white crane, and his sword pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. This move was a feint. Xiao Binghe wanted to see how Zhang Xiaohua would react to it, and then choose a different real move to attack. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was like a boorish person who wasted precious materials. She didn't give him a chance to display his beautiful swordsmanship and still rushed forward like lightning. What? You still want to use this move? Xiao Binghe was overjoyed. He had already prepared a follow-up move. When Zhang Xiaohua was in front of him, he immediately pulled back his sword and stabbed at Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Unexpectedly, before he could thrust his sword, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. Following that, he felt a pain in his neck. Zhang Xiaohua had grabbed his neck and held him in her hand. This time, Xiao Binghe could no longer hold it in. A voice exploded in his chest, I am not a duck. Unfortunately, his throat was tightly gripped by Zhang Xiaohua. He couldn't even breathe properly, so how could he shout? Are you convinced? Xiao Binghe's face was ashen. He had been grabbed by the throat 3 times. How could he still have the face to say no? He could only nod slightly. Good. You stay at the side. Zhang Xiaohua said and let Xiao Binghe stand where Mu Tangchun was standing. She then said to the others, who wants to go next? Everyone saw that Xiao Binghe wasn't a match for her and their hearts were anxious. But when they thought about how they had more people on their side, even if the disciples at the front were defeated, there might be someone at the back who would win. They still had to play the role of paving the way. Thus, everyone exchanged glances with each other. One after another, they either used their bare fists or weapons to greet Zhang Xiaohua. Xiao Binghe was originally in a bad mood. But as the disciples who challenged Zhang Xiaohua were defeated one by one and thrown to his side, his mood slowly calmed down. What do you think? It turned out that when Zhang Xiaohua faced an enemy, no matter how others attacked, he would always take advantage of them. He did not use any moves, nor did he use any kicks. He only stretched out his left hand and grabbed the neck of others. He only said one sentence, do you admit defeat? If they were convinced, they would be thrown to Xiao Binghe's side. If they weren't convinced, they would continue the fight and repeat the same action. In the end, very few people would be caught a 3rd time. As the number of disciples around Xiao Binghe increased, the number of disciples on the other side decreased. When the disciples saw Zhang Xiaohua's skillful choking action, they guessed, does this fellow raise ducks at home? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua holding one person in each hand and dozens of disciples surrounding Xiao Binghe in the time it took to eat a meal, the remaining disciples no longer dared to make a move. They raised their heads and looked at Xiao Binghe's group, saying, stop fighting, we're all convinced. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately stopped and shouted, all of you, stand over there. The rest of the disciples immediately ran over. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the young disciples and asked, are you convinced? Yes, they said weakly. What? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Louder. We're convinced. Louder. We are convinced. In the end, everyone spoke in unison throughout Shixin Peak. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua say with satisfaction, then what should you call me? Senior brother Ren. It was another loud call. Well, not much, but loud. Seems like you ate a lot for lunch. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and praised. Then, she said, since you call me senior brother, you have to remember that you have to listen to whatever I say in the future. Don't be someone who goes back on his words. Everyone looked at each other and then at Xiao Binghe. Xiao Binghe stepped forward and said, Senior brother Ren, we call you senior brother and we can listen to you. However, if it involves the righteousness of Jianghu and the ethereal hall, we have the right to choose. If it's something that harms the ethereal hall, we won't agree to it even if we have to bear the evil reputation. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, You have a backbone. Forget it, I won't joke with you. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do these things. Oh, right, I forgot to ask you. If I lose, what will you ask me to do? Or, what did you ask him to do to my senior brothers? This. Xiao Binghe was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, We just asked them to give us more when exchanging elixirs for herbs or to ask them to be fairer. What else can we do? That's all? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked. Of course. If not for that, what else can we ask them to do? Every time they exchange elixirs for herbs, they are always picky. We don't dare to say anything even though we are angry. Why do you think their limbs were broken? Isn't it because they really angered us that our senior brothers used this as an excuse to exchange pointers? Senior brother. Seeing Xiao Binghe say this to Zhang Xiaohua, the others panicked. He is a disciple on duty at the Pill Repository Hall. Why are you telling him this? When Xiao Binghe heard this, he realized that he had blurted it out in a fit of anger. Now, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, In any case, you will know in the future. Even if we call you senior brother, hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, let's not talk about ifs. In the future, when we exchange pills, I'll give you a price. I'll risk being scolded by our hall master, but I won't let you call me senior brother for nothing. Really? Xiao Binghe and the others didn't believe it. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. When we collect herbs in the future, you can come and help. Okay. The young disciples cheered. Why did they come here? Wasn't that their goal? Wait. Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and asked, I see that there are many barren fields on Shixin Peak. Why don't you plant them? Isn't it because your pill repository hall is wantonly suppressing the price of the herbs? The herbs that we painstakingly plant can't even be exchanged for a blood-replenishing pill. What's the point of planting them? There is a minimum guarantee of supply left and right. We will just eat the minimum guarantee. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. The ancient said, Where there is injustice, there will be resistance. It's just that the methods are different. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, All right, while the season is still good, you should go back and discuss with your senior brothers and uncles. Plant it as soon as possible. With me around, nothing like the past will happen. Just let them rest assured. Okay, senior brother Ren. Everyone said in unison. This senior brother Ren was wholeheartedly accepted. If there's nothing else, hurry up and go back. Don't wait for your senior sister to call you to eat. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and let them leave. After everyone had walked a few feet away, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and shouted, Oh right, you said just now that if you lost, you would introduce me to junior martial sisters. Don't forget, next time you come, bring a few good-looking ones. Chapter 750. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and closed the door to the small courtyard when he saw that the young disciples were somewhat dispirited and somewhat excited. He would not naively believe that he would be able to subdue these young disciples with just the competition from before. Martial arts was only one aspect. The most important thing was that he was a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, not the Misty Hall. The Misty Hall did not seem to intend to integrate into the big family of the fragrance cult. They could only casually call him their senior brother. If there was a benefit, they would be happy. If there was no benefit, they would not come. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua also believed that it would not be long before the real senior brothers who stood up for these young disciples would appear and, seriously, find trouble with him. Unless he really did as he said, in the future transactions with the Misty Hall, they would not let down their guard. Of course, they would only let down their guard. In the end, he would never become their real senior brother. Perhaps this was the legendary saying that people who walked different paths could not make plans together. But what the disciples of the Misty Hall did not expect was that he, a real disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, was actually the blood brother of the real direct disciple of the Misty School. If he did not give the Misty Hall a fair deal, who would? Thinking of this fair deal, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile bitterly. Now that he thought about it, on the way from the Tianmu Peak to the Shixin Peak, Yang Yao had told him more than once about the honor of the Pill Tower Hall. He had told him to always remember his duty as a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall and to think more about the interests of the Pill Tower Hall. At that time, he only wanted to hurry to the Shixin Peak to see his second brother. How could he pay attention to his long-winded words? Thinking about it carefully, although Yang Yao did not say it explicitly, wasn't that what he meant? Although he did not say that there was a shortcut, he had to make a deal with the interests of the Pill Tower Hall. Presumably, in order to please the hall master, the previous disciples on duty must have done something like skinning, which irritated the disciples of the Misty Hall. Moreover, the relationship between them became worse and worse, forming a vicious circle. Originally, he had a good impression of the Misty Hall's disciples. However, because they were a little violent and even attacked a disciple who didn't know any martial arts, his disgust disappeared immediately. What was left was only his own feelings towards the disciple who used to be on duty in the Pill Repository Hall. Serves him right. Sigh, nonsense. Zhang Xiaohua was originally close to the Misty School. As long as there was a slight possibility, she would defend the Misty School. Was there even a need to think about it? Of course, if Zhang Xiaohua told Yang Ruping about her identity, then all these things would disappear. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. But, was Zhang Xiaohua so stupid? Needless to say, the current situation of the Misty Hall was complicated. Needless to say, there seemed to be a force beside the incense cult's hierarch who wanted to deal with the Misty Hall. However, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to help her second brother win people's hearts and accumulate popularity. She couldn't expose herself. Well, it's just a little trouble. Just take it as a test of my character. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. In front of powerful force, any trouble was just a paper tiger. After being disturbed by the Misty Hall's disciple, Zhang Xiaohua did not continue to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Looking at the sky, it was already late. He left the courtyard and headed to Zhang Xiaohu's residence. After several days of recuperation by Zhang Xiaohua's herbs and the effect of the sky stalactite milk, Zhang Xiaohu had recovered. He was lying on the bed, reading the essence mind method carefully. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, he put down the book and smiled. Xiaohua, you haven't come for a whole day? Did you go up the mountain to look for the elixir room? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, I went up last night. However, I didn't find the elixir room, but there was a new situation. Then, she told him about O Yan's situation. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Manor Lord O has been in this condition for many days. Why didn't Chang'e and the others mention it? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, You and second sister-in-law were sent to the dungeon when you came back. How could you have a chance to hear it? You've been recuperating for the past few days. Even if second sister-in-law heard about it, she wouldn't tell you. Not necessarily. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Manor Lord O has always been at odds with Hall Master Yang because of sect leader O's death. She almost never came to our ethereal hall. Her condition is probably hidden from Hall Master Yang. But, now that she is about to die, why didn't she inform Hall Master Yang? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Second brother is right. Manor Lord O is not as plump as before. Her body is so thin. Sigh, everyone who sees her will love her. Is there no other way? Zhang Xiaohu asked worriedly. He knew that his brother had some tricks up his sleeve, so he couldn't help but blurt it out. Although he knew that the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't do anything, Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to. Let's leave it to fate and do our best. Zhang Xiaohua was a little sad. We are indebted to sect leader O. Manor Lord O is even better to me. If I can do anything, I will do my best. But I'm not confident. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid that the alchemy for Hero 1 and Captain He will have to be postponed. We have to save Manor Lord O's life first. That's natural. Actually, I thought about it later. Master and the others have been here for so many years. Their injuries are probably not easy to treat. Just like what you said, let's leave it to fate and do our best. It can be considered as us repaying their kindness. Sigh, the cult of fragrance was so ruthless. They crushed the joints and broke the dantian. Why didn't they? Yes. Master's courtyard is filled with the older generation of disciples. Almost all of them ended up like this. Perhaps Master's Junior he is the worst. However, Master's Junior he is not the most decadent. I heard that Master's Junior sure drinks heavily every day. He is a mess. Stone cow. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the tall man who supported the sky and the earth. She also thought of the classic ballad, Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat. Brother, I walk on the shore. However, she didn't notice that Zhang Xiaohu said, I heard. Yes, they are all real men from the Misty School. If there is anything I can do for them, I will definitely do it. Zhang Xiaohua was very sad. She missed the carefree life in the Misty School and Huanxi Mountain Villa. Oh, by the way, second brother, did you tell second sister-in-law about what I said yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment and suddenly asked. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Xiaohu's expression was rather strange. He blinked and said, when she came this morning, I told her. Guess what she said? At this time, Zhang Xiaohu was already used to Zhang Xiaohua calling Changa's second sister-in-law. He naturally replied. Eh? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that second sister-in-law doesn't agree and wants her master to be the one to take the lead? Second brother, let me make it clear to you. I can let you do this favor, but I have to consider Hall Master Qin. If Vice Hall Master Qin is the one to take the lead, you won't save her? Zhang Xiaohu asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Everyone in the Misty School is very good to me and second brother. They even saved our lives. I can't not repay this favor. She then rubbed her right thumb and index finger and said, wouldn't it be better if there is an additional reward? Is second sister-in-law really like this? Isn't it like water that is poured out by a married daughter? Why would she? Bah! Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but spit and said, Xiaohua, when did you learn to be so glib? Chang'e hasn't. I haven't done anything. A woman's voice came from outside the door immediately. Zhang Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She had heard the footsteps outside just now and deliberately asked this question. Seeing second brother fall into the trap, she couldn't help but feel amused. Hearing Chang'e come in, Zhang Xiaohu immediately blushed and rubbed his hands. It's nothing. Xiaohua asked why you hadn't come yet. I said you had come in the morning. Haha. Really? Chen Chen, who was next to Chang'e, asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu smacked his lips and glared at Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, the elixir liquid you gave me yesterday is good. Look, the bumps on my body have disappeared. Chen Chen always refused to call Zhang Xiaohua senior brother, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel helpless. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, what elixir liquid? Chang'e said with a smile, who knows? The bumps on Chen Chen's face made her unable to eat or sleep well. But Xiaohua's magical elixir liquid disappeared immediately after applying it. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have it on my face, would also like to apply some. That's right. Senior brother, look at my face. I also applied it on my face this morning and my skin became much better. Many senior sisters said that I was a little fairer. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his chin and just laughed. It's just an ordinary elixir liquid. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Zhang Xiaohu and others didn't doubt him. Anyway, this younger brother had a lot of magical things and he wouldn't tell them even if they asked. Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic. Second. Sister Chang'e, what I said to second brother yesterday, he also told you this morning. What do you think? Hearing this, Chang'e immediately became enraptured and said, that's right. Xiaohua, when your second brother said this morning, I think it should be done this way. But she hesitated again and said, in fact, Xiaohua, why don't you join Misty School? With your martial arts and what you will do in the future, who in the whole Misty School can compete with you? Is Misty School still there? I am now a disciple of Tuadu Hall. Can I join Misty School? If I join Misty School now, will the disciples of Misty School accept me sincerely? What's the difference between second brother in Misty School and me in Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua didn't give any other reasons and just threw these questions out. Chang'e and others understood that even if Zhang Xiaohua really joined Misty School, it wouldn't be as cheap as Zhang Xiaohu. It seemed that only Zhang Xiaohu could be the most reasonable beneficiary. Chapter 751. But Sister Chang'e, don't you think that Hall Master Qin can also do this? Zhang Xiaohua saw Chang'e beaming with joy and understood the reason for Zhang Xiaohu's strange expression just now. She asked tentatively, she's your master. Don't you support her? Of course I support my master first. Chang'e said righteously, but master's situation is different from Xiaohu's. First, she's old. Even if she wants to, she can't do it. Second, she's not a direct disciple of the Misty School. Even if she gets the credit, she won't have any reason to trouble Master One and the others. Third, Xiaohu is not an ordinary person. Master won't fight for credit with the younger generation. At this point, her face was already red and she was a little shy. That's right. I also agree with senior brother to do this. At this critical moment, Chen Chen didn't guard against senior brother and immediately pushed Zhang Xiaohu out. Chang'e glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and said, Xiaohu is not young anymore. In the past, his martial arts were not good enough. His empty identity as a direct disciple was a joke to others. This time, although his previous efforts were all for naught, but to be able to obtain lingering fragrance peak Su Huan mantra, and with Xiaohua's help, he can finally stand out among the other disciples. Also, after saying also for a while, she didn't say the rest. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. Her future sister-in-law should hope that her second brother could achieve something more than her second brother. Thinking about it, who didn't want to marry a wise and powerful husband? Even if she didn't care too much about it, it was still a matter of pride to be in front of others. By the way, Sister Chang'e, have you told Hall Master Qin about my matter? Not yet. I want to find a suitable opportunity to talk about it. Chang'e was a little hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and said, okay, you do as you see fit. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether Hall Master Qin knows or not. I'm just afraid that it won't be easy for you in the future. Chang'e and Chen Chen stayed for a while longer. When they saw that Zhang Xiaohu was fine, they took their leave. After the two of them left, Zhang Xiaohua winked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, second brother, you are really charming. You actually made second sister-in-law favor an outsider so early. Zhang Xiaohu's face was also full of happiness. He said, originally, I always felt that I couldn't give her happiness, and I had to be under her protection. Now that I can make her happy and use my own strength to make her happy, my wish is enough. Then he said worriedly, but I'm afraid that Chang'e will tell Deputy Hall Chief Qin about you and reduce my prestige. Isn't that bad for you or Deputy Hall Chief Qin? It's nothing. Second brother, if Vice Hall Master Qin blames me, just say that I forbade you from talking about it. I'm not a member of your Misty Hall, so I'm not afraid of this. Besides, when she finds out, do you think she'll blame you, the son-in-law? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu also laughed a little foolishly. Second brother, what do you think of the Yuhuan mental cultivation method? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Oh, I just read the beginning. This mental cultivation method is really exquisite. Just getting started is already difficult. If it weren't for the efficacy of the Yuhuan pill, I estimate that it would take at least 10 years to get to the next level. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, just now, I suddenly thought of another problem. Second brother, now that you have the internal force of the ethereal divine art in your dantian, it's inevitable that you will practice two kinds of internal force at the same time. I may be able to help you solve the problem of the conflict between the two kinds of internal force, but if you practice two kinds of internal force at the same time and then increase your strength in the future, won't you be too ostentatious? Attracting the attention of Lingxiang Peak? Will they even suspect you? Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, what you said is very right. Lingxiang Peak wants to cultivate me, but I have to be under their control. If they find out that I can break free from their control, I'm afraid there's only one word for it. But, if I'm just a puppet of Lingxiang Peak, I might as well be the same as before. I'm just a disciple of the Misty School in name only. Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, second brother, I have a method. I don't know if you're willing to give it a try. You've been knocked down. Zhang Xiaohu glared at him, hurry up and say it. Why are you still standing on the side and watching the show? Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully looked around. Only then did she put her mouth close to her second brother's ear and told him in detail about the mnemonic chant of God's guidance. This. Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded when he heard it. He said in disbelief, this mental cultivation method can actually hide one's internal force? Don't let others see it? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said very confidently, of course, I've practiced it myself. Even Chen Chen's senior sister couldn't see through my cultivation. And, that Chen Chen, isn't she the same? She doesn't know how powerful I am. Then, she hesitated and said, however, this mnemonic chant is targeted at me. I don't know if second brother's martial arts can also be used. You should think about it yourself. I'm not familiar with your mental cultivation method, so I don't dare to change it easily. Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes and said, you really know how to throw the problem to me. You're not familiar with your mental cultivation method, so how can I change it? If I go crazy, who's going to take responsibility? Who's going to take responsibility for your second sister-in-law? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose, isn't that simple? Go back to the Guozhuang house and work on the farm. Big brother and sister-in-law don't know any martial arts, but aren't they still living well? Father and mother are still waiting for you to give birth to a second grandson for them. You. Zhang Xiaohu raised his finger and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. His face was full of disappointment and he said, can't you say that you're going to take responsibility? He. Zhang Xiaohua was amused and said, of course I can take responsibility for you, but I can't take responsibility for second sister-in-law. Not to mention that there's still a junior sister who's like a tail. I'm going to faint. Zhang Xiaohu almost fell off the bed. He quickly covered his face with his hands and looked like he didn't know her. Alright, second brother, you should concentrate on comprehending the mnemonic chant. Right, you should practice the mnemonic chant while your internal strength is still weak. This way, you won't go crazy. When you've mastered the mnemonic chant, I'll help you practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and got up to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly thought of something and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu. She stretched out her hand and said, right, where's the blue water sword? What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of vigilance and said, you gave that sword to me. Could it be that you want to take it back? On the way back from the Yulon Grand Canyon, your second sister-in-law asked me for it, but I couldn't bear to give it back. I'm going to faint. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to faint. She said, keep pretending, keep pretending. Look at your stingy appearance. I'm just using it. Who would want it? As she said this, she took out the short sword that she had obtained from Vice Hall Master Su. She circulated her true qi and the sword's tip also appeared. She slashed it a few times in the air and said, what kind of divine weapon do I lack? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up and said, where did you get this? It just so happens that your second sister-in-law and Chen Chen don't have any good weapons. Do you have any? Take them all out. With a schwa sound, Zhang Xiaohua quickly put away the nameless short sword and said with a vigilant face, why haven't I heard second sister-in-law mention it? I've only had this sword for a few days and haven't even warmed it up yet. Don't even think about it. Then, don't even think about taking the jade water sword from me. Zhang Xiaohu also said righteously, leaving no room for negotiation. Shameless, shameless. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother who was usually her role model and said, Changa's arm just turned toward an outsider. She didn't even let you use her as a pillow, and you've already become like this. In the future, won't you become an example of forgetting your mother after marrying a wife? Bah, how can you talk about your second brother and second sister-in-law like that? Zhang Xiaohu still didn't give up and said, anyway, you don't need this short sword. You said it yourself. It's useless for you to keep it. Why don't you give it to your second sister-in-law? Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I just want to give it to you. Do you dare to take it? After she finished speaking, she walked forward and whispered the origin of the sword. Zhang Xiaohu was even more shocked. His mouth was so big that a duck egg could be stuffed into it. He said, Xiaohua, you're too bold. Is this something you can casually do? If Lord Sect Leader finds out, do you still want to live? Zhang Xiaohua laughed without any anger or lofty sentiments. She only played it down and said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely retaliate. She then comforted Zhang Xiaohu and said, besides, this guy isn't anything good. There are many secrets behind him. Lingering Fragrance Peak might not find out about me. Don't forget, I'm just an ordinary grass sect disciple. It was you who saved me from Yulon Grand Canyon. You can act on stage. Zhang Xiaohu said with admiration, even the Guozhuang House's play at the entrance of Guozhuang House was not as good as your performance. I also think so. If I can't survive in spreading fragrance sect, I will go into acting. It has a great future. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said shamelessly, I've been defeated. Zhang Xiaohu took out the jade water sword from under his pillow and threw it over. Zhang Xiaohua caught it and said, second brother, don't worry. I really don't have any use for this short sword. In the future, I will give it to second sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly cupped his hands and said, thank you, brother. You can keep this sword for now. When your nephew comes out, you can give it to him to play with. At that time, people will probably forget the original owner of this sword. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and did not reply. She pulled out the jade water sword and held the scabbard in her other hand. With a push of her true qi, a tiny sword ray shot out. Zhang Xiaohua held the sword ray and used the embroidery needle method to pick out the nameless sword manual hidden in the scabbard of the jade water sword. He then sheathed the jade water sword and casually returned it to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting on the bed, was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the murderous sword could be used in such a way. What kind of ferocious people were they? Chapter 752. When Zhang Xiaohua returned the jade water sword, Zhang Xiaohu finally snapped out of his daze. He took the short sword and pointed at the silk cloth in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua, what is that? Sword manual? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. What else can be in the scabbard other than a sword manual? You. Zhang Xiaohu looked as if he expected better from her. Why didn't you tell me that this sword manual has been here for so long? Why did you take it out now? You really are a prodigal. It was as if Zhang Xiaohu already understood that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the sword manual away and not leave it for him. Tisk, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back. Second brother, you are also a direct disciple of the Misty School. Why do you want to reap without sowing? Your own Misty 7 swords isn't enough for you to practice. What do you want this sword manual for? But, your second sister-in-law doesn't have a good sword technique yet. Also, don't you want to leave some gifts for your nephew whom you haven't met yet? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He even brought out his nephew whom he hadn't met yet. How stingy. Second brother, second brother. Alright, second brother. Actually, this sword manual was meant for the Misty sect. Yes, it's meant for you. I'm just lending it to Elder Yu first. I'll give it to you after he's done. You sure know how to talk. That's right. You said it was meant for us, but I didn't see you take it out. You only told me after I found out. You don't have any sincerity at all. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything else. He knew that his second brother was the same as him. He had never seen anything good and wanted to take everything for himself. Unfortunately, he had a lot of things. However, it was said that Zhang Xiaohu had no use for Immortal Dao items. Even if he took them out, they would be useless. He could only keep them in his belt for his own use. Alright, second brother, rest assured and recuperate. Your Misty School has a lot of good things. When you return to the Misty Mountain Villa in the future, you can look for them yourself. Oh, by the way, the mental cultivation method I gave to John Doe is very important. You must read it first. When you've mastered it, you might as well let second sister-in-law and Chen Chen practice it. Their skills have soared too much, which is too conspicuous. I don't need you to tell me that. Do you think I don't know that? Zhang Xiaohu snapped. The sword manual in his scabbard had been taken away by someone else. That kind of feeling was really terrible. The feeling of pain? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked out from Zhang Xiaohu's place. He had memorized this sword manual in his heart. If Zhang Xiaohu really wanted it, he could just copy it for him in the future. At least it was better than that, refining the world. Now that he thought about how to return the refining the world in the future, he had a headache. If he were to return what he had copied, wouldn't he tire himself to death? But if he were to return the original, it meant that he had not deciphered it. The problem was that he had deciphered it, so he could not go back on his words. After coming out from Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua first walked to the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, he made a gesture and directly flew to the top of Shixin Peak. Not long after, he came to a place where there was no one around. He rose into the air and flew straight to the top of the peak. Zhang Xiaohua did not fly high, but his speed was extremely fast, which woke up countless birds in the forest. When he arrived at the alchemy room, it was already dusk. At this time, there was more heat in the alchemy room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was slightly roaring, but the temperature was just right. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to refine the pills. First, he looked around the alchemy room. He released his spiritual sense and searched inch by inch. He did not believe that there was a jade slip in the alchemy room of Tianmu Peak. Could it be that there was nothing in Shixin Peak? However, after spending half a meal, he still did not find anything. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally believed that there was really nothing in the alchemy room except for the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, whose gender was unknown. Sigh, when did my character become so bad? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and was a little unhappy. Could it be that the ancestors of the fragrant religion left behind the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace for breeding? But even if it is for breeding, you should give me a jade slip and tell me how to do it. Then, He took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting the Jin Qi in his body for a moment, he took out the main and auxiliary ingredients for the awakening pill that he had prepared earlier. This 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was the one that he was most familiar with. He had used it many times before Yulan Dusk had refined it. Of course, he was familiar with it. When he threw the several main ingredients into their respective pill furnaces according to their attributes, the Jin Qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was almost exhausted. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed again. He raised his left hand and looked at the crack. He thought, I don't know what this illusion breaker magic eye is. It can't see people, and it can't even be used for peeping. It sucked away my spiritual sense and spiritual energy for nothing. I don't know when it can be used again. Could it be that this is a trap set by Huang Feng? But then he thought, I also put one on Little Yellow's forehead. I still have one in my bosom. That is for Little Black. If this illusion breaker magic eye is dangerous, there is no reason for Huang Feng to give it to his child. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua took out the 2 little things. With the primeval stones wrapped around them, the 2 little things slept even more sweetly. They didn't even twitch their noses. Sigh, I don't know when these 2 little things will wake up. How long will I have to be their wet nurse? Zhang Xiaohua sighed a lot tonight. They were all questions with no answers. Zhang Xiaohua probed the pill furnace with his divine sense and looked at the medicinal liquid that was being refined. He took out a primordial stone and hurriedly replenished the true energy in his body. A few hours later, when it was almost midnight, he placed the remaining supplementary ingredients into the pill furnace to be refined. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in front of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace and cultivated the Forget Worries Sutra. The endless starry sky still shone around him and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day and saw that everything was normal in the alchemy furnace, she leaped out of the alchemy room and headed straight for O Yan's manor. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the corner of the courtyard, the first thing she saw was Elder Yu, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall. Io, looking at Elder Yu's anxious expression, it seems like there is a change in Manor Lord O's condition. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and quickly walked into the room. When she reached the door, she was discovered by Elder Yu. Joy immediately appeared on his face and he rushed over. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly asked, Elder Yu, did Manor Lord O's condition worsen? Elder Yu was taken aback and asked in astonishment, young Mrs. condition has worsened? No, why didn't I know about it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed and smiled, then why are you pacing back and forth in the room with a face full of panic? Who's panicking? Elder Yu refused to admit it, didn't you hear the saying? Walk 100 steps after a meal and you'll live to 99. This old man is taking a stroll. Ha ha ha. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know what Elder Yu was thinking when she heard this? If it was Zhang Xiaohu, she would definitely tease him. However, Elder Yu was an old man after all. Zhang Xiaohua had inherited the fine tradition of respecting the old and cherishing the young. Hence, she took out the silk and asked, Elder Yu, are you waiting for this sword manual? Elder Yu's eyes lit up and he said embarrassedly, that's right. After seeing your sword technique yesterday, I've been trying to figure it out. However, without the sword manual, I feel like I'm missing something. You also know that I've been trying to figure out the remaining sword techniques my entire life. You gave me hope, but you didn't let it come true. Of course, this old man is anxious. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, however, before I give you the sword manual, I would like to say something to you. What do you have to say? Elder Yu was surprised. I remember that when Elder Yu taught me the sword technique, you requested that I only learn it myself and not teach it to anyone else. When Elder Yu heard this, his face changed and he frowned. Of course, this sword technique is an absolute art of the pugilistic world. If you casually taught it and caused trouble, who would be responsible for it? Could it be that you feel that I'm wrong and want to bring up old scores? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Elder Yu had misunderstood and quickly bowed. Elder Yu, if it wasn't for the sword technique you taught me, I would have lost my life long ago. Even young Miss would have lost her life long ago. How would I dare to say such things to you? Furthermore, what you said is correct. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Then, you mean to say? I think it's like this. This sword manual is hidden in the scabbard of a treasured sword. Originally, I had already given it to my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, but I met you yesterday. Today, I specially asked him to give it to you for you to take a look. However, you're alone and at most, you can find another disciple. On the other hand, my second brother is a direct disciple of the Misty School. Firstly, he needs this sword technique to protect himself, and secondly, he can teach more disciples to the Misty School. So, if it's possible, when you're familiar with this sword technique, can you return this sword manual to the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua silently replaced Zhang Xiaohu with the Misty School. Elder Yu was elated when he heard this and said, I thought you were worried about something. In the end, this old man is still a disciple of the Misty School. This peerless sword technique is obviously what the Misty School needs the most right now. Don't worry, this old man will return this sword manual after I'm done practicing. Even if this old man wants to teach another disciple, I will have to get your second brother's approval from the Misty School. Alright, I knew that Elder Yu would be a righteous person. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the silk over. At this moment, Qiu Tong came out from the inner room. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're quite smart. You always come over quietly. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and said, Big sister Qiu Tong, this is only the second time. You're wrongly accusing me. Seeing Qiu Tong smile, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. She asked again, how is Miss Qiu? Fortunately, I've been sleeping all this time, but it's still different from before you came. Qiu Tong said, I didn't pay much attention to it in the past, but after taking a closer look yesterday, your face is indeed frighteningly pale. You look a little better today. Even Lingering Fragrance Peaks doctor also said that there's some turning point. Lingering Fragrance Peaks doctor? Why are they here again? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Calm, there are more chapters. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.